Test, test. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Do you read me? Hello, hello. Thank you for dropping by again today. We will be continuing from where we left off yesterday. Where did we leave it off yesterday? Ah, is it this one? Oh no, this is the this is the dead animal. I think it's this one. Whoops.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
I don't know why I'm running. Why are you running? Few days later, you've been running for a few days? Damn, that's crazy. Few days. Okay. Okay. You know what? Let's see a log. Ah, okay. So it seems to be that where we last left was basically we got new uniforms. So, yay! Good. Thanks for waiting. Here's your Earl Grey. We appreciate your frequent patronage. Okay, patronage. Hey. The uniform was a big hit with the customers, and as such, we have been slammed for several days in a row. Wow! Roll! The more I worked, the faster the days flew by, and before I knew it, I started to forget all those pesky, inconvenient truths. But that didn't last long. Well,
店員さん、こっちもお願いします。
Sure thing, be right there. And once I relayed my current order to the kitchen, I headed off to take another. Sorry for the wait. What do you have today? And as soon as I realized who it was, I froze in my tracks. Of course it's you.
どれも美味しそうで迷ってんねん。店員さんのおすすめとかあらへんの？
Arahenno? Okay, so for out of context for people that don't know who this character is, according to the beginning of the story, this Kaguya guy here, he was supposed to be a servant for the heroine's family. So basically like her caretaker. And now her caretaker is there in the in the cafe. Cause she ran away from home to like, I'm gonna find out what kind of person my quote unquote supposed to be fiancé is like. And now here they are. Said it all with a perfectly straight face and almost as though he wasn't expecting me to recognize him, but I most certainly did. I usually order the royal milk tea in a scone. Simple, straightforward, and delicious. I rattled off my textbook response like a robot, hiding my face behind my order pan.
ほな、それで。
Thank you! So that's one royal milk tea and one scone. Anything else today? And just then, he grabbed me by the wrist and lowered the order pad, exposing my face.
あ、それと最後に大事なもんを。かわいいひーさんの笑顔、一つください。
Oh god. What are you doing here, Kaguya? On my break, I met up with Kaguya out front, where I had him wait for me.
久しぶりやな。元気しとった？久々にひーさんの顔を拝めて僕幸せやわ。ひーさん、ずいぶんあの店に馴染んどったな。その制服もめっちゃ可愛いやん。めちゃめちゃ似合っとるで。
似合っとるで。I don't know why, man. Like, I love a good Kansai accent, but like, it's never easy to like, how to say, make the Kansai accent fit for certain characters sometimes. So this is nice. In contrast to my anger, Kaguya was all smiles and compliments. Don't change the subject! I glared at him sharply. His smile stiffened. Oops, maybe I should tone it down a bit. Are you here to take me home? I furrowed my brows.
ちゃうちゃう。今回来たのは様子見や。そりゃ大事な大事なひいさんがいなくなったら困る人なんてぎょうさんおるしな。
We? Also, give me a quick second. The phone is the phone is ringing. Why is the phone ringing? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I had a phone call from my mom. Okay, what is we? Do my parents know I'm here?
知っとるで。
Oh no, her parents know. I knew it. Not that I blamed Kaguya for telling them, he couldn't lie to his employers after all. So why haven't they ordered me home?
様子を見て判断するってのがおかみさんからの命令や。せやから今は見逃されてるっちゅう話やな。
At this, I breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, it seemed they weren't going to have me dragged bodily from the building. For now, anyway.
ちなみに今日僕が来たんは誰の命令でもなくて、ほんまにヒーさんの顔が見たかっただけで、それにほら、ヒーさんも僕らのこといろいろ引っかかってたやろし。
Oh? Oh? Yeah, you know, it wasn't cool of you to disappear on me like that. Alright, he totally did. He disappeared on her, literally. Thinking back on it now, it was a little more than a funny memory. At the time, however, I was scared out of my wits.
あの時はほんますみませんでした。
He bowed politely. Personally, I didn't see any reason for him to apologize. Oh god, not again! I'm sorry. Well, that was just everyday town. Not getting the phone call twice. When mother does shopping, she does shopping at once. But anyway, why'd you ask? It's okay, in the end you helped me get closer to Cinderella. And he didn't reply, instead he smiled knowingly. Did you leave me here on purpose knowing this would happen? It was something I've been wondering for quite some time. While I would never question his loyalty to me as my servant, I knew he was too smart for his own good. Thus, it was possible he sensed what I felt for Cinderella from the first moment I laid my eyes on him.
まさか僕はそこまで器用やないです。
どういうことどういうちゅうことどういうちゅうねんわからへんで。He shook his head, smiling. Okay.
まあいずれは正式に迎えに来なあかんけど、今はひいさんの好きにしたらええよ。
He gently pressed a hand to my hair. Got it. Thanks for everything, Kaguya. For a moment as he stroked my hair, I felt as though I had gone back to my old pampered self. But just then...
ああ、もうひいさんは可愛いな。
All of a sudden, he pulled me into a hug. Where this come from? Wow. Wow! English translators. Wow. May I not see that? It made my heart flutter. That's all I'm gonna say.
そりゃひいさんが可愛いからに決まってるやんか。
Sure, but still appreciate a little advance notice. As I shifted awkwardly in his embrace, he suddenly puts his lip to my ear. Wow.
シンデレラさんに見られとるんや。
Wow. Okay. Huh? What's he doing out here, and why would he be watching us? I wanted to turn and look, but I was still stuck in Kaguya's arms.
このままじーっとしとき、僕と君が関係してるってバレたら、あそこにいられなくなるで。
Oh my god. Right. Okay. I put my hands on his chest. Wait, I feel like this will have an opposite effect.
あれ、バレた。
He smiled mischievously. Good grief! Just as I pushed him away...
おい！そこで何してる？
The next thing I knew, someone had seized Kaguya by the shoulder and pushed him away from me. And that someone was, to the surprise of no one, Cinderella. There was no hallucination, it was undeniably him. Whoa! And before I could even ask him what he was doing here, Cinderella grabbed my hand and pulled me towards him. Feels like I'm being yanked around all over the place today.
こいつはうちの店員だ。ちょっかい出さないでくれませんかね、お客様。
He sounded angry.
兄ちゃん怖いな。別にちょっとくらいさあってもええやん。なあ。
In comparison, Kaguya was perfectly laid back. Sandwiched between, wow, two... Are you sure? Two guys, I was having some technical difficulties. It almost feels like they're fighting over me? Question mark. Wait, I don't think Cinderella realizes who he is.
うちはそういう安い店じゃねえんだよ。おい、行くぞ。
But right. And so Cinderella dragged me off.
バイバイ。またな。
Behind us, I could hear Kaguya's littling voice calling out to me. So. Cinderella walked ahead of me, still pulling me by my hand. And once we put some distance between ourselves and Kaguya, his long furious stride slowed down to a more gentle pace, one that I could keep up with. And meanwhile, he stayed silent, as did I.
あんた、あいつと付き合ってんのか？
What? No? I struggled to keep my voice level.
じゃあ好きだったのか？
Where are you getting this idea?
聞こえたんだよ。好きだとかどうとか言ってたじゃねえか。
Wow. No, he didn't! He was saying I could do as I fancy, not at all about him having feelings for me. Evidently, Cinderella had completely misheard us. Thanks a lot, Kaguya, you jerk!
あんなヘラヘラした野郎のどこがいいんだ。趣味悪いな。
Nani? I'll have you know, Kaguya is a very kind person. I scowled. Misunderstanding or no, I wasn't about to let Cinderella badmouth my servant.
ああ、そうかよ。なら、あいつのところに行けばいいだろう。
He relinquished his grip on my hand. Why are you so mad about this?
怒ってねえよ。ただ、 俺の店の従業員が休憩中に男に誘われてフラフラしてるのが気になっただけだ。
Were you worried about me?
サボられたら困るからな。
So that's why you tailed me?
せめて追いかけてきたって言えよ。
Fine. So that's why you followed me?
たまたま通りかかっただけだ。
With that, he looked away. Oh dear. That was starting to sound an awful lot like Cinderella was jealous of Kaguya. I knew it couldn't possibly be true, and yet I couldn't stop myself from smiling.
だいたいあんたがヘラヘラしてるから勘違いするやつが出てくるんだよ。
Smiling is the key to good customer service. Besides, I thought you said my smile was only worth 10 points.
10点の笑顔でほだされる安くてバカな男であんたは満足なのか。
The dumber they are, the easier it is to get them wrapped around my little finger, you know?
お前は悪女か。扱いやすい男なんてつまんねえだろ。
It plays to my maternal instinct, Cinderella. It's cute to see a man unabashedly dote on someone.
ガキのくせに。
Need I remind you, I'm technically legal.
そういうセリフはもっと色気が出てから言った方が説得力があるんだよ。このビッチが。
Wow!
言われてえのか。
I totally forgot about like the language in this game, but dang. What? What a joke! I've never had a romantic relationship in all my life. I made sure to casually mention the fact that I was single. Alright, fine. I admit it. Perhaps I don't have the right to say it until I have the life experience to back it up.
あ、そう。
Out of interest, how many points would it take to buy you?
もちろん100点に決まってるだろうが。
And what am I at right now?
40点だ。
40. Dang. Hi, Sinan! Hi, how you doing? How's everything going for you? Yay, my score went up. I clapped my hands together.
そこで喜ぶのかよ。
You're happy? You're excited about that? Yes. we're so boring. Dang. Pet. Well, now it's after work hours, so you get to rest and do other stuff you want to do. I was basically dead because there was nothing to do. Ouch. Okay. Of course, who wouldn't be? Cinderella snorted. Then after a moment, he turned on his heel.
おい、行くぞ。
Okay. Guess we're going back to the cafe. And so I hurried after him. Oh! Cinderella story. Oh, okay. I think we're finally getting to delve a bit deeper into like the whole Cinderella premise for this. Oh my god, it's Fritz! Hi, Fritz! I have to sleep soon and wake up on the morning shift, sadly. No, it's okay. Have a good rest, Cinnamon. And thanks for dropping by. Have a good rest. Sleep well. Okay, Cinderella's story. Oh, never mind. This is just his point of view. Okay, got it. I was so goddamn annoyed. Why, you ask? Okay, what's this? Thanks for waiting. Wow, there's so many customers.
待ってたよ、アリスちゃん。アリスちゃんがいないと困るよ。ちっとも注文取りに来ないしさ。
Sorry about that.
二人してどこに行ってたんですか。早く手伝ってください。僕たち二人だけじゃこの人数さばききれません。
Yeah, Gretel was angry as hell. Sorry, I'll be there. I'll be ready in a jiffy. I feel like nowadays people never actually say the word like getting ready in a jiffy. Like those are phrases people have used like in the past and never in modern times anymore. I mean, I guess it fits the time period for this. Maybe feels like it. It feels like a Taisho kind of period. So, interesting. Okay. This is because I was being played by a wily fox who liked to pretend she was a ditz. Whoa. Let's get out there, Cinderella.
あ
Okay, okay. I was never planning to tail her. I didn't care who she was or why she was here. It was all just a game. A game that wasn't meant to last. She could disappear at any given time and I wouldn't care in the slightest. At least, I thought I wouldn't care. So why is it I went looking for her once I noticed she was gone? Surely even she knew that this magic spell would someday be broken. Huh? Ayo? Once upon a time. Oh! I remember we lived in a big fancy mansion with fancy furniture and fancy parties every night. I lived a classy life with my classy parents. They bought me everything I wanted and let me do whatever I liked. For as long as I can remember, I've always thought of myself as special. My family was rich. I had better than average looks, and as the firstborn, I was expected to inherit the family business. I was playing life on easy mode, and a bright shining future was waiting for me. Or so I thought. My world sparkled like glass. But one day, I learned that glass was fragile. One wrong move and it would shatter into 1,000 pieces. My father was an influential man. Everywhere he went, people flocked to his side. But once his back was turned, those same people would curse his name.
成金風情が調子に乗りやがって。
Wow. Narikin Fuse.
金さえなければこっちだって付き合わないわよ。
Ayo. They didn't like my father for who he was as a person. They only liked the idea of him. In other words, his wealth. Our lives were so decadent and happy. Fancy clothes, pretty jewelry, extravagant banquets. All made possible with the power of money. No brains? No talent? No problem. As long as you had the cash. Money was magic.
こんな夜更けに何をしてるの？
別に何も。お前は？
別に何も。
ほら、俺が入れた紅茶だ。飲めよ。どうせ喉が渇いて水でも飲みに来たんだろ。別に毒なんか入っちゃいねえよ。
知ってる。
あいつ、毎日お前の分の飯までちゃんと用意してるぞ。
He knows!
それも知ってる。けど、だからといってどうすることもできない。
ま、お前の好きにすればいいさ。別に無理をする必要なんざねえんだからな。
二人してお茶会ですか？僕を誘わないだなんて兄弟なのに水臭いじゃありませんか。
めんどくさいのが起きてきやがった。
失礼ですね。僕にも兄さんの入れたクソまずい紅茶をください。
Your nasty ass watery tea.
お前は一言も二言も多いんだよ。ほらよ。
どうも。久しぶりですね。こうして3人集まってお茶を飲むだなんて。
まあな。今はあいつがいるからな。
彼女が来て2週間。短いようだけど、長い間一緒にいるみたいに馴染んでる。確かに、彼女の存在は大きいです。炊事に洗濯、店だって彼女が主導で動いてますから。
彼女はよく働いてる。
面倒なので率直に言いますが、彼女どう思います？
Ayo?
変わっているね。
How are the games going? Hello, MX! The game is going not too bad, honestly. I should be able to finish this game and hopefully the other side of the game as well, because the way how Taisho Alice, the game I'm playing right now, works is that there are a total of let's see, 2, 4, 6 characters, I think. 7 if you include the epilogue. But it's 2 characters per game. So I'm still working on the first character. And you do have to play every character to understand whatever happens in the epilogue, because it's all connected actually. So yeah, I'm having it's good. It's interesting how the translators are working on it too. So feel free to just like stick by and like listen to like storytelling. It's really good though, honestly. I keep saying the same words. It's just really good. Oh, and the interesting thing is the fact that all these characters are based off, or for some reason, rather than based off, they've named the names are based off fairy tale characters that we know, but don't expect them to be named as well. Like, example, the character that's on White, the name is Snow White, and it's different from the Snow White that we know. And the character route that we are going for at the moment is the Cinderella route. And our image of Cinderella is basically, you know, like a commoner girl who worked until she's like covered in ashes and cinders, and she goes to a ball and meets the prince, you know, with the glass slipper and whatnot. But this has a completely different take on Cinderella, so it's very interesting.
俺もほぼ同意見だ。それに加えて何を考えているのかわからない。
This is also interesting as well because Cinderella in this game here, he does not start off as a commoner. He's actually rich. So that's different from the Cinderella that we know. In my lesson's ending, so I'll stick by for a bit. Heck yeah! Woohoo!
じゃあ僕は口達者で生意気も追加で。
My god, the translation though. Right now, these 3 characters are having like a talk within themselves without the girl there. So, wow, okay. That's how you think of Eureka. Got it.
これじゃまるでいいとこなしだな。
I'm basically roasting her at this point.
でも言い方を変えればミステリアスで頭がいいになる。
おお、一気にいい女っぽくなったな。
兄さん、いつまでこんな茶番を続ける気？
Nani?
茶番？
Yeah, watch the read.
この2週間のことですよ。具体的には彼女をここに置いてやる気もなかった喫茶店をやり始めたり。
そんなの飽きるまでだよ。
だったら彼女が自分の正体を明かした時が終わりというわけだ。
いいよ。
シンデレラ兄さんが彼女のことを気に入っているのは彼女が謎めいているからじゃないんですか？
Oh my god.
彼女がミステリアスでバカじゃないから兄さんは彼女に惹かれる。
はあ？惹かれてねえよ。
ならなぜ彼女を連れ戻しに行ったんですか？あのチャラそうな関西弁と親しげな様子でしたけど。
いいよ。
教育的指導だ。経営者としては当然だろ。
当然なのかな？
その割にはイライラしてたね。
And yet you're pissed.
煩わしいのが嫌いだからな。
まあそういうことにしておいてあげますけど、彼女の化けの皮が剥がれた瞬間、あなたは勝手に幻滅するんでしょうね。
そうかもしれねえな。そりゃ俺は楽しいことが好きだからな。あいつが俺に刺激を与え続ける限り俺は退屈せずに済む。バカか利口かと聞かれたらあいつは利口な方だ。だからこそ言わない、喋らない。だがな、そんなことは永遠には続かない。永遠なんて存在しないんだからな。
よー。
あいつにほだされてるのは俺じゃなくてお前らだろ。じゃあな、あんまり夜更かしすんなよ。明日もしっかりと働いてもらうからな。
だって見透かされてるよグレーテル。
お茶まずいな。
一度本物を知ってしまえば偽物は口にできなくなるさ。
Ah, yes, because I've been drinking the tea made by Eureka instead. Right. Oh, wow! The first sentence that's back. Wow, Eureka. Wow, this girl. Wow. Today I felt like a hunter waiting to ensnare my prey.
またサンドイッチか。相変わらず使えんやつだ。
The door opened, and my target took the bait. Gotcha! Now then, Alice. Today's the day you're gonna let me clean your room. I cackled evilly, my grasp firmly secured on his arm. He's choking on a sandwich.
お断りだ。くそ、トラップを仕掛けるとはな。
Oi! He flung me off, dashed into his room, and was about to shut the door. I don't think so! I slid my right arm and foot between the gap, preventing the door's closure. Meanwhile, Alice probably felt like he was in some sort of horror movie. But to me, this was a war between two ideologically opposed forces. Oh, it wasn't a trap. I just hid around the corner and waited for you to leave your room to collect your food, which I positioned a few inches farther than usual.
それをトラップと言うんだ。最低最悪腹黒しょわる女。いいか、僕は君のそういう基本、小賢しくて小ずるくて自分本位なところがとんでもなく嫌みったらしくてたまらなく大嫌いだか。
The instant I let go of the door, it slammed shut, and Alice plowed face first into it.
おい、いきなり話すな。おかげで僕の鼻が潰れるところだった。謝罪と賠償を要求するぞ。
Sure enough, the door opened again, and there stood Alice, his hand over his nose. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Anything broken?
君は相変わらずウルトラ級のバカだな。大丈夫なわけないだろ。だいたいな、謝って済むなら警察や司法はいらないんだよ。
I can't. And Alice's comebacks is so funny. It's like, you're truly a moron among morons. So it look like I'm okay to you, and if apologies are solved problems, we wouldn't need the police or the Supreme Court!
というわけで、賠償はそうだな。とりあえずここにある朝食を置いて、君が僕の前から消え去るだけでいい。
As he ranted on and on, he snatched his sandwich from the tray on the nearby table.
これで許してやるんだから安いもんだ。はは、まったく本当に僕は人がいい。あー、くそ、鼻が痛い。
Wait! 待て! Once again, I stuck my limbs through the door gap to keep it open.
離せ！掃除などお断りだ。何度言ったらわかる？
Just two people struggling, like holding back against the door, like, no, open the door! Using his free hand, he attempted to pry me off the door. But in terms of raw strength, I had the upper hand. This is the first time I'm hearing of it, considering you never respond to my notes!
君は本当にバカだな。それが答えだとなぜ気づかない？少しでも気があったらとっくの昔に返事を出しているに決まっているだろう。それともあれか？わざと気づいてないふりをして僕に嫌がらせをしているのか？本当に君は心底性格が悪いな。全く感心するよ。第一、僕がお部屋に住もうが君には関係ないだろう。分かったらとっとと朝食だけ置いて出ていけ。
出ていけ。Dirty rooms can pose a sanitary hazard to the rest of the building! That puts the burden of the property owner to solve the issue!
なら、僕の部屋がお部屋であるという証拠はあるのか？あるなら提示してみろ。
Can you prove that it's not dirty?
はっ、またお得意のへりくつか。君と不毛な議論を交わす気はない。いいか、この部屋の世帯主は僕だ。 たとえ大家でも特別な条件下でなければ勝手に部屋に入ってはいけないという決まりがあるんだよ。
Well then, I'd like you to make sure it's clean.
嫌だ、以上だ。ほら、答えたぞ。さっさと手を離せ。
Look, I see where you're coming from on this, but it's been 2 weeks now since I moved in, and you haven't once left your room.
それが君の本音だろ。
Yep.
認めたな、腹黒。余計なお世話だ。いや、違うな。迷惑なんだよ。あと思い出したが、最近ちょっと朝食に手を抜きすぎじゃないか。朝食が店の余り物だということに僕が気づかないとでも思ったか。
I never give you the same thing twice though. Plus, you said your hashtag team bread or whatever, so I figured you like it.
言い訳ないだろうが。君はバカか。いくら僕がパンを愛するパン党パン派だとしても、こう毎食毎食サンドイッチを出されれば飽きるに決まっている。料理の手抜きは万死に値する。
Hashtag who is in team bread or who's in team rice? Hashtag team rice. Hashtag team bread. Okay, now I'm honestly just curious who likes bread and who likes rice more. let me. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna put a very long poll for this. There you go. Have fun. It just made a poll. Which team are you in? Are you team bread, team rice, or team noodles? Very rare to find people in team noodles, but you know what? Never mind. Okay. In that case, would you like to come downstairs and eat with the rest of us? We're having sweet and sour chicken with rice.
この僕に離党しろというのか。ここに来てくら替えしろというのか。
Gonna convert me. But rice is so good! You'll never get sick of it!
誘惑するな。僕は温かい団らんとか共同作業とかそういうものが大嫌いなんだ。みんなで仲良くいただきますとか言いたくないからあえてのぼっち飯を選択しているんだ。
I don't sit and say, thank you for the food in the cars with everyone else, so I choose to eat alone. The way you say that, no, I can't. Your rice supremacy, right? Rice supremacy! Russell, hi Phoenix! How you doing? Wait, have I missed out on anything? Well, at least you're eating, I guess. Good for you!
死ぬからな。
It's not healthy to stay cooped up in your room though. You need to exercise.
僕をその辺にいる BMI 指数20以上のデブどもと一緒にしないでくれ。
Oi! Too much, too much!
僕は全国の乙女が聞いたら発狂するくらいのどれだけ食べても運動しなくても太らないスマート体型だぞ。
Oh my god. The way he says it though, have the metabolism the likes of which any girl would die for. I can eat whatever I want before exercising and never gain a pound! Why are you talking about 20 to 24 is a healthy BMI?
バカめ。痩せて見えるモデル体型は18から19が基本なんだよ。それ以下はキモいし、それ以上は僕にとってデブだ。
Oh. Wow. Wow. Exercise isn't just about losing weight. You need to go out in the sun or else your body won't absorb enough calcium.
それはあれか。兄、僕があれだと言いたいのか。そりゃ僕は平均より若干、
いやいや、ごくごく微妙に少しだけ足りてないかもしれんが、僕の体は未だ成長過程にある。やはり君は僕の敵だ。早く離せ。
Right, we're still holding onto the doorknob, like, no, close the door, no. I can't, or else you slam the door on my fingers. Plus, you might smack your nose again, and your food will end up on the floor.
そう言って油断させる気だろ。君の浅はかな策略などお見通しなんだよ。
I swear, I'm really not. Okay, on the count of 3, let's both stop pushing. 1, 2, 3. The next instant, the air was filled with the sound of splintering wood. What? Uh-oh.
おーい、朝っぱらから何やってるんだ？あ、
Just remember looking at the door. Naturally, who should happen across the scene but the worst possible person? The
な
owner!
んだ、意外に綺麗じゃねえか。
Cinderella peered into Alice's room, mildly impressed. As for his door, we kind of accidentally tore it off its hinges?
意外には余計だ。僕が掃除もできない、片付けもできない、何も捨てられないダメ人間だとでも思ったのか。
There's no. Well, did you? Yes, very yes. Did you think there's a complete like failure of a person that couldn't even pack up his own room? Yes, very yes. Very yes.
答えるな。君の考えなどお見通しだ。どうせはい or yes とか肯定しか君の選択肢にはなかったんだろ。ああ、そうだ。君はそういう嫌味な人間だ。
Fantastic, I love it. He pointed his finger at my face. That's not true.
おいおい、後ろにカッコ棒を付け忘れているぞ。カッコ嘲笑。だいたいこんなことになったのも全部君のせいだ。やっぱりあの時嘘をついていたんだろう。何がせーのだ。危うく君に騙されて手を離して鼻ペチャのへちゃむくれにされるところだったぞ。
I wasn't lying. The door just coincidentally happened to fall off its hinges on the count of 3.
じゃあこの件はいわゆる不可抗力というやつか。異論は大いにあるが、まあこの際何でもいい。いいか、二人で口裏を合わすぞ。これはあくまでも不幸な事故だったんだ。あいつにはそれで押し通す。よし、そういうことにしよう。
つーかお前ら、さっきから好き勝手にギャーギャー騒いでいるが、この状況理解してんだろうな。
And so we humbly prostrated ourselves before our mighty landlord.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry. ごめんなさい。
とりあえず彼女が嫌がる僕を無理やりどうにかしようと扉をこじ開けたんです。悪いのは彼女です。
That's not what we agreed on! I'm sorry. I could argue the point with him all I liked, but at the end of the day, it was my fault that the door is damaged. Which meant I needed to pay the price for my crime.
ああ、どうしてくれるんだよこれ。弁償。
I'm really sorry. I'll fix it later. I promise. And if I can't, I'll pay for a new one.
できるのかよ。
I'll work hard to save up the money. I flexed my bicep.
それ、元は俺の金だし。巡り巡って俺に帰ってくるわけか。まあいい。とりあえず、体で返すってことだな。
誤解が生じる言い方だな。
Wow!
まるで借金の肩に売られていく町娘を彷彿とさせるスケベ発言だ。セクハラで訴えられるぞ。
Wow!
お前もだよ、アリス。
僕がなぜ君に体を売らなければならないの？うわ、ゾワッときたぞ、ゾワッと。
Cinderella smacked him over the head.
労働力で返せってんだよ。
はい。
もう一度ぶん殴られたいのか。
すみませんでした、シンデレラさん。
たく。なあ、そういえば扉の話だったな。
そういえば、やっぱり君にとって扉のことなどどうでも。
Cinderella put a hand over Alice's mouth. Evidently, he sensed that the conversation was going nowhere fast. Oh dear, Alice is starting to turn blue. I hope it's okay.
まあいい。とりあえずこれは貸しだ。許してやるよ。
You mean it?
まあな、俺って優しいだろ。
You're a saint!
だろう。ま、これは貸しだからな。貸しはいつか返すもんだ。いいか、俺が返せって言った時に返せよ。これはあんたたちに対する俺の切り札だ。
He seemed rather fixated on the idea of me owing him. Then I realized, I'd already done the same thing to him twice. Once, he saw me naked, and once when I shielded him from that slap. This is a revenge, isn't it?
まあな。
The debt thing must have really bothered him. So, what do we do about the door? I glanced over where it stood, leaning against the wall.
ああ、とりあえず放っておけばいい。その扉、もともと立て付けが悪かったんだよ。
Wait, Alice's face is starting to turn really, blue/red in this sense, but, what? I was so baffled I could barely speak. What did he just say? It didn't fit on the hinges? Which means? Finally freed from Cinderella's grasp, Alice's face had flushed beet red from the, lack of oxygen.
騙してはねえよ。ただ、事前に言ってなかっただけだ。
詐欺だ!
It's a scam! Scam artist! The two of us pointed at him with accusatory stares on our faces.
俺の家を壊したことは事実だろうが、あんたらがくだらねえことをやらなけりゃ外れなかったわけだしな。
Well, unfortunately, he had a point.
いいか、これはあくまでも貸しだからな。言ったよな。体で返すってさ。
You're actually pretty crafty. He smirked at me as I clenched my jaw in defeat.
毎日あんたらと一緒にいれば、こっちもこっちでいろいろと対策を取るんだよ。
まだだ。まだ貸しを作ったわけじゃない。要はこの扉を直せばいいんだろ。おい、そっちを持て。二人で直すぞ。
Wow! All of a sudden, Alice started barking orders at me. Huh? Oh, okay. I got to my feet, grabbed the door, and together we attempted to fit it back into its frame. This isn't working too well, is it?
引き戸だったら簡単だったのに、開き戸じゃな。やめだやめ!
Out of nowhere, Alice let go completely. Alice, don't let go! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Knocked off balance, I started to tip over, but Cinderella caught me in the nick of time. Ah, thank you. You're a lifesaver. He took the door from me and set it back against the wall.
おい、アリス!
Yes? I raised my hand like I was being called on.
あんたじゃねえよ。お約束なボケをかますな。お前だよ、お前。そこのふんぞり返ってるお前だ。 何開き直ってんだ。
なあ、もういいよ、借りで。はいはい、借りはいつか返すんだろ。返す。
Guys, yeah, yeah. Alice was sprawled out on the hallway floor, lounging as the innocent witch arrived. Great! Now I'm gonna have to sweep up those crumbs later.
相変わらず腹立つ言い方しかしねえな。
君たちの目は節穴か？僕に体力仕事など向いているわけないだろう。第一、僕は朝食もまだ済ませていないんだ。腹が減っては戦もできぬということわざもあるだろう。
Then why don't you come downstairs and...
嫌だ。
In the end, I invited Alice into my room, if only to keep him from making a mess in my freshly cleaned hallway.
ここが君の部屋か。
Yep. He looked around at the furnishings, then shrugged his shoulders with a sigh.
少女趣味だな。今はいいかもしれないが、これが20代後半の女にでもなってみろ。途端に虚しくなるぞ。
Oh god!
ましてや30オーバーなんぞ話にならんな。いかにも男にモテない売れ残りの部屋だ。
Oh my god! Keep your misogyny to yourself. Every woman is still a girl at heart.
ヘドが出る。そうやって自分を甘やかすから根気が遅れるんだ。
Ow! I'm feeling pain. Well, I'm sorry. Oh god.
どんなに容姿が良かろうと悪かろうと、ババアの少女趣味は痛い。ちなみにこれに片付けられないがつくと倍率ドンだ。
Oh god. It was becoming readily apparent why Alice didn't have a girlfriend.
俺はなんだ？
Oh, that's, Alice had found the little glass ornament Cinderella had given to me as a gift.
ガラス細工か。へったくそだな。よほど才能がない手先が不器用な人間が作ったのだろう。
But it's so cute!
かわいい。これのどこがかわいいんだ？君の目は節穴か？それともあれか？いわゆるキモかわいいってやつか？理解しがたいな。だいたい僕は鳩という生物が嫌いでね。平和の象徴だとか言われてるが、あんな群れをなして憤慨をまき散らすだけの生物のどこが可愛いのやら。
Oh my god. The fact that Alice spouts out all these. He's not wrong, but at the same time, like, yo. I don't even like doves. Doves are supposed to be a symbol of peace, but all I see is a glorified pigeon that poops everywhere.
おまけに人に慣れた鳩は遠慮なく、人をバカにしてる態度が君を彷彿とさせてなおのこと腹が立つ。
Winged rats. Oh god. So you see as a dove too. I knew it.
Huh?
I wonder why they chose a dove specifically.
僕が知るか。作った本人に聞けばいいだろう。
The guy who made it? Just then, it was as if a veil had been lifted. All this time, I had assumed it was just another trifle Cinderella had purchased, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe he made it himself? Did you make the Cinderella?
ああ、そうだ。悪かったな、下手くそで。
あれ？僕下手くそって言ったかな？随分と前衛的な作品だとは言った気がするけれど。
別に取り繕わなくてもいい。これが人から見ればただのガラクタだってことは俺だ。
ああ、ほんとど下手くそだな。かろうしてこれが鳩だと判別がついたが、基本的に才能がない。ただ。
It's America managed to figure out what it was supposed to be because you have absolutely no talent!
おいこら、言ってることとやってることが違うぞ。
Cinderella had put Alice in a sleeper hold partway through his charade, and now Alice was attempting to tap out.
言い方ってもんがあるんだよ。第一、これはただの趣味だ。趣味に才能はいらねえだろ。
趣味に才能があったら実利が取れる。これ以上の幸せはあるまい。
Having escaped from Cinderella's grasp, Alice went right back to being his usual unpleasant self. I had a front row seat to the ultimate jerk-on-jerk showdown. Or so I thought.
そうとも限らねえぜ。好きなことをして儲かるかどうかはわからない。そいつの腕次第か職業によるだろう。
Yeah, I don't know if artsy stuff is profitable per se.
だろう。だから俺は絶対に手を出さない。憧れない。趣味はあくまでも趣味でしかねえんだよ。
Hi Dodo! How you doing? Also, Alice, one of the characters in the game, Alice is very funny. He just lets out roast people. Okay, just a hobby you share? Making glass?
そういうものだ。
で、これはなんで鳩なんだ？
Yay. I'm doing good, how about you? I'm doing good. In fact, I think I laughed a bit too much earlier. Just because the reactions are too good. Eureka, which is the girl that we are seeing through her viewpoint. Eureka and Alice had a fight. Alice is the blonde dude over there. And they both broke a door off its hinges, with the owner kind of looking on them. That's good.
造形が簡単だからだろう。
なるほど。いかにも単純、単楽、単細胞な君らしい選択。
Not Alice going like, ah yes, an obvious choice for someone like you with a brain of an ant or amoeba. Proceeds to get chokehold. What a shame. Alice looked rather less handsome with Cinderella pinching his cheeks. Does this guy ever learn? Wait, so if you've been doing this for a while, does that mean there are more of these that I haven't seen? These glass figurines? The sculptures? And my question, Cinderella snapped back to reality.
Huh? No. No.
Oh? How do you react to the news when there are more figurines? Sweetly begged to see them. Smile wordlessly, shrug. I smiled at him, hoping the silence will work in my favor as an added source of pressure.
なんだ見てえのかよ。
Will you show me? He karate chopped me on the head. Guess I was getting a little carried away.
たく、こうなることが分かってたから言わなかったのに。って、こんな時間だ。おい、店の準備をしないと間に合わねえぞ。
Huh? Oh crap, we gotta hurry!
行くのか？
Yeah, so, well, only broken his door by accident. I couldn't exactly ask him to sit around without any privacy in the meantime. Just as I was wondering what to do with him, he suddenly cut in.
別に君がどこに行こうが何をしようが僕に関係なければどうでもいい。ただ、君が僕の部屋の扉を壊したことは僕にとって大いに迷惑であり、とんでもない損害だ。
I mean, yeah, you don't have privacy anymore.
なので、とりあえず僕の部屋の扉が治るまでここにいさせてもらうぞ。
Yeah.
ああ、ちなみに言っておくが、君と共同生活を送る気はみじんこほどもないのでくれぐれも勘違いしないでくれたまえ。あくまでも僕は一時避難としてこのメルヘン部屋に仮住まいするだけだからな。
And with that, he steered me out of my room. But wait, I have to change clothes in there. Don't. Ah! Thanks for the lurk, Dodo. But before I could finish, he slammed the door and locked it behind me.
君はバカだな。僕が君の事情など知るわけないだろう。とりあえず鍵を閉めてやったので、入りたければ速やかに早急に素早く修理に取り掛かるようにするんだな。
Dude, my room.
あまり時間がかかるようなら、君の大事なものを粉々にするお手伝いをしてやる。
I could hear his voice through the door, full of contempt, and somehow I could picture his exact expression.
ま、せいぜい頑張れ。
Cinderella patted me on the shoulder. Thanks, I guess. He died! Cinderella story. Okay. I guess his point of view now. With work over for the day, I promptly headed back into my room. There, I heaved a sigh of relief. It felt so freeing to have some time to myself. I was exhausted, especially after today. Granted, the cafe wasn't especially busy, and really, it was no different from usual. So why was I so tired, you ask? Because there was something else. Something that was different. Something incredibly draining to deal with. I scanned my eyes over my workbench, my half-finished projects, my glass rods, my blowtorch. On the shelf sat a dozen different figurines, lined in rows.
あいつ露骨にみたいですアピールしてきやがって。
I could picture the exact look on her face the moment I showed her. She probably smiled and hugged me. Not that I minded her hugging me, of course, but after today, the last thing I needed was to humiliate myself further. That morning during cafe setup.
さっきからガラス細工とにらめっこしてるけど、どうしたの？
Oh, I was just sort of marveling at how human hands can create something so delicate and beautiful. It makes me wonder who made them, what sort of tools they used, what they were thinking when they made it.
それって、つまり製造方法を見学したいってこと？
Exactly. Oh my god, she shot me a glance. Oh god.
なんだよ。
Nothing. That afternoon after we closed the cafe. Say, Gretel, do you know where I can find any glass thingies?
みたいなの？
Yeah, glass thingies.
グラスじゃなくて。
Kinda.
それなら、その辺の棚にたくさんあるじゃないですか。頭大丈夫ですか？
Maybe my obsession's getting too strong. I can't think
本
straight.
当に大丈夫ですか？兄さんにこき使われて疲れたんじゃないですか？少し休んだ方がいいと思いますよ。
No, I'm fine. Sorry to scare you.
ほう。
Once again, she shot me a glance.
なんだよ。
Nothing. Eureka, this girl, yo! Later that night, after dinner. Gee.
おい、言いたいことははっきり言え。気色悪いんだよ。
Oh, okay. Can...
やっぱダメだ。
Oh, come on! It was taxing to say the least.
今日だけで何回目があったことか。
I was 99% sure, no, 100% sure that she was doing this on purpose. After all the time we spent together, I knew full well what she was like.
ああ。
I sighed again. Thinking back over the day's events reminded me of what happened this morning. The second I walked into her room, my eyes landed on a little glass dove I've made. She set it right at eye level on the shelf near the door.
あんなガラクタなんかを大事そうにして。
It was the first figurine I had ever made. At the time, I sorely underestimated just how hard it would be to mold a dove. And frankly, considering how badly I failed, I should have thrown the damn thing out, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead, I ended up essentially dumping my trash on her. Oh, I went it too fast. On someone else and calling it a gift. Ooh. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware of my intentions, she used it to decorate her room. What a joke. I picked up my half-finished project. My skills had improved a good deal since my first attempt, so I wanted to believe. But these skills were worthless without anyone to show them off to, someone who could fall in love with my work. When I thought about it that way, maybe that dove was actually a masterpiece. Oh, I can't remember exactly how old I was when I got my first glass sculptures, but I remember that pair of birds painfully well. As I recall, my father had brought them home as a souvenir from a distant country. He must have known how much I loved sparkly things.
すごく綺麗だ。
Sure enough, I fell in love with them straight away. They were vibrant, colorful, and about the size of my fist, handcrafted Venetian glass maestro, or so he told me. Even as a child, I could tell that they were more than just mere toys. They were special. And so my father explained to me.
この鳥は赤霊といってつがいの鳥なんだ。
つがい？
雌雄がいつも一緒の鳥。つまり夫婦ということさ。この国の昔の名前では確か神様がこの鳥の動作を見て夫婦の道を知ったという神話に由来しているそうだ。この鳥はいつも一緒なんだ。だから片方だけではなく両方大事にしてあげなさい。
大事にする。
そしてお前の前に大事な人が現れた時、そのつがいの鳥の片方を渡しなさい。そうすればもう二人は離れ離れになることはない。
Aw, that's actually very sweet. As he spoke, he patted me on the head. Looking back, that was the last fatherly thing he ever did for me. And so I treasured both of those birds just as my father told me. I put them on a tall shelf in the living room where I could admire them and no one else was allowed to touch them. But one day, I accidentally dropped one of the birds. Ah, it's so cute! Yeah, young Cinderella. But the poor broken glass is here. Actually that's so dangerous though. Remember kids, never pick up glass. It's dangerous like this. Never pick it with your bare hands. Always get an adult. It could have been avoided if only I had been more careful. For some reason I wanted to hold them, so I had brought a chair over to the shelf so I could get up there. Unsurprisingly, I lost my balance, and desperate not to fall, I clung to the shelf, and in doing so, I inadvertently knocked one of the birds to the floor. In an instant, it shattered into tiny pieces all over the carpet. Naturally, I panicked. I was terrified of getting in trouble with my parents. I didn't want them to be angry or sad or disappointed, and so I swept up all the little fragments. Did I cut myself on the glass? If I did, I didn't notice. I was too flustered to care. And once I swept out all the pieces, I dumped them into a trash bag and hid it in a drawer. Of course, it quickly became obvious that one of the birds was missing. No surprise there. Anyone would notice it when their valuable glass art suddenly vanished. So, when they asked me what had happened to it, I tearfully confessed to breaking it.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
In the end, they never did yell at me. And then the broken fragments were disposed of. Alone, I looked up at the one remaining wagtail. He wailed a mournful song. After all, his other half was gone forever. And it was all my fault. Now he would never see his beloved wife again, because I had destroyed her. And those shards of glass pierced me to the core. Alright, here we go! Got my sleeves rolled up, got my tools, now I'm ready to get started.
何やってんだ?
Oh, hi Cinderella. Why, I'm fixing the door, of course. There I was, standing on the chair, hammering the metal fixture into place. One of our customers told me how to fix it. We should be good to go. I turned back to look at him. It was nice being taller than him for a change.
なら、わざわざ自分でやらずに、その客に頼めばよかったんじゃねえの?
Hi Rally! Bye Rally! Thanks for stretch and hydrate. Ask a customer to help me? No way! That's ridiculous!
業者に頼んだ方が早かっただろう.
Maybe if I had no other option left. I mean, think about it. Turns out I can do it myself for free! No cost to you! I appealed to his inner frugality. Oh god. Obviously, not everyone can do these things themselves, but still, it's always worth a try.
ただより高いものはねえって言うけどな。失敗したらどうすんだ? それはそうと。
He suddenly looked down. Yes? His expression seemed conflicted, hesitant. Just as I was wondering what was on his mind.
パンツ見えてるけど。
What? Reflexively, I pressed my skirt firmly against my thighs. Why did you say so sooner? Why didn't you just tell me?
いや、面白いなーって。
He looks strangely pensive. It's not funny, you're such a jerk, I hate you.
あんたも人並みの羞恥心はあるんだな。
His lips curled into a smirk. What a bully. You got it all wrong. These aren't panties, they're shorts! Yes, that's it!
な布地が薄いズボンなんてあるか。
Okay, maybe shorts isn't the right term. It's one of those, you know. I could picture it, but I couldn't think of the word for it.
あれじゃわからん。
What do you call them? They're cut like panties, but you still wear panties under them. Think! You know, the shorts you wear when you're doing exercise. Volleyball shorts? Spandex, that's it!
恥ずかしがるなよ。だいたい、あんたは初日に上も下も見せてんだから、今さらパンツの一つや二つくらい。
Don't bring that up right now.
今だから言うんだよ。
You think this is funny?
笑うだろう。いつも涼しい顔してるやつが顔を真っ赤にして取り乱してりゃな。てっきりわざと見せてんのかと思った。
I would never disrespect myself like that. I was really embarrassed by that, FYI. I just didn't want to bring it up again, and besides, just turn around. At my insistence, he mercifully turned away.
はいはい。そんな恥ずかしけりゃ降りればいいだろう。
Oh, right. Whoops. This is quickly shaping up to be a string of careless mistakes. Whoa! The instant I shifted my weight, my world suddenly flipped upside down.
アリス。
I opened my eyes to find myself sitting on top of Cinderella. Oh god, Cinderella, are you okay? Are you hurt?
まあな。
Okay. Thank God. Thank goodness. I heaved a sigh of relief, then remembered what was in my hand. A hammer! Good thing I didn't hit you with this! It's practically a blunt weapon!
鈍器のようなものっつうか、鈍器そのものだろう。で、勤務先の店長をムカついたから殺したってか。
I hear that it's fairly common, actually.
笑えない冗談だ。
Nope! Look, are you sure you're okay? You're not just putting up a tough front, are you? Thanks to Cinderella's noble sacrifice, I was totally fine. He, on the other hand, got slammed flat to the ground. Surely they had to hurt at least a little.
人をガキ扱いすんな。大丈夫だよ、このくらい。
You were protecting me. The least I can do is worry.
かばったんじゃなくて、あんたが俺の上に落ちてきたんだよ。
What would it feel like to have 100+ pounds of weight suddenly dropped on you? I paused to imagine it. Yikes!
で、あんたはいつまで俺に覆いかぶさってるつもりだ？
Huh? It was then that I realized I was on top of him in a rather suggestive position. Sorry about that! But the moment I tried to get up, a sharp pain shot through my ankle and I collapsed back on top of him.
どうした？
Oh, no, it's nothing. I tried to ignore the pain, but then Cinderella took me by the arm.
足をひねったのか？
Yeah. No sense in lying about it after all.
しょうがないやつだな、あんたは。
The shelf was covered with dozens of glass crafts. Plants, flowers, jewelry boxes, and multicolored poppin pipes, all made of glass, all sparkling in the light. Whoa. Oh my gosh, that was so pretty! Ow! It was my first time in Cinderella's room, and my excitement was at an all-time high. Until my ankle pain put a damper on it, that is.
人の部屋ではしゃぐからだ。ほら、ここでしばらくおとなしくしてろ。
He helped me walk to the bed. Aw, for a moment there I was starting to feel like a princess.
誰がお姫様だ。ほら、足出せ。
He held out his hand. Okay. And after a moment's hesitation, I placed my foot in his palm.
痛むか。
Oh, but we finally get to see the outfit, the cafe outfit though. Honestly, this is actually very cute. Dang. I like the design for it. It's so... Wow. So it's basically a Japanese dress. And then the western apron over it. It's very nice. He gently brushed my ankle with his fingertips. A little.
腫れてはいないな。変な風にひねっただけか。バランスを崩したヒロインがヒーローに助けてもらう。それで、その後に手当てをする。お約束なイベントだな。
I know, right? Like a prince and princess. I looked away shyly.
寒。
Apparently Cinderella didn't find it as cute as I did. You jerk, I hate you.
パンツ見られた時よりも。
He shot me a sadistic smirk. Well, yeah, that's right, I hate you even more now.
開き直りやがった。
As I pouted, he ruffled my hair. Huh?
ま、これくらいなら湿布でも貼っておけば大丈夫だろ。
With that, he walked out of the room, only to return a few minutes later with an ice pack. Then he sat down, picked up my foot, and gently pressed it to my ankle. Thank you. The chill felt nice against my skin. I was expecting him to hand the ice pack off to me so I could handle it myself, but he didn't.
あんた、足が小さいんだな。
I do? He ran his fingers along the sole of my foot. It tickled, and I twisted slightly.
ああ、あんたの足ならどんな靴でも似合いそうだ。
That's the first time anyone said that to me.
俺もそんなこと人に初めて言ったからな。
Well, thank you. An awkward silence descended between us. These glass crafts are all really pretty. I'm impressed. You made all of these? I glanced around the room, hoping to distract myself from my embarrassment.
ああ、まあな。
They're beautiful. I really like the rose and the butterfly. How do you make them?
ガラスの棒をバーナーで溶かしながらピンセットで形を整えていくんだよ。ま、地味な作業だ。
Do you think I could learn to do it too?
簡単なもんならな。やりたいのか？
Yes, please.
物好きなやつだな。
That's hardly the worst thing you called me, so... what's your next project?
秘密だ。
Come on, that just makes me more curious.
だったら、完成したら真っ先に見せてやるよ。できるかどうかわかんねえけどな。
You mean it? You promise?
あ、 なんだよ。
I was just thinking. You're a big softie, huh? I bet you brought me to your room because you knew I wanted to see all your glass crafts. Yay!
ま、あれだけ露骨にアピールされ
Not
れ
me
ばな。
mispronouncing. God dang it. Glass crafts. And not only are you a softie, but you're actually really dedicated to your work. And you're such a gentleman. I looked over at the door. On the first glance, it appears to be completely closed, but in fact, it had been left ajar. And I had a feeling he had done it on purpose so I wouldn't feel trapped.
ああ、別に閉めたっていいんだぜ。
But you're not going to, because you know your brothers will tease us if they find us alone in here together. I purposely decided not to offer the real reason.
わかってるじゃねえか。
Yep, you're a sweet and loving older brother. After seeing the way he interacted with Snow White and Gretel during work, I could tell that he cared for them a lot. Plus, you always put in a lot of effort at work, and you do all these nice things for me. This was everything I had learned about Cinderella over the course of my stay here. I'm sorry to be such a burden. I closed my eyes in shame.
なんだよ突然。ずいぶんと塩らしいじゃねえか。怪我でも痛むのか？
No, that's not it. The more kindly he treated me, the more guilty I felt lying to him. I know I can be a bit pushy.
少しだいぶの間違いだろ。
And I'm sort of a smartass.
自分のことよくわかってんじゃねえか。
Do these things bother you? Slowly I looked up to find him staring intently back. My heart skipped a beat. I took a deep breath. Whoa! Would you change your personality for someone else? Oh my god. Honestly though, I feel like personality isn't something you can easily change in the first place. And even if you do say that you would change your personality for someone else, it will slowly unravel. Like, it's like telling someone that you'll never do this again, but you end up doing it again. I don't know, man. I don't think you can actually ever change a personality like truly for someone else's sake. If you change it for yourself, and that's a completely different thing, but to change it for someone else, it's almost like just no. So no, I don't know. If it bothers you, I hope you can learn to accept it. How will he react to this?
なんだそりゃ。
He snickered. I can't change the way I am. Yeah, exactly. At this, Cinderella smiled softly.
ま、あんたのそういうところは割と嫌いじゃない。別に迷惑だとか思ってねえよ。あんたがうちに来てからいろいろ賑やかになって楽しいと思ってる。どうした？
Oh, it's nothing. You're not your usual self today, are you?
ああ、そうかもしれないな。俺も頭打ったのかもな。あんたをかばったせいで。でも、俺らしくないって。じゃあどんな反応すりゃ俺らしいんだよ。あんたは俺のことをもっともらしく語るけど、勝手に想像してるだけだろ。
Well, I hesitated. He had a point after all. I needed to find out if my assessment of him was actually accurate. It's only been 2 weeks since we first met, so that's probably a lot I still don't know about you.
まあな。あんたは俺のことを全くもって理解していない。でも、時間をかければ相手のことがわかるのか。
It's generally accepted that the longer you're around someone, the more your understanding of them will deepen.
俺はそうは思わない。結局、同じだ。どんなに長く一緒にいたってわからないものはわからない。相手が何を考えてるのかなんて心でも覗けない限りな。言葉なんて確証があるわけでも保証があるわけでもない。取り繕うことなんて簡単だ。だから相手のことを分かってるっていうのは本当に相手のことを分かっているんじゃない。ただ分かったふりをしているだけだ。
Wow.
そしてそれは俺も同じだ。
Are you trying to say you don't know me?
本質的にはな。
Well, do you want to? Or does the mystery make it more fun? Do you prefer to fill in the gaps yourself?
さあな。
He lowered his gaze to the floor. Cinderella, when the clock strikes 12, the spell will be broken and everything will be as it was before. That's what makes me get so pushy, because I know I'm running out of time.
そうだな。楽しい時なんてあっという間だ。魔法はいつか解ける。
He got to his feet, walked to the dresser, and pulled out a manila folder. Is that? I swallowed, my eyes wide.
見合い写真だよ。
I see. I tried to act casual, but my voice was shaking.
俺は 見ず知らずのお嬢様と結婚するんだとさ。
What's she like?
見てない。興味がないからな。
That wasn't what I was expecting. But you're going to marry her anyway?
そうだ。
Don't you at least want to know who she is?
別に。
What if she's totally gorgeous?
そしたらラッキーじゃねえか。
Yeah, I guess. Oh, but what if she's a total snake?
別にどうも。どのみち写真なんかじゃ、そいつの人となりなんかわかるわけないだろ。
You'll never know. Maybe you'll take one look at the photo and get a premonition.
あんたは俺に結婚してほしいのか？
Oh my god! Should you encourage Cinderella to go through with the arranged marriage? I mean, in the first place, the arranged marriage partner is Eureka! It's herself! But the thing is that at the end of the day, it's true, it is his choice too, but oh god. You know what? Let's save. Let me save one more at the bottom here. Should you encourage? I mean, Eureka wants to end up together with Cinderella at this point, so I think yes would be like the correct answer. But I am kind of interested to see what happens if you choose something else. Honestly, you would put it's his choice. You know, let's see a bad ending. Let's see what happens if we go if it's his choice. I mean, it's your choice. Because the thing is that at this point in time, you can kind of tell that Cinderella already likes Eureka as well. But he did kind of like feel out the situation with Eureka, so. In my response, he grabbed the blowtorch off his workbench and began to fidget with it. The next instant, what are you doing? Cinderella had set the entire folder aflame. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I leapt up to stop him. Sprained ankle be damned.
俺には必要ないからな。
What do you mean?
さあな。俺にもよくわからない。
There, in the firelight, Cinderella looked as every bit as sad and lonely as he did in that paparazzi photo. Hey Alice, your door's fixed now.
遅い。まったく君は本当にノロマだな。ウサギとカメの。
I know, I'm sorry. As soon as he opened the door, I cut him off and walked straight inside. Good night, see you tomorrow. He took one look at me and left my room without another word. As soon as I shut the door behind me, my emotions overwhelmed me in a tidal wave and I collapsed on the spot. My heart was pounding out of control. Does he know? That manila folder looked an awful lot like the one I received. Of course, I never saw the contents, so I couldn't be sure. But what was he thinking, burning it like that? What do I do? The answer was, of course, was nothing. It was on my hands now. All this time, I've been under a magic spell. A spell casted upon me to conceal my true identity so I might approach my beloved prince. But I knew going in that this spell would not last forever. And on the 12th stroke, the spell will be broken. Bad ending? This should be a bad ending. Next morning, I got up and started my routine, same as always.
Hi-san?
Ah! The sudden voice made me nearly jump out of my skin. I spun around to find... Kaguya! What are you doing here?
She...
He pressed a finger to my lips. Why are you here, Kaguya, if they find you? He smiled softly.
Hi-san, 時間切れや。うちに帰ろう。
What?
おかみさんの言いつけや。今すぐに帰ってこいってな。
I can't just leave. It's too sudden. My whisper escalated to a shout as I grabbed his arm. Just a few short days ago, he told me my parents had instructed him to observe the situation first. How could I be out of time already?
僕もびっくりしてんけどな。シンデレラさんとの縁談やけど、昨日の夜に連絡があって、向こうから断ってきたらしい。
What? My heart thumped in my chest.
せやから、もうこんなことせえへんでもええんやで。
But I looked at Kaguya for a long moment, then hung my head. It was taking everything I had not to burst into tears right then and there. I can't just leave in the middle of everything. I haven't even told them the truth about me.
ぶっちゃけてどうなる？実は私はシンデレラさんの婚約者でした。今まで嘘をついてあなたを観察してました。はい、めでたしめでたしってなると思う？
I shook my head. No, it wouldn't be that simple.
せやろ？真実を打ち明けるっちゅうんは嘘をついてたからや。嘘をついて、騙して、自分は相手に許されたいと、ほんまに思ってるん？
No, they won't.
ごめんな。僕も君をいじめたいわけはないんやけど。
I could tell he was starting to feel bad, so I took a breath and donned a smile. It's not your fault, Kaguya. This is the path I chose, and I have to live with that.
ほんまはこないなことさせたくないんやけど、このままここにいても、何の得にもならへんばかりか。むしろ。
It will only make things worse between our two families, wouldn't it? I'm never gonna see him again, am I?
その方がみんなにとって一番幸せかもしれんな。
Fine. I'll come home.
ごめんな。何も力になれんくて。
It's okay.
外で待っとるから用意しとき。
He gently stroked my hair. I guess that's everything. In my room, I had stuffed all my belongings back into my suitcase. Clothes, toothbrush, towel, the exact same contents I put into it when I first left home. What should I do with this? I picked up the glass figurine sitting on the shelf. Had I made the wrong choice in coming here? Would things have worked out differently if I'd just been honest with him from the start? Huh? What's the cat doing here?
やあ、ヒロインちゃん。珍しくへこんでるね。
Mr. Wizard? What are you doing here?
さあ、どうしてだろう。不思議だね。でもまあほら、僕は魔法使いだし、魔法を使ったのかも。
Did you need something?
君に助言をしようと思ってきたのさ。
I'm listening.
かわいそうなヒロインちゃん。君は道を間違えた。ハッピーエンドを迎えたいのなら、もう一度最初からやり直すほかない。しおりを挟んでいるなら、そこからでもいい。きっと君はどこかで選択肢を誤ったんだ。
Oh my god. They know! Either restart the game or go back to your last save file. It's crazy.
君はハッピーエンドを目指さなければならない。
What are you talking about? What happy ending?
知らない？童話にはつきもののめでたしめでたしってやつだよ。
I mean, I get that, but...
君は物語のヒロインだ。お姫様は王子様と結ばれる運命にある。でも、運命は自分で掴み取るものだ。だからこそ、君は運命に身を流されるのではなく、必然を選び続けなければいけない。
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
いつか理解できるさ。いつか、その時が来ればね。では、ヒロインちゃん、数分後か数時間後か、はたまたもっともっと遠い遠い日、また君に会えるのを楽しみにしてるよ。
Yep, I died there. And that's why I saved! Should you encourage? Yes, because it's me! Or in this case, Eureka! It's Eureka!
なぜ？
Yes, I do! I can't tell you.
そうか。
At my response, he grabbed the blowtorch off his workbench and began to fidget with it. The next instant, what are you doing? Cinderella set the entire folder of him. Oh my, it's the same? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I leapt up to stop him and spring ankle
俺には
began.
必要ないからな。
What do you mean?
さあな。俺にもよくわからない。
Then the firelight, Cinderella looked as a bit sad as Mona Lisa did the paparazzi photo. Oh, this is the same as earlier though.
遅い。まったく君は本当にノロマだな。ウサギとカメの。
This is the same as earlier though. Okay, what do I do? On my hands, all the time with magic spell. Oh! Okay, this is different now.
誰だ
Oh, this is different now. Who's there?
ただいま、父さん。
Oh,
おお、シンデレラか。珍しいじゃないか。お前がここに帰ってくるだなんて。
hmm?
ああ、まあな。ちょっと、父さんに話したいことがあって来たんだ。
話したいこと？それはこの間の見合い話のことか？
ああ、そうだ。
どうだ、いい子だろう。あれは昔の知り合いの娘でね。私が会ったのはもう随分と昔のことだが、家柄といい、あんないい縁談なんてめったにない。お前も早く身を固めて。
そのことだけど、やっぱり断ろうと思ってさ。
気に入らなかったか？まあ実際に会って話をすれば気が変わるものさ。とりあえず話はこちらで滞りなく進めている。
Oh.
相手方も乗り気でな。お前のことを褒めていたよ。あとは実際に。
そうじゃなくて、気に入ったとか気に入らないとか、そんなのはどうでもいいんだ。ただやっぱりその気になれないんだ。ただ見合いをするだけならいい。だけど結婚するのは嫌だ。俺だってまだ若いんだ。いろいろやりたいことだってやれることだってある。だからさ、今無理して結婚しなくてもいいだろ。
シンデレラ、お前は何を甘えたことを言ってるんだ。お前にその気はなくとも、お前はあの娘と結婚するしかないんだ。
え、よ？
ああ、分かってるよ父さん。だけど俺は。
大丈夫だ、シンデレラ。お前は何も心配することはない。お前が彼女と結婚してくれれば全てうまくいく。
The building is so run down though, so there's something's not right there. Ever since that fateful night, my relationship with Cinderella changed slightly.
そうだ、そのまま先が丸くなるまでゆっくりと回転させるんだ。
Glass making! Like this? I slowly rotated the glass rod under the blowtorch.
ああ、いいぞ。気をつけろよ。熱くないか？
Don't worry, I won't. Change number 1. After work each day, Cinderella would tutor me in glass crafts. Today I was practicing a technique called glass blowing.
よし、じゃあ次はこれにガラスを巻きつけて。
He was a good teacher, but the hands-on nature of the work meant he spent each lesson very, very close to me. I acted like it was no big deal. Oh my god.
ごたくはいいから集中しろ。
Wow, I
失敗するぞ。
oh, huh? It's oh god. I think I pressed the space bar way too much. It skipped. Very close to me. I acted like it was no big deal, but truth to be told, it was distracting. This is tricky. My hands were sweaty, and it's not just from the heat of the flames. You're not wrong, but that's what makes it worthwhile. It feels like you can never make the same thing twice, like stepping into a river. Alright, pipe down, Pocahontas. You gotta focus or you screw up. Wow. I took a deep breath and willed myself to focus on the glass. Once I gathered the glass onto the blowing iron, it was time for the next stage of the process. As I blew into the blowing iron, the glass began to swell up like a big bubble. My nerves had me trembling, but Cinderella guided me carefully.
そうだ。いいぞ。その調子だ。で、膨らんだら、またバーナーで炙りながら、くるくると回す。
Back under the flame and start turning. Cinderella took these lessons very seriously. It was patently obvious how much he loved the glass crafts. I could hear it in his voice and see it in his eyes. Done! I now had a little ball of glass at the end of my iron. Not half bad, me.
触るなよ。やけどするぞ。
Next we do the ash glaze and then we let it cool, right?
そうだ。ほら、早くしないと割れるぞ。
Uh-oh, we don't want that. I cut the glass ball from the tip of the glowing iron with my shears, then placed it in the bucket of ash. Phew! Now we just wait, huh?
あんた器用だな。もうここまで作れるようになったか。
How was the shape? Was it lumpy or anything?
見える見える。
Maybe I got a knack for it or something. Not to toot my own horn, but during our last lesson, I made the cutest little glass kitten. And now here I was with yet another success under my belt.
器用すぎて面白みがない。教える甲斐もない。ついでに可愛げもない。
You're just jealous because I'm naturally gifted. How sad! I pretended to wipe off a tear.
自分で完璧すぎてとか言うな。
He bonked me on the head and I giggled. Honestly, I'm only doing this well because I've got you for a teacher. You're extremely patient and thorough.
まあな。あとは俺がやっておくから、あんたは部屋に戻って寝ろ。
He averted his gaze and started to put the tools away. I guess it is getting late. I looked up at the clock to find it was nearly midnight.
ああ、今日はいつもより時間がかかっちまったな。
I really appreciate you taking the time to do this with me, especially since I know you must be exhausted after working a full day. Following his lead, I helped him tidy up the workbench.
俺は別にいいけど、あんたの方が大変だろう。
No. I feel like we had this conversation before, but I don't really get tired when I'm doing what I enjoy.
うん。
I mean it! I looked up at him and our eyes met.
なあ、明日一緒に買い物に行くか。
Shopping? Sure! I can carry your bags for you or whatever you need. When are we going? After work?
いや、明日は店を休む。
I blinked in surprise. This is sudden. Are you sure?
よくよく考えりゃ、今までずっと働き詰めだったろ。なんでかって言ったら、うちには定休日がなかったんだ。
True. You're right. Gosh, I didn't even think about that. I've been so distracted with work and everything else, I've totally overlooked it. Somehow the four of us had entirely forgotten the concept of time off.
いくらなんでも定休日くらいは作るべきだろう。うちはブラックじゃねえんだ。
But if we do that, we'll be missing out on the profits. Besides, it's not like anyone's complained about it.
なんで従業員のあんたがブラック推奨なんだよ。
You're the one who told me to pull myself up by my bootstraps and make the cafe a nationwide success.
あれはあの時のノリだ。別に利益とかこだわってねえよ。人件費も大したことねえしな。
Benefits of a family-run business, eh?
だから、たまには休んでもいいんじゃねえの。あんたは働きすぎだ。
You think so? I tilted my head in commentation. Truth to be told, I barely even felt fatigued. Cinderella shot me a withering stare.
あのな。
What is it?
俺があんたと一緒に出かけたいんだよ。というわけで、明日は休みだ休み。これはオーナー命令だ。いいな。わかったか？
Got it. I flinched at the point sternly in my face.
よし。ああ、そうだ。あんたにこれやるよ。
Oh? He grabbed the shopping bag, pulled something out, and put it on my head. Is this a hat?
そうだ。うん。似合うじゃねえか。やっぱ俺の見立ては間違ってないみたいだな。
He nodded, evidently pleased with himself.
なんだよ。嬉しくないのかよ。
Oh no, I love it. I was just thinking, see, you only gave me that lovely brooch yesterday. You see, the glass crafting lessons weren't the only big change as of late. This right here, this was the other recent development.
迷惑なら捨てろよ。
No, I do want it. I really, really appreciate it.
なら、素直に喜んでおけばいいだろう。こういう時はな、素直に喜ぶ方が可愛いんだよ。
Oh, thank you. Holding the brim of my cap, I bowed politely.
よし。
Change number 2. Cinderella has started to shower me with gifts.
This
was the first thing out of Snow White's mouth when I went to consult the boys for advice. It really looks like Wei, doesn't it?
女に入れ上げて、そのまま泥沼になって破産しそう。
Whose fault would that be, though?
貢いだ男がバカ。だけど、貢がせた女もいい女じゃない。
I folded my arms and pondered this. How was I meant to handle it?
迷惑なら迷惑とはっきり言った方が相手のためですよ。
But that would hurt its ego. Besides, who doesn't like free stuff?
なら素直に受け取ったらいいじゃないですか。あの人、買い物が趣味ですし。
金遣いが荒いけどね。
そうですね。運転もできないのに高級外車を買ったり。
特に好きでもないのに宝石を集めたり。
本人は宝石よりも安価なガラス製品が好きなくせに。
Oh, you know about that?
当たり前です。これでも兄弟ですよ。
As it turned out, the two of them did actually care for their older brother.
今は小物を渡してるみたいだけど、そのうちどんどんランクがアップしていくんじゃない。
高級バッグに宝石、車に、果ては家まで。
Oh gosh, I don't him the girl that far. Frankly, none of these gifts were really things I needed. Houses and cars? Evidently more so. I just wish I could do something for him in return.
てっきり何かあったのかと思いましたけど。
I don't know. I mean, I've been trying. The two brothers exchanged a glance, then shrugged in unison.
ま、あなたと兄さんの間に何があって、突然兄さんがあなたに貢ぎ出したのかはわかるようでわかりませんけど、僕たちがただ働きして得た利益であなたへ貢いでいるのだとしたら、それはシンデレラ兄さんからというより、僕たち兄弟からと言った方が正しいですよね。
Bro. Do you want me to make it up to you?
どうやって？
After a pause, I wiggled my fingers. With a
遠慮
massage!
します。
Oh no, I pressed it too much again. God dang it. Can I go back here? I can! Heck yeah! Everyone says I'm really good though! As I spoke, I donned my brand new cap. In the mirror, I could see one very giddy girl beaming back at me. How's it look?
似合いますよ。
アリス、笑って。
Okay! At his request, I flashed him my pearly whites.
ま、いいんじゃない？
Really? It's not all stiff and awkward looking? I pushed up the corners of my lips with my fingers.
緊張してるんだ。
Of course I am. It's been 3 whole weeks since the last time I went into town with Cinderella. The thought makes me so giddy, but at the same time I'm so anxious.
ああ、はいはいはいはい。
Gretel interrupted me with a look of abject annoyance on his face. Just then a thought occurred to me, and I decided to change the subject. What about you guys? Are you going anywhere today? After all, this was a rare day off for the 4 of us. Frankly, the 2 of them ought to get out of the house for a change. Maybe go on a date with a cute girl.
アリスさん、ここにアリスさんを呼んできましょうか。
Apparently I struck a nerve. No, please, anything but that. I'm sorry. I immediately fell to my hands and knees in submission. I could already picture what Alice might say.
リア充気取りの上から目線発言をどうもありがとう。やっぱり君の体の半分は嫌味でできているようだ。
My god.
お礼に君の浮かれた気分が少しでも沈むように、カップルの別れ話まとめでも読み聞かせてやろう。ありがたく平服して聞きたまえよ。
Yeah, I'll pass. I looked up to find Gretel finding his most threatening smile. We should be back later tonight. Oh, and I don't have much to offer in the way of lunch, since I didn't know what anyone's plans were. My own voice wavered hesitantly.
別に大丈夫ですよ。勝手にいただきます。
Oh, and I left Ellis a note telling him I wouldn't be home.
わかりました。気にかけておきます。
Thanks. I better get going now. Right as I got to my feet,
アリス、リボンが曲がってるよ。
Snow White helpfully indicated my ribbon. It is! You're right! Upon inspection, sure enough, the ribbon on my sleeve was completely crooked. As I contemplated what to do about it, Snow White walked over and quietly reached for my ribbon. Apparently he wanted to help me fix it. Unfortunately, this didn't go so well. As soon as he untied the ribbon, he froze in place like a deer in headlights. What's wrong, Snow White?
できない。
Oh, right. I've forgotten just how little he was generally capable of. Well, that's okay, I can just do it myself. But this fell on deaf ears. Snow White was off in his own little world. Him versus the ribbon. As I gazed at his handsome face up close, I thought back to that fateful night just a few weeks ago. If he hadn't called me out that night, I wouldn't even be here right now. Back then, I'd been worried that I wouldn't get along with him or Gretel, but these days, it felt like we were all good friends.
おい、何やってんだ?
Whoa! All of a sudden, Cinderella's voice snapped me out of my reverie.
やけに遅いと思ったら、何勝手にこいつのこと借りてんだよ。
Cinderella pulled me over to him and casually put his arm around my shoulder.
彼女はあなたのものじゃない。
こいつは俺と約束してるんだよ。
It's not their fault, Cinderella. I wanted to talk to them. I attempted to mollify his bad mood.
あんたもあんただ。年頃の女が男を自分の部屋に招き入れるな。
I flinched as he glared and shouted at me.
自分はズケズケと入ってきたくせに。
俺はいいんだよ。で、用は終わったのか?
Yes, sir. I saluted him with my free hand.
だったら行くぞ。
Right. Cinderella started to turn but stopped himself.
ちょっと待った。リボンがほどけてるぞ。じっとしてろ。
In a blink, he retied my sleeve ribbon.
ほら、できたぞ。
Thank you. He's so good with his hands. Well, see you boys later. I waved to Gretel and Snow White as the two of us left the room. And so there I was on my long-awaited date with Cinderella. Our first stop was a certain well-known-looking glass clothing boutique. Oh no.
じゃあ、これとこれと、これもいいな。
Cinderella?
ほら、これ、着てみろよ。
After loading me up with a mountain of clothes, he ushered me to the fitting room. Well, okay. Once I finished changing, I stepped out to find Cinderella and the shop clerk both smiling at me. How's it look?
まあ、とてもお似合いです。お連れ様はとても可愛らしいので、何でもお似合いになりますが、お客様の見立てがいいのか、際立ってお似合いになります。
The clerk deftly turned her compliment of me into a compliment of Cinderella. Crafty.
まあな。じゃあ次はこれだ。
With that, he handed me even more clothes. Again? How many outfits did that make this? We barely started the date and I already was feeling like Cinderella's personal dress-up doll. 30 minutes later. After trying on my 10th outfit? Dude, it's so many. What the heck? I was looking for the right moment to ask Cinderella if we could call it a day.
どれもまあまあ良かったな。よし、これ全部くれ。
What? I could scarcely believe my ears.
はい、ありがとうございます。
I hurried back into the fitting room and changed back into the clothes I was originally
こ
wearing.
うなってくると、あとはアクセサリーが必要だよな。
お客様、それでしたら当店の
Cinderella! Before the clerk could launch her into her sales pitch, I cut in at the speed of light.
どうしたって着替えたのかよ。新しい服のままいりゃいいのに。気に入らなかったのか？確かここのブランドって女が好きだよな。
Yes, I know that. Although the Looking Glass world was merely a backwoods tourist town, we still had our fair share of cute boutiques. Personally, while I like to stay up to date on the latest styles and accessories, I didn't feel the need to own absolutely everything. And even if I did want them, I would never throw my money around like that. There's actually something I want even more. I figured it would hurt his feelings to reject this gesture outright, so instead I went with a different tactic.
なんだ、それなら早く言えよ。何が欲しいんだ？買ってやるよ。
Well, I kinda wanted to be a surprise, and the shopping bags would just get in the way, so let's not buy these clothes after all.
別に送ればいいだろう。
当店では配送も受けたまわっております。
After a pause, I leveled Cinderella with a hard stare. We only have so much time, Cinderella, and I don't want to waste a second of it.
それもそうか。
He seemed reasonably convinced.
悪いな。全部キャンセルだ。
Sorry about this, maybe next time. After successfully getting Cinderella out of the store, I led him through the shopping district.
ね？何が欲しいんだよ。
It's a secret. Now, where are we headed next? I forcefully changed the subject, hoping against hope he would just forget about it altogether.
あんたの行きたいところでどうぞ。
Oh, I don't care where we go. I always have a good time when I'm with you.
南極でもか。
Glaciers and penguins? Sounds like a blast.
俺はこれ以上寒いのはごめんだ。
Then let's walk around for a bit and take in the warm sunshine.
結局それか。
Feels like we're on a date, doesn't it?
デートだろう。
I knew this, of course, but hearing him say it flat out made me all giddy and bashful. Not going to deny it this time? I smirked.
あの時とは気が変わったからな。
So this is our first date, eh?
2回目じゃないのかよ。
You denied the first time, so that one doesn't count. It was just rehearsal. But this is the real deal, my first date ever.
初めてって、今までデートしたことなかったのかよ。
I've hung out with male friends, sure, but this is the first time he's ever been explicitly romantic.
それって、相手はデートだと思ってたパターンだろ。ひってえ女。
No, those weren't dates. For something to count as a date, you'll have to be in an official relationship with, or at least romantically interested in, the other person.
初めてということは、あのチャラ男とも何の関係もないってことだよな。
Creep? Before I got asked who he was referring to, it hit me. Oh, you mean Kaguya? No, nothing.
好きだったんだろ。
Apparently, Cinderella was still operating under some sort of misunderstanding, and although that was understandable, considering I haven't explained how Kaguya and I knew each other. Oh, no. You got the wrong idea. I like Kaguya as a person, but I'm not interested in him like that. We're just friends, yeah.
含みのある言い方だな。
You must be imagining things.
じゃあ、俺のことは？
If you're asking whether I like you as a person, I should think that much is obvious.
それは知ってる。そうじゃなくて。
Cinderella glanced at me and then sighed.
まあいい。
The next thing I knew... Whoa! He took my hand in his.
この方がデートらしいだろ。嫌なら振り払え。
Oh, I don't mind. I stared at the ground shyly. Ta-da! I made us a picnic lunch. As soon as we got to the lake, I sat down on the bench and pulled out all the food I made.
結局休んでねえじゃねえか。
Sure I do. I'm not working right now, am I?
昼飯なんて、その辺の店で食べればよかっただろ
But this is a date, and picnics are a classic date fodder.
う。まあな。それに、あんたの作る飯は、その辺の店よりうまいしな。
Woohoo!
それはわかる。
Are you ready for your treat?
人を犬ころみたいに言うな。
I'm just messing with you. Okay, let's start with the quintessential say trope. I stabbed a piece of chicken with my fork and headed it into his mouth.
ね 絶対に嫌だ。
Why not? Is say not the pinnacle of a home-cooked meal experience?
断る。
Don't be shy, no one's around. You have nothing to be embarrassed about. Go on, say I made another attempt. Aw, it really hurts my feelings when you glare at me like that.
嘘つけ。
I'm not lying. Believe it or not, my heart is actually rather fragile. Oh, I know. How about you feed me instead? Pleased with my clever idea, I put the fork down in front of him.
根本的な解決になってねえし。
I closed my eyes, opened my mouth, and waited for Cinderella to feed me. I waited and waited, but nothing happened. I slowly opened my eyes to find Cinderella's faces inches from mine. And then the next instant, whoa! He grabbed my shoulders and pushed me down right there and then. Wow, Cinderella? Positioned on top of me, Cinderella looked angry somehow.
あんたさ、そうやって人を挑発するような態度、いい加減やめろよ。俺は理性が利くけど、男がみんな俺みたいなやつとは限らない。こうして男に押し倒されて、あんたどうにかできるのか？
I wasn't trying to push your buttons or
天
anything.
然ならなおたちが悪い。
Maybe I'm a temptress by nature.
大ありだ。魔性の女。
I couldn't stop myself from laughing.
笑い事じゃない。
I fell silent at his admonishment. The air between us was so tense I could scarcely feel the sunshine. I don't let my guard down around just anyone, you know.
そうか。なあ、アリス。あんたは
Suddenly Cinderella fell silent. Is something wrong?
いや、なんでもない。
He got to his feet and helped me up. Thank you.
俺は紳士だからな。それでほら、早くしろ。
Huh?
食べさせてくれるんだろ。俺の気が変わらないうちに早くしろよ。
With that, he closed his eyes and opened his mouth. Alright, okay. I hastily brought the fork full of chicken, dang, that's so much chicken, back to his mouth. Say, ow. His lips closed around the fork and as pulled away, he chewed and swallowed. How is it?
まあまあだな。
Now then, what to feed you next?
次もやるのかよ。
Oh, I'm very serious. I'm gonna feed you a bite of everything, and you're gonna tell me if it tastes good. I shot him a playful wink. Classic me.
あんたな。
Say, ah.
あ。
Next, I offered him a forkful of omelette. Grimacing, he reluctantly opened his mouth once more. Classic Cinderella. In the end, the two of us were just being ourselves. And once we've eaten our fill, it was time to continue our date. That evening. Ooh. Looks like our date is finally coming to an
まあ
end.
な。
Time really flies. Living together meant we'd never really have to say goodbye, and yet part of me didn't want the day to end. Hey Cinderella, can we go over there?
はいはい。
Tugging on his arm, I led him to the heart of the shopping district. Oh, they changed the display. That's unfortunate. I peered through the window of the building on the corner. Last time we were here, it was decked out in glass figurines. This time, however, they had a red curtain hanging above a variety of desserts and champagne flutes. Looks like it's themed around a party of some kind. I guess it's that time of the year.
こういうのは定期的に変わるからな。あんたと出会ってから短いなりに時が経ったって証拠だろ。
He gazed steadily at the window display as he spoke. Yeah. Oh well, it's always nice to see something new for a change.
そうだな。
In the reflection of the glass, I could see his expression. So warm and gentle, I couldn't help but stare.
なんだよ、人の顔見て。
Cinderella fidgeted shyly under my gaze. You really come to life when you're around glass crafts, you know.
好きだからな。つうか、これってガラス細工ってよりウィンドウアートだろ。
He turned back to the window display. But it's still using glass, right? Those are glass, aren't they? I pointed at the champagne flutes. Each one was decorated with a snowflake pattern.
ああ、 これはサンドブラストの技法が使われてるな。
What's sandblasting?
金属やガラスを研磨する方法だよ。厚手のガラスに貼られた保護マスクを順番に剥がしていって、そこに砂を吹きつけて削るんだ。
Ooh.
割と最近になってからの技術だな。
Ooh.
ちなみに相当技術がいるし、専用の機械も必要だし、あんたには無理だぞ。
Dang. You beat me to the punch.
まあな。俺もだいぶあんたの扱いに慣れてきた。
Gah. He grinned and ruffled my hair.
それで結局あんたの欲しいものは何だったんだよ。
Whatever might you be talking about? My messy hair swayed as I tilted my head in an exaggerated show of contemplation.
とぼけんな。俺がなんか買おうとするたび理由つけて断ってたろ。
Hahaha. Busted.
迷惑か。迷惑だったらはっきり言ってくれ。あんたを喜ばすためにやってるのに困らせてるってんなら本末転倒だからな。
Is that why you started showering me with gifts all of a sudden? To make me happy?
ああ、そうだ。
Honestly, nothing could have made me happier than hearing him say that out loud. I feel so warm and fuzzy inside.
なあ、あんたは何をしたら喜んでくれる？
I am happy. Really, I had a great time today. Even just the things you said to me.
嘘だろ。あんたは隠してるつもりかもしれねえけどな。俺にはお見通しなんだよ。あんたは秘密を抱えてる。その秘密があんたを心から喜ばせないことも分かってる。
In the reflection of the window, I could see the smile fall from my face.
そして秘密を知ったとき、この茶番が終わりだっていうこともな。
He grimaced and averted his eyes. Cinderella. My heart ached. I knew it. He's onto me. But he's not going to call me out on it, which means he wants to keep this going just as badly as I do. I balled my hands into fists. What is it you're worried about right now? Me? You? Your past? Our future? Are you scared? Are you looking for someone to confide in? Do you need someone to be there for you? Listen, Cinderella. You want to make me happy. Well, right back at you. I want to make you happy. No, I want to fix you.
救う？ご大層な話だな。
Actually, screw doesn't really mean fix though, actually. So in this case, I think it's like save you. Like, save? He gave a self-deprecating laugh. Wow. That's right, I'm a superhero.
俺の何を救うって言うんだ。
I smiled and softly and shook my head. I don't know, but I do know this. You want something and you want it so bad you can taste it. It was something I wanted right from the very moment I laid eyes on that photo of him. Why was it that he made fun activities seem so dull? Well, after all the time I spent with him, I was starting to understand. He didn't hate having fun, nor was he bored by it. But he was missing something, and that something kept him from ever truly enjoying himself. Whatever it is, it's something money can't buy. Anyone may possess it, but not just anyone.
謎かけかよ。
Yep, and once you solve it, you'll finally be happy.
幸せ？
Yep, you get your happily ever after. Personally, I have faith that this fairy tale has a happy ending. I looked over and met his gaze. His eyes were shining faintly. Let's go home. It's getting late. I wouldn't want to make your brothers worry. I extended a hand to him.
Ah.
He took my hand in his. No matter what happens, I won't let go. Oh, I know. Would you mind if we picked up some stuff for dinner on our way home? I spoke in a cheerful tone, purposely deflating the tension of the moment.
別にいいけど、何作る気だ？
Good question. What do you feel like having?
別に何でも。
I smirked mischievously. Anything? You sure? Even if it has lots of peas, which I know you hate? At this, Cinderella flinched.
なんで知ってる？
Who do you think does the cooking around here? I've seen you pick all the peas out of your food.
俺の好きなものは？
Easy. Meat. I answered without hesitation, and a realization slowly dawned on Cinderella.
じゃあ、ローストビーフが食べたい。
In that case, I'll make you the best roast beef you've ever had.
あんたは 本当に俺のことをよく見てるんだな。
I'm also highly perceptive. Comes part and parcel with being smart.
自分で言うな。
He bopped me on the head. But our antics quickly came to an end when a group of men in suits turned up.
いやー、実に楽しそうですね。
あんたは
Hey yo. Cinderella took one look at the group of men and froze.
やあやあ、シンデレラ君。お久しぶりだね。半年ぶりかな？おや、珍しい。今日は買い物しなかったんですか？
Do you know them? I didn't know what this was about, but I could tell it wasn't good.
行くぞ。
He didn't answer my question. Instead, he grabbed me by the hand and started to lead me away.
釣れないな。もうちょっとお話ししましょうよ。
The leader of the group seized Cinderella by the arm.
どけよ。
With a low growl, he wrenched himself free from the other man's grip.
すみませんね。こちらとしてもそう簡単にどくわけにはいかないんですよ。
The man sneered. In a blink, the rest of the group had us surrounded.
そちらの可愛らしいお姉さんも突然怖がらせてすみません。あなたはシンデレラさんの新しい彼女さんかな？はじめまして、私はこういうものです。
With this, it handed me a small rectangular box. Is this a matchbox?
君ほどの容姿ならたんまりお客さんが取れる。お金に困ったのならぜひうちのお店においで。
Before I could get a proper look at the matchbox, Cinderella snatched it out of my hands.
おっと、乱暴ですね。あなたに渡したわけじゃないんですよ。
うちの従業員に気安く声かけてんじゃねえよ。
従業員？ああ、これは失礼しました。親密そうだったので、てっきりお二人は深い間柄なのかと。いやいや、でも従業員ならなおさら。
相変わらず、あんたの目は節穴だな。
Yo?
だからそんな職にしかつけねえんだよ、バーカ。
Cinderella snorted dismissively.
てめえ今なんつった？
And one of the lackeys took the bait.
聞こえなかったのか？なら、何度でも言ってやるよ。
What does the matchbox
あ
have to
んた
do?
みたいな程度の低いクズ野郎と話してるとヘドが出るってんだよ。
てめえには言われたかねえんだよ、俺以下のクズ野郎が。
Cinderella! Things were looking rather precarious, and I clung to Cinderella's jacket. I know he was only doing it to divert the attention away from me, but that didn't make it any less scary. At this, he squeezed my hand, and what I could only assume was meant as a reassuring gesture.
俺に用があるんだろ。用があるんなら聞いてやるよ。あっちの方でたっぷりとな。
そんな怖い顔しなくてもいいじゃないですか。まあいいです。私が顔を出した時点であなたには何の用だか見当ついたことでしょうし。というわけで私たちはこれにて失礼いたします。おい、帰るぞてめえら。
At the leader's command, the lackeys obediently stepped out of our path.
ではシンデレラさん、また会える日を楽しみにしています。そちらの可愛いお姉さんもまた会えたらいいですね。
With a grin, the man shot us a light-hearted wave as he turned and led his crew down the street. So, I waited until they were gone before I spoke.
悪いな。せっかくのデートだってのに気分悪くさせてさ。
He turned away from me. No, it wasn't your fault.
帰るか。
Cinderella, dinner's ready. I made roast beef just like you wanted. No response. As soon as we got home, Cinderella shut himself up in his room. No matter how many times I called out for him, he refused to respond. Either he was asleep or he wanted me to leave him alone. Meanwhile, I couldn't have stopped thinking about what happened on our way home. I was pretty sure. No, I knew it had been the reason Cinderella was hiding in his room. Who were those men in suits, and what business did they have with Cinderella? A tidal wave of questions washed over me, pulling me under. I returned to the kitchen to find Gretel and Snow White waiting for me.
シンデレラ兄さんは
Asleep, I think. Maybe our date really wore him out. As I spoke, I took a seat in what had become my usual chair.
へえ、それは良いご身分だことです。で、デートは楽しかったですか？
Yep, it was great!
それは良かった。ちなみに、のろけ話は結構ですので。
Aw, come on! I slapped my shoulders and I exaggerated a show of disappointment. Really, I was just trying to act like my usual goofy self so I wouldn't worry at them. Unfortunately, it was enough to pull one over in Snow White. Normally, he kept his gaze strictly averted, but here he was, staring me down. What's the matter, Snow White? At my question, he lowered his gaze back to his book.
いや、最近の君たちは浮き沈みが激しいなと思っただけ。
The next morning, as I was gathering the laundry, Cinderella sleepily trudged out of his room. Good morning, Cinderella.
ああ、おはよ
It's nice and sunny out today. Perfect weather to dry some laundry. I lifted the laundry basket in my arms. What's wrong? Cinderella glanced at me awkwardly, so I tilted my head in confusion.
う。昨日は悪かったな。結局、夕飯も食べないまま寝ちまってさ。
I had a feeling that was the case. Don't worry about it. I made sure to save you some. You can have it now if you like. A shy wink and his tense expression noticeably softened.
ああ、よろしく。
He smiled slightly. Oh, but first I really like to get the laundry taken care of. Could you fetch me your bed linens and your clothes from yesterday?
わかった。ちょっと待ってろ。
With that, Cinderella disappeared back into his room.
ほらよ。持てるか？
No problem. Holding the basket against my hip, I took his laundry under my free arm.
なんか手伝うことあるか？
Let's see. Oh, I know. Could you help me get breakfast ready? Today we're having... What? How do you read that? Bagna Kauda? What exactly is this? Now I'm curious. Wait, give me a second. I want to look this up. Okay. Thank God for an iPad. Bagna Kauda? What is this? A hot dish made with garlic, anchovies, red wine, and extra virgin olive oil. Ooh. But it says it's a flavorsome Italian dipping sauce for vegetables and bread that's served warm and classic from the Piedmont region. Interesting. So it's basically anchovy garlic dipping. It looks a bit like a fondue for some kind. So I guess you just get vegetables and everything and you just dip into it and eat it. Huh. I got it all ready, so if you could just heat it up and serve it, maybe add a garnish, would be great.
わかった。期待するなよ。
At my request, he nodded without hesitation, saying that it's just gonna make me expect the opposite, you know? Thanks for handling it, though. Wow. Worked like a charm. Once Cinderella had gone downstairs, I dug into his jacket pocket. Sure enough, I found what I was looking for. Found you! I pulled my hand out of his pocket and stared down at the matchbox in my palm. I knew it was wrong of me to lie to him and invade his privacy, but I had bigger things to be worrying about. After all, I knew Cinderella would never come clean about this on his own. Maybe he would hate me for doing this, but if I didn't dig out the truth with my own two hands, we would never reach the happy ending. That's gotta be a clue. Oh, it was an ordinary matchbox in every regard, save for the prince word printed on the front. Match Girl Financial. Bingo! So there I was, standing outside a fancy office building in a quiet residential district. This is the place, right? Swallowing hard, I checked the address printed on the matchbox for the umpteenth time. Yep, this is the place. I entered the building, located the Match Girl Financial office seat, and rang the doorbell. No response. Is anyone here? This time I tried knocking on the door. Hello? Is anyone there? Can I please come in? And just then... I flinched at the loud noise.
逃げられた？回収できませんじゃねえよ。 回収してくるんだよ。
Whoa!
ほら、分かったらさっさと行ってこい。殺されてえのか。はい。
Inside, I could hear someone shouting at someone else. As alarm bells ringing in my head, the door suddenly flew open.
邪魔だ。どけ。
Whoa! The man slammed right into me, knocking me to the floor. But before I could get to my feet, however, I noticed someone else standing by the door. It's you! Sure enough, it was the leader of the group from yesterday.
誰だてめえは。あーっと、これは昨日のお姉さん。ようこそマッチ売りファイナンスへ。
As soon as the man in the black three-piece suit, let's just call him Mr. Suit, recognized me, his tone shifted from threatening to wheedling. Hello there. I waved up at him from the floor.
いやー、まさか本当に再びお目にかかれるとは思いもしませんでしたよ。しかも私からではなく、あなたから私どもの元へ訪ねてくるだなんて。
He offered me his hand, but I nodded and got to my feet without his help.
シンデレラさんはどうしたんですか？今日は一緒じゃないんですね。
I came here alone. There's something I'd like to ask you about.
お聞きしたいこと。さて、何のことでしょう。あ、もしかしてお金を借りに？それとも稼ぎに？私としてはどちらでも大歓迎ですよ。
His smile didn't waver. Clearly, he saw me as a harmless little girl. Neither, actually. I'm here to ask you about Cinderella. I kept my tone firm.
彼のことは彼に直接聞いたらいいじゃないですか。私もこう見えて結構忙しいんですよ。お姉さんの遊びには構っていられないんです。第一。
Out of nowhere, Mr. Suit narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice.
あんたみたいな小娘がこんなところに一人で来るとか、ただで帰れると思ってんのか。
What? He slammed me against the wall, blocking my escape. But I laughed in his face. You underestimate me, don't you? His eyebrows twitched. Perhaps you're dumber than I took you for. Do you honestly believe I will come here without knowing exactly who you are and what this is? You think I'll just waltz in here without any kind of backup plan? On my way here, I stopped by the police station to let them know my whereabouts. I said to them, I'm about to break up with my abusive boyfriend and I don't know what he might do to me. So if I'm not back in 30 minutes, could you send someone to check on me? They were really understanding actually. So you can do with me what you will, but don't think for a minute you won't get what's coming to you. At the end of my little speech, I smirked. A moment of silence passed and then Mr. Suit sneered back in kind.
お姉さんは随分と小賢しいようだ。いいでしょう。あなたのその度胸に免じてお話に付き合って差し上げます。さあ、ここでは何ですから事務所に上がってください。汚いところでお姉さんにはご不便をおかけしますが。
I'll choose where we have this conversation, thank you. I shut down his suggestion without a second thought. Clearly, he still took me for a fool. You really are dumber than I thought, aren't you? Do I look like I'm joking around here? Keep wasting my time and that 30 minutes will fly by, I promise you. Oh, actually, I forgot to factor in the time it took to walk here from the station, which means you've got about 20 minutes left. And if I don't contact them by the time those 20 minutes are up, I imagine they'll search this place top to bottom. All things considered, I get the feeling that would be pretty inconvenient for you, don't you think? Wouldn't want them to inadvertently finding anything you were hoping to hide. And if you retaliate against me, things will only get worse.
そんなもんてめえをここで殺しちまえばいいだけのことだ。あんま調子に乗るなよ、お姉さん。
It was obvious that my bold stance was rattling him. Kill me? I failed to suppress a laugh.
何がおかしい？
I was just thinking, I'd love to see you try. It wasn't my best comeback, but that didn't really matter. It was all part of my strategy. After a moment of angry silence, Mr. Suit straightened his lapels.
まあいいでしょう。あなたが指定する場所とやらに行きましょうか。
And so I clinched a narrow victory. So, what you're saying is Cinderella borrowed money from your consumer credit agency?
はい、そうです、そうです。
I chose to have this conversation at a busy cafe on the main road. Naturally, my hope was that this conspicuous location would prevent him from trying anything funny with me. Conspicuous. I can't pronounce things. Dang it. I sipped my iced tea as Mr. Suit explained his relationship to Cinderella. How much does he owe you?
そうですね。ざっと1億2000万円になります。
1億2000万. It's not even 1 million. It's about 12. 1億 is 1 million, but 2000 is like 2000. Man is another 100, so 120 million. Right, I figured.
あれ驚かないんですね。
He raised his eyebrows at me, but I got the sense he anticipated this. You know, it's strange. I didn't think I'd be this calm about it. Maybe a part of me was expecting it. A group of men in suits, Cinderella's reaction, match girl financing. All told, surely I was bound to come to this conclusion.
お姉さんはだいぶ肝が据わっている方のようですね。
What's your interest rate anyway?
10日で1割。いわゆるトイチってやつですね。
I think you mean pretty standard for loan sharks.
とんでもない。うちは随分と良心的な方ですよ。もっとひどいところなんて、トゴだなんてのもありますから。
Be that as it may, 1000% APR is still rather exorbitant. Do you know what the average bank charges?
だとしたらなんだって言うんですか。だいたいうち銀行じゃありませんし。
It's criminal, is my point. Like, not just technically illegal, extremely illegal.
そうかもしれませんね。でもなぜ違法がなくならないか知ってます？利用する人たちがいなくならないからですよ。私のところに来るお客さんは基本的にクズばかりです。ギャンブルに陥った者、惚れた女や男に貢いでる者、夢に破れ失敗した者、犯罪行為に手を染めた者。そんなクズどもに普通のところはお金を貸してくれないんですよ。だからこそ私たちみたいなのはそんなクズを相手に商売をやってるんです。クズには私たちが必要で、私たちにはクズが必要。ああ、なんてウィンウィンな関係なんでしょう。
Are you sure that's a win-win? That doesn't sound like win-win. It's crazy.
そしてあなたが慕うシンデレラさんもクズのお仲間なんですよ、お姉さん。いえね、シンデレラさんの家も昔は本当にお金持ちだったんですよ。ほら、ハイかぶり製紙って言ったらここらじゃそこそこ有名でしょ。お父様が一代で築き上げられた会社は軌道に乗り、美しい奥様と可愛らしいお子さんに囲まれた順風満帆な生活。でも幸せは長く続かなかった。一見儲かっているように見えるハイかぶり製紙ですが、内情はガタガタ。金融ショックの煽りを受け、株価は暴落。一気に多額の負債の出来上がりって感じです。その後も借金返済のために株式だけでなく先物取引や店舗経営なんてものにも手を出していたみたいですけど、どれもうまくいかなかったみたいですね。で、借金は膨らみ続けて今じゃ倒産寸前。
So that's why he turned to you? I waited until he had finished his long-winded speech before asking.
その通り。そりゃあそれだけの借金があるところになかなか融資はしてくれないですよね。
Is the debt entirely in Cinderella's name then?
いいえ、正確に言えばお父様の借金です。ですがお父様の連帯保証人に シンデレラさんがなっていましてね。
He co-signed the papers.
もし今後お父様が飛んだりするようであれば、それらすべての借金はシンデレラさんが背負うことになるってことです。でもね、シンデレラさんも悪いんですよ。ほら、シンデレラさんってば元がお金持ちでしょ。だから金銭感覚が普通じゃなくてですね、見えっ張りなんでしょうね。華やかな暮らしぶりを維持したくて買い物三昧。やめようと思ってもやめられないんでしょうね。
I see. I lowered my gaze to the table and stirred my iced tea with my straw. Is he making regular payments at least? I get the sense most loan sharks would come calling every week, but haven't seen you try.
うちは少々変わった契約の仕方をしていましてね。12ヶ月、まるっと1年間はそういった返済を強要しないようにしてるんですよ。まあ、そういったメリットもあるわけですから、利息は問一になるわけなんですけどね。
When is the payment deadline then?
12日後です。
And what happens if he misses the deadline?
もちろん身ぐるみ剥がされて、その後は強制労働についてもらうか、それとも臓器の一つや二つでも売ってもらうか、はたまたその両方か。まあ、いろいろ選択肢はありますよね。もちろんうちは地獄の果てまで回収しますよ。
Right. Well, thank you for telling me. My hand fell still.
お姉さんほんと落ち着いてますね。裏切られたとか思わないんですか？
What do you mean?
だってあなたとシンデレラさんは親同士が決めた婚約者なんでしょ？お姉さんのことについても調べがついています。なかなかいいところのお嬢さんみたいですね。ご家族揃って漁師さんでしたっけ？いやー、実に華々しい家系じゃないですか。あなたのお父様とシンデレラさんのお父様は遠い昔に海外で知り合って以来仲良しだったそうですね。その後紆余曲折あって2人は離れ、十数年の時が経った今再び出会った。久々の旧友との再会に話も弾み、お父様方は意気投合。そしてあなたたちの結婚話が持ち上がった。これであなたとシンデレラさんが幼い頃に出会っていたらまさに運命ってな感じの物語だったんですけどね。あなたたちは騙されてたんですよ、シンデレラさん親子に。あなたと結婚すればあなたのお父様から援助を受けられる。それがダメでもあなたやあなたのお父様を保証人にできる。そして本人たちはとんずらって魂胆です。
Okay, so this is when they plan to go on land basically means that they're planning to skip town. Was this all your idea?
いいえ、他ならぬシンデレラさん親子の提案です。
I see. I must say, I appreciate you telling me all this additional information I never asked for.
つまらないな。お姉さんの絶望した表情を見られると思ったのに。あなたはシンデレラさんのことが好きだったんじゃないんですか？
Yes, I am.
だったら
I just don't see it as some huge betrayal, that's all. At this, Mr. Suit's smile vanished. Thank you for entertaining my requests. I think I've asked everything I needed too, so I'll be heading home now. I got up from the table and grabbed the check.
ああ、ここの代金は私が払いますよ。経費で落とすんで。
No, I don't think so. I'm the one who dragged you here after all. And besides, I don't want to owe you a cent. I sneered at him as I spoke.
そうですか。では、気丈なお姉さん、またお会いできるのを楽しみにしてます。
From there, I quickly strode all the way back to our cafe. The sign on the door read closed. This came as no surprise, of course. After all, my conversation with Mr. Suit had lasted well past sunset, and now the sky was dark. Instead of going straight inside, I decided to walk around to the back entrance. That was terrifying. All at once, the tension drained from my body and I collapsed to the ground. My heart was still thumping like crazy. I wish my pulse was racing for a more enjoyable reason. Cinderella. Now I knew the truth. His family was up to their ears in debt, and he only wanted me for my money. It should have come as a shocking revelation, and yet somehow I stayed calm. Maybe it was because I was already so tense, so maybe I subconsciously sensed the darkness Cinderella was hiding. All this time, I had kept lying and lying, afraid that he would hate me, that I'd lose everything. I lived my life dreading the moment the spell would be broken, and everything would come to an end. I was desperate to keep dreaming at any cost. But now it was time to face reality. It was time for the clock to strike 12 at last. Hi, Mom!
ああ、おかえり。遅かったな。
When I walked in, Cinderella was the very first person to greet me. Sorry about that. I took a little detour on the way home. I donned a smile. You see? Cinderella didn't know I had gone out to meet Mr. Suit. I simply asked him to give me the afternoon off work.
ま、たまには息抜きも必要だろ。
But we only just had a break.
いいんだよ。前にも言った通り、あんたは働きすぎなんだ。ちょっとくらい休んだって、誰も文句なんて言いやしねえよ。
For some reason, Cinderella was totally fine with giving me the time off. In fact, it was downright encouraging. Thank you. I'll go get dinner started. I stared at the floor. The second I let my guard down, I had a feeling I was going to burst into tears.
それだけどさ。
Huh? When I arrived at the kitchen, the table was laden with food Cinderella had prepared. Whoa! This is incredible! I can't believe it!
と言っても、ただのオムライスだけどな。
Omurice! As he spoke, he pulled out my chair for me. Gosh, I feel like a princess! Lucky for you, I love omelets. I sat down and promptly picked up my fork.
ならよかったよ。まあ、グレーテルのやつには、子供っぽいだとか、こんな誰でも作れるものを作ってどうするんだとか言われたけどな。
No way, omelets are tricky, especially the part where you flip it over. Personally, I think this omelet is picture perfect. You're a very capable guy, you know that?
そうか?
Sure do.
形は整えられてても、味はどうかわからねえだろう。ほら、冷めないうちに食べろ。
Right you are. I scooped out a forkful and put it in my mouth. It's so good!
本当か?
I'm dead serious. I shot him a thumbs up. Gretel was a fool to dismiss Cinderella's cooking as child's play. It is divine!
そっか。よかった。まあ、あんたが作る料理には負けるけどな。
He smiled sheepishly. Don't be silly. If all your cooking is as good as this, I could eat it forever.
こんなんでいいなら、また作ってやるよ。
Whenever I want?
たまにはだ。俺の気が向いたらな。じゃなきゃ、あんたが作る料理が食べられなくなるだろ。
Well, if I hadn't won your heart, at least I won your stomach. I took another bite of my omelet.
ああ、そうだよ。いつの間にか、あんたの術中にはまったってわけだ。
After a few more bites, I fell still.
どうした?
He peered at me curiously. Nothing. I just really like this moment we're having. I sat down at the half-eaten omelette. Here I am, eating dinner with my favorite person in the world. What more could I possibly ask for? I'd give anything to make this moment last forever.
アリス。
I set my fork down and sat up straight. Then, after a deep breath, I summoned all my courage. Cinderella, do you have some free time later? I need to talk to you about something. Now this is serious. We're talking serious things here. It's cold out here. I exhaled into my hands and rubbed them together.
まあな。ほら、手貸せ。
He reached out in my direction. Yay! I happily did as requested as he pulled my hand into his pocket. All according to plan. Standing side by side, arm to arm, I peered up at him.
わざとか。
Nope. Cinderella stared at me for a moment, then sighed and averted his gaze.
こういうこと他の男にもするのか？
Do what? You mean stealth flirt with them?
ああ、そうだよ。
He sounded kind of frustrated. It was adorable. As I told you before, no, I don't treat everyone with the same level of formality. Wow. You're special, Cinderella. I'm only messing with you because I like you.
あんたのそのテレンテクダはどこで培われたのか不思議でならねえ。
Sorry to say, you're looking at pure natural born talent right here.
あんたモテるだろ。
Sure, I've been known to break a heart or two. He furrowed his brows at me. What? Do you want me to deny it? You jealous?
ああ、そうだよ。嫉妬だ、嫉妬。
Ha! You admit it, at full volume no less. Cinderella, you truly are pure delight.
あんたは嫉妬とかしなそうだよな。前に俺が告白されたって言った時も平気な顔してたし、そういうマイナスな感情とは縁遠い存在な気がする。
Of course I do. If you went off with some other girl, it would tear me up inside. I'd probably even cry about it.
本当かよ。
But I wouldn't want to get away with your happiness.
それって2番手でも構わないってことか。
Second place, last place, whatever you decide. You can hate my guts for all I care.
嫌われてもいいだなんて聞いたことがないぞ。
You're right. Deep down, I really don't want you to hate me.
なんなんだよ。
Long story short, I've decided to do whatever it takes so the one I love can be happy, even if they resent me for it. And even if it means the fun and games have to end.
たとえ自分が傷ついたとしても。
Even then, I'll do anything.
大した自己犠牲精神だな。
Cinderella looked like he was ready to burst out laughing. Maybe so. Or maybe I'm just doing it so I can feel good about myself. I'm a bad person like that.
そうだな。可愛い女の子になるには、あんたは少し頭が回りすぎた。
His words, his expression, his tone, it was all threatening to bring my little act crashing down.
話ってなんだ？わざわざこんなところにまで来て普通の話っていうわけじゃないだろ。
I pulled my hand out of his pocket and took a step back. This was my big moment to get everything off my chest. What will you confess to Cinderella? Confess my love, confess the truth. Honestly, let me save it here. One more time. Double saves are always good. Honestly, at this point, because you know about Cinderella's whole situation with the money thing, the right answer honestly should be to confess the truth. I'm pretty sure if you first confess my love here at this point, it's gonna be horrible. With no context and everything. This is definitely a bad end. I can tell. Let's confess the truth. Let's go confess the truth.
愛の告白ってわけじゃなさそうだけど。
Nope. He laughed weakly. No, I mean, I could, but you just shoot me down, right?
アリス。
Man, this place is dead, huh? I glanced around at the streets. Just a few hours ago, the shopping district was buzzing with life, but now it was deserted.
そりゃ、この時間ならな。
But we don't need the stores to be open to do a little window shopping, see? He didn't reply, so I kept going. Look, Cinderella. You're empty inside. You're scared. You're insecure. You're searching for something. Something that will fill that gaping hole in your heart. So you fall back on retail therapy, hoping you'll fill the void. It's fun. It makes you forget how scared and lonely you are. And lately you've been giving me a lot of surprise gifts too. That's your guilt talking, isn't it? You know you have a shopping addiction, and you know it isn't healthy. So instead you give someone else the things you buy. Also, you can pretend you were doing it for them instead of yourself. You wanted to make me your scapegoat. My chest ached. I knew this would hurt him, but I didn't have a choice. I had to tell him the truth. The truth is, I found this. I took the matchbox out of my pocket and held it up for him to see.
あの時か。
He didn't seem too surprised to hear it. And I'm sorry, but I did a little digging. At this, the color drained from his face.
調べたって。あいつに会ったのか。
Yes, I met up with him.
あいつがどんなに危ないやつか知ってんのかよ。
Relax, nothing bad happened, okay? So, there's no need to panic.
何人事みたいに落ち着いてんだよ。もしも何かされたらどうするんだ。
Oh, I wasn't worried. I was completely in control.
あんたのそういう妙に冷静なところ、いつか足をすくわれるぞ。
His voice shook with rage and I averted my gaze. I'm sorry. Then I took his hand in mine and summoned all my courage. Cinderella, do you remember that time you said we were strangers? You are right. We didn't know anything about each other. No, we purposely pretended not to know. But maybe it's time to drop the charade.
この物語が終わったとしても。
Yeah. Cinderella, my name isn't actually Alice. It's...
それがあんたの名前だろ。
I looked up to find his icy blue eyes staring back, glistening with grief.
最初から気づいてたよ。あんたが俺の見合い相手だってな。あの夜、あんたが目の前に現れて、俺に偽の名前を名乗った。あんたが俺に正体を明かさないのは、俺にとっても都合が良かった。
So he knew.
あんたもそうだが、俺もあんたがどういうやつなのかはわからなかったからな。
So that's why you so generously allowed me to stay with you, and why you suddenly started to care about the cafe.
ああ、そうだ。あんたは俺を観察してたつもりだろうが、俺もあんたを観察してたんだよ。
We really are a match, aren't we? I gave a self-deprecating laugh, but he merely shook his head.
そんなんじゃない。全然違う。俺はあんたを利用しようとしてたんだよ。分かってんだろ。俺はあんたを本当に好きだったわけじゃない。あんたの裏にあるあんたの家の金が目当てだったんだ。
That's fine.
そうですかって。
He fell silent, taken aback by my curt response. I smiled softly, hoping to ease the tension even just a fraction. Like I said, as long as the one I love is happy, I don't care what happens to me. Can I ask what made you decide to do it? You know, just for reference. Oh my god! Pedro, 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 da 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 da. Pedro, 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 Pedro. See the DVD. Wow, wow.
エミアキナレイディドユアチャンネル with 15ビエワーズ
Thank you so much for the raid, Emi Akina! Hi, hi, hi! For those that don't know me, hi, hi, my name is Shiki! I have amnesia, so I don't fully remember who I am. But for starters, I do draw, though I'm not currently drawing, I'm playing! And speaking of playing, I'm playing Taisho Alice, which also very ironically, the girl also has amnesia, so woohoo! I have amnesia too? Oh my god, we all have amnesia! Hashtag team amnesia. Wait, never mind. Cancel the hashtag. A different kind of amnesia will pop up instead. But anyway, how was your stream? What were you playing? Let me see. Okay, Mofun Sensei says that you were reading in from Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh my god, Monster Hunter. Yeah, we won't remember it exactly. How's Monster Hunter though? I knew that the new Monster Hunter game came out recently, but I've not actually seen the gameplay for it as much. I usually read visual novels too. Heck yeah! Visual novels are so good. Speaking of visual novels though, have you seen this one before? Taisho Alice? Because I very recommend it. Honestly though, I have played it once already. I played it on the Vita in Japanese, so playing it in English is a new experience and all, you know? And besides, it's been a while, so good. It's good, not what I typically play though. Understandable. In the past, I've only played visual novels, so I've never really played lots of other games, but ever since I started streaming, I've played a good variety of games now. Not too bad. Heard of it, never playing it. I'm mostly a horror visual novel streamer. Ooh, that is interesting. Okay. Guys, honestly though, I guess I can give something like a slight spoiler. The way how Taisho Alice is played out is that if you play the one from Steam, they split off the game like 2 characters for one game, and all the games are actually connected to each other in some sick twist of fate. And the true ending is basically what's happening as a whole. And honestly, it's pretty dark. It's quite sick in the mind and dark. All I can say is the plot twist is very good. But yeah, if you ever have the chance to try it out, you know, go crazy. And also, there are quite a few funny moments, very fun to look at. Also, moments where I did not expect them to say certain dialogue, like, how dare you, beep! So yeah. Also, I understand, I'm not too sure about your time zones or whatnot, but regardless, I'm pretty sure you're tired, so if you do need to go off, I totally understand. Thank you so much for reading in again. Go get your food, water, sleep, bath, whichever you need. Thank you for reading over again. Whoop. Okay, what's this? Oh, there was a long pause and then...
白雪もグレーテルもまだいなかった頃のことだ。
Yes, before your brothers were born, yes.
俺の家、父さんの事業が失敗して、
Oh, it's before they were born.
借金が
Wow,
すごい
okay.
ことになってて、そのせいで借金取りに追われるようになって。
Of course, I hope you have a fun time if your stream got a run while I'll be lurking. Heck yeah! Thank you so much!
で、その借金を返すためにまた借金をして、もう戻れないところまで来ちまった。
Do your brothers know about this?
いや、あいつらは何も知らない。あいつらが生まれた時にはとっくに崩壊してたからな。
Ouch! When you're the older sibling and you have to know everything. So that's why you're looking after them, isn't it?
ああ、そうだ。あいつらに居場所なんてどこにもない。だからあの店が必要だったんだ。でも正直もう限界だったんだ。母さんは父さんと離婚すると決めたみたいだし、借金の期限ももうすぐだ。
Oh god, okay.
もうすぐ何もかもが終わる。そんな時、あんたとの見合い話が持ち上がった。あんたはいいとこのお嬢さんだし、結婚すればあんたの父親から援助が受けられるかもしれない。
So basically they wanted to use her as the new...
それがダメでも、あんたたちを保証人にしてまた借金ができる。そしたらまだ終わらずに済む。まだこの生活を続けられる。いざとなったら逃げればいい。どうせ金目当てで結婚したんだから何の愛着もないだろうって。俺は今まで俺の周りに集まる奴らは全員金目当てだとバカにしたが、俺も結局は金目当てだったんだよ。
Yikes! So you only cared about me because you knew I was rich?
ああ、そうだ。
Well, what about right now? What do you want from me as of this moment? Is it my family's money? Or my forgiveness? Do you want me to be angry with you? Do you want me to cry? Do you want me to resent you for your betrayal? What do you want me to do here?
なんでそんなこと俺に聞くんだよ。俺だってもうよくわかんねえよ。
Because you're the only one who knows the answer to this question. Think about it. Long and hard.
俺が
He stared back at me in wide-eyed shock. So I gazed back quietly.
俺はあんたなんか大嫌いだ。
Wow!
いつも余裕ぶってすかしてて、こっちの考えなんてお見通しだって風で、今だってそうだ。どうせ心の中で俺のことバカにしてるんだろう。どうしようもないクズだって情けないって俺だって思ったよ。突き放すべきだった。俺はあんたをあの家から追い出すべきだったんだ。あんたのことを思うなら、あんたに嫌われたくなかったら。だけど言えなかった。最初はただの好奇心だったんだ。見合いを悩む俺のところにあんたがひょっこりと現れてからかってやろうと思った。別に好きになるつもりもなかった。
Wow.
本当はすぐに追い出す予定だったんだ。でもあんたと一緒に生活してあんたのことを知っていくうちに楽しいと心から思うようになっちまった。なんでそばにいるのが楽しいって、そばにいてほしいって思ったんだ。好かれたいんだ。俺はあんたに愛されたいと願ってる。本当はそばにいてほしいんだ。
Is that really what you want?
ああ、そうだよ。あんたは真実を言えば俺に嫌われると思ったんだろう。だけど逆だ。真実を知ればあんたは俺のことを嫌いになるだろう。だから言えなかったんだ。あんたが自分のことを秘密にすればするほど俺は安心してたんだ。
Yikes.
ああ、まだこんな楽しい日々が送れるってさ。あんたのそばだけどもう終わりだ。
I clicked too early on a serious conversation. God dang it. I wanted you to stick around. Yeah.
分かってたんだ。こんなことはいつまでも続かないって。もう俺には何も残らない。なんであんたは真実を知っても俺に気があるような素振りをするんだよ。俺のことからかってんのか、バカにしてるのか。なんであんたは俺の前からいなくならないんだよ。
I'm not going anywhere, Cinderella. Why? It's because I love you. I ran to his arms and pressed my lips to his. Wow, that's bold. Eureka, dang, you bold, girl. Wow. I don't care if you're rich or poor, you're still my prince. It doesn't matter to me who you are or what you want, I've fallen head over heels for you. Isn't that reason enough? Isn't this proof enough that my feelings are real? I wiped the tears from his eyes. Don't cry, Cinderella. I care for you so much. I will always be here for as long as you want me around. Actually, on second thought, I'll be here whether you want me or not. I'm a pushy girl, remember? No matter where you try to run, you'll never escape me. Oh, Cinderella. He held me tightly and I wrapped my arms around him and kind. I wanted to give him what he wanted, anything to fill the void in his heart. Whoa! Is this finally what I think it is? Once upon a time, there lived a boy with dexterous hands and a fragile heart. He was born to the richest family in town. Anything he wanted, he got. They lived a decadent lifestyle unlike any other, and the boy was happy. But that happiness did not last forever. One day, the boy's beloved father fell into massive debt. And when his father stopped spending money, everyone around them grew cold and distant. They were in trouble, but no one offered to help them. In truth, the townspeople didn't respect the boy's father for who he was. They were only interested in his monies. Whoa. Because of this, he too grew cold and distant, even towards his own wife and son. And once all the money had dried up, the debt collectors came one after another. Pam, pam, pam. Pam, pam, pam. The boy covered his ears to shut out the loud and incessant knocking. In a blink, he had lost his luxurious lifestyle, his happy family, and even his kind-hearted father. And so he learned that happiness was fleeting. Just like that, the boy's pure heart was tainted grey by a tiny drop of darkness. Before he knew it, everyone referred to him as Cinderella, the boy with a heart of ash. After that, Cinderella would spend money without even realizing it. He bought everything he wanted, and even some things he didn't want, just because he could. His heart was filled with fear and loneliness. These emotions dominated him, screaming at him to buy more. 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 And so, he heeded that voice and filled the holes in his heart with anything he could get his hands on. Whenever he went shopping, it helped him forget all the bad times by reminding him of those happy days from his past. He didn't buy things because he really wanted to have them. He bought them simply to have the experience of buying something. And yet, no matter how much money Cinderella spent, he could never obtain the thing he truly desired above all else. Why, you ask? Because he didn't even know what that thing was. Cinderella claimed he was trying to use me, but I knew he was incapable of such a thing. After all, I knew him to be an honest man, and a coward at that. Cinderella, do you remember the riddle I posed to you before? Have you figured out the answer? Do you know what that something is?
わからねえよ。
His voice shook with emotion. Then, I'll stay with you until you figure it out. I'll give you whatever you want, be it my money, my body, my heart, anything and everything.
俺はあんたに何もやれない。
You don't need to. He sniffled and I put on my sweetest smile. Because I love you. The next morning, I went through and organized all the junk Cinderella had purchased. There we go! We'll return everything where possible, and if it can't be returned, then we'll sell it off. That'll get some of your money back. Then from there, we just need to hire a lawyer. Sound good?
うん。俺、二度とバカな買い物はしない。借金も頑張ってコツコツと返す。
That's the spirit. Just try to stay positive.
約束する。だから。
He looked at me like a scolded child. I took his hand in mine. Whoa, did I miss a dialogue? I didn't. Okay, it's a promise. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I won't let go. When we returned to the cafe, we fetched his brothers and told them everything. That I was actually Cinderella's fiancé, and that their family was in a lot of debt. They had a very contrasting reactions, to say the least.
はあ？借金？聞いてないですよ。
俺は借金に関しては知っていたよ。 実際に取り立てを経験したわけじゃないけれど、母様からおおよそは聞いていたからね。
僕はいろいろと知らなかったわけですけど。
君はね、グレーテル。君はそもそも自分の両親に関して興味がないだろう？
Yikes.
ないですね。
だからこそ知らずにいた。知る必要も知らせる必要もないからね。
You don't care about your parents?
そういう人間もいます。僕たちの家庭は少々複雑なんですよ。
His voice was flat and monotone. I got the sense I was better off not prying further. There was a long moment of silence that persisted until Cinderella finally broke it.
呆れないのか？
呆れるって借金のことですか？何を今さら。あなたのやることには慣れてますよ。
悪い。
後悔するくらいなら初めからやらなければいい。まあ、あなたが後悔するのは彼女がいたからかもしれませんが。
Gretel turned his gaze to me. His eyes seemed to say, "Take care of my idiot brother for me, will you?" Silence descended once more as the four of us contemplated what to do. God dang it, me and my mispronouncing mouth. God dang it.
みんな母様のところに来ればいいよ。
Snow White was the first to offer a concrete suggestion.
母様についていけば縁も切れて借金を返す必要もなくなる。
俺はここに残る。今まで片棒を担いでたのは俺だし、それに父さんをこのまま放っておけないしな。
グレーテルはどうする？
僕はどちらにもついていく気はありません。
Hey, yo?
どちらにもってどうするつもりだよ。
僕は一人で生きていきます。
I live on my own.
未成年だろ。
どうにでもなります。父親が借金の泥沼だからといって母親についていこうとも思わない。末っ子である僕にとって彼らは生まれた時からどうでもいい存在なんです。借金あるなしに関わらずね。
ならここに残るか？
いいえ、出ていきます。
Hey, yo? Gretel averted his gaze.
ここに僕の居場所はないですからね。
そうか。
The next day, not wanting to drag out their goodbyes, the boys decided to leave the house early that morning. Cinderella and I saw them off at the door.
シンデレラ兄さん、本当にここに残るんだね。
ああ、俺がいなくなったら父さんは一人になるだろう。どうしようもない父親だけどさ、兄弟のうち誰か一人くらいは残らなきゃかわいそうだろ。お前たちにとっては父さんなんてもともといなかったようなもんだ。気にせず行けよ。どうせお前らもこの国から出るってわけじゃねえんだろ。だったら別にしんみりすることもない。好きな時に会えばいいさ。
そうですね。僕たちは血のつながった兄弟なんですから。
Snow White looked up, a tiny smile playing on his lips.
うん。俺たちの縁は何があってもずっと切れない。シンデレラ兄さん、くれぐれも彼女を悲しませないで。
ああ、わかってるよ。
グレーテル、君なら一人で生きていけるだろうけど、体には気をつけて。
ええ、言われなくとも。
アリス、兄さんをよろしく。
Understood. Take care, Snow White. I hope to see you again soon. Okay, so... So I guess now that the brothers know the situation, Cinderella has decided to stay behind with the cafe because the cafe belongs on the father's side. Snow White decided to go with the mother because the parents have decided to divorce. And Gretel just went, well, you know what? F both of you, I'm going on my own.
また会う日まで。
And with that, Snow White walked out of a cafe. Leave out the cafe.
さてと、それじゃあ僕も行きますか。
Once Snow White was gone, Gretel picked up his suitcase. Are you sure you want to leave? Unlike Snow White, who was going to their mother's house, Gretel had no set destination. I couldn't help but wish that he would change his mind.
ええ、まあ。でも、その前に。
Hmm? He gazed at me for a moment and I tilted my head in confusion. Then out of nowhere, he grabbed me by the hand and pulled me close. What?
アリスさん、あなたは魅力的な女性だ。立場が違えば、僕もあなたに引っかかっていたかもしれない。
He shot me a seductive smile as I clutched my cheek in surprise. Oh, wow. Thank you, Gretel. You're a charming girl yourself. I smiled back at him.
それはどうも。
お前。
Meanwhile, Cinderella was shaking with rage. Naturally, Gretel saw this and decided to rub salt in the wound.
ごちそうさまです。なかなか美味しかったですよ。
グレーテル
では、また会う日まで。
With a gallant wave of his hand, Gretel turned on his heel and strode out the door. Yeah. See you around. I waved goodbye. I'd miss having him around, but I knew he was more than capable of taking care of himself.
あの野郎。油断も隙もあったもんじゃねえ。あんたも俺という男がいながらされるがままにされてんじゃねえよ。
He glared at me, but I shrugged my shoulders. I'm not gonna be rude to my future in-law.
将来って。
Assuming we get married, that is. But of all the possible choices we could make, I'd say it's definitely on the table.
そうだな。
His anger instantly deflated. An awkward silence descended between us, and I fixed my gaze on him. Well, it looks like it's just the two of us, huh?
Oh.
Cinderella looked away. Catch! Without warning, I dashed up and hugged him. Now we can... Wow! Wow! Eureka! Wow. Now we can be all lovey-dovey without anyone bothering us.
Love, love.
We're dating now, remember? I love you and you love me.
まあな。
So now that we're officially an item, there's only one thing left to do. Can you guess what that is?
セックスとか
Oi! This comment hit me like out of nowhere like a ton of bricks. Smack him! Honestly, I just want to smack him. That was so out of the blue though. Smack him! I want to smack him. Yeah! I smacked him on the forehead.
あんた、前に暴力による制裁はどうとか言ってたよな。
That doesn't count as violence, it was a love tap. Back on topic! You should have slapped his nose away? No, right? Hi, Goober. When did you come in? Did you see? But that was not... I was gonna press ignore. I'm just gonna ignore it instead. But honestly though, I saw you. Smack him. Oh, you did... But I would have whooped him. I mean, there wasn't any choice for like a whole full ass whooping. But did you see the reason why she even had there was an option to slap him, like like on the forehead? Did you see the context for that? You didn't see that part? Oh god. Okay, let me show you the logs instead. I'm not gonna replay the words just cause it's so low, but like, okay. So this is the part where the girl is like, yay, now we can be all lovey-dovey without anyone bothering us, you know? We're dating now, right? So I love you, you love me. So now we're officially an item. There's only one thing left to do. Okay, guess what that is? And then he's like... This comment hit me like, oh no, we're like a ton of bricks. Smack! Just smack the dude. Smack!
どうした？あんたが反応しないなんて珍しいな。
I pressed ignore instead, by the way. I'm ignoring you!
おい、なんか喋れよ。
I'm ignoring you!
もしかして、シカトってことか？
Nod. Guess I can't annoy him completely. Fine, you get body gestures and that's it.
俺が悪かった。とりあえず、なんか喋ってください。
I forgive you. I giggled. Back on topic. I stepped away from him and cleared my throat. Alright, Cinderella. Let me ask you again. What's the first thing a new couple does?
抱きしめること？
Bingo! I snapped my fingers.
抱きしめてもいいのか？
Of course, whenever, wherever, preferably as tight as you can. Wow, this Eureka is very bold. I spread my arms out wide, inviting him. He sidled up to me and gently pushed me into his embrace. So happy. I nuzzled my face against his chest like a kitten.
Na.
Eureka? Yes, Cinderella, yes. I look up to find him gazing intently back. My heart skipped a beat. Wow.
このまま
Wow!
キスしてもいいか？
Wow, this is sudden. My voice cracked in my panic.
突然じゃない。ずっと思ってた。
Wow!
俺たち恋人同士なんだよな。ならしてもいいんだよな。
That's strange. All of a sudden he's pushy, aggressive, dominant perhaps? Wow.
さっきグレーテルがあんたにしてただろ。
That was on the cheek though. Oh, I said that was on the cheek! In certain countries that barely qualifies as a greeting.
ここは外国じゃない。
Touche.
ダメか。
Oh, for crying out loud. I'm gonna probably say no when you're begging me so sweetly. Okay. While pulse racing, I closed my eyes. He cut my cheeks and I felt his breath against my skin. At last I was gonna have my first kiss, unless you count the one from earlier that I initiated. In this case, this is my second.
僕がいるぞバカップル。
Ah! Right, Alice. The other Alice. Alice.
悪い。大丈夫か？
Yep. I'm fine. Our romantic moment is ruined, but other than that, it's just peachy. Fantastic.
いつからいたんだよ。
Cinderella turned and pointed at an intruder. Naturally, that intruder was none other than...
いつから？そりゃ君たちがキスするのしないだの気持ち悪い下がった男女関係のやりとりを一部始終見ていたに決まっているだろう。
Alice.
これだから僕はカップルは嫌いなんだ。しかも付き合いたては自分たちの世界に酔っていて正直とてもキモい。
My god. I feel like a lot of people would just relate to Alice at this point. This is why I hate couples. The second they hook up, they go off into their own little fantasy world. Sickening. Alice, the mood breaker.
そういや、まだあんたがいたんだっけな。忘れてた。
It's rare to see you outside your room for a change.
気まぐれだ。僕が日がない家に閉じこもっているように見えるか？
見える。You do look like it.
確かに僕は色白華奢な美少年ではあるが、太陽を浴びずに骨粗鬆症になる気はないからな。というか、さりげなく話を変えようとするな。
Darn, I guess that won't work on you. Truth to be told, I would have preferred we gloss over the part where he witnessed our entire libido exchange, but evidently that was too much to ask for.
見えすいてるんだよ、この最低最悪腹黒性悪女。まったく、こんな女のどこがいいのか、ぜひ聞かせてもらいたいものだね。
可愛いし優しいし面白いし頭も良くて料理もうまいしどこをとっても高スペックで最高だろう。
That's a total 180 from your smile's worth 10 points, but I'll take it! Oh, Cinderella, I love you so much.
俺も大好きだ。
We shared another tight hug. Enjoy the show, Alice!
ああ、聞きたくもない、見たくもない。
Wait. In Japanese, he just says like, I don't want to see, I don't want to hear. But in English subtitle people, wow. Forget I asked and leave some room for Jesus. That's crazy. He stuck his arm between us, forcing us apart.
どうやら他の奴らは出て行ったようだが、安心してくれ。僕はしばらくこの場に留まることを選択している。
どうせ行き場所がないんだろ。
黙れ。女の尻に敷かれる典型的ヘタレ男。
Wow! Really? Whoa! No, Yurika. Alpha or beta has nothing to do with it. I believe in an equal relationship between two partners.
で、影で自分のいいように操るんだろ。その様子を世間様では男を手玉に取ってるって言うんだよ。よかったな、シンデレラ。君がメタボバルでハゲのおっさんやヨボヨボの老人じゃなくて。
What the shit?
君が貧乏で解消がないヘタレでいいところと言ったら100歩譲って容姿くらいな残念スペックの持ち主だったおかげで彼女が財産目当てではないことが仮に証明されたようなもんだ。
As Alice's snide tirade continued, Cinderella nervously turned to me.
なんで俺のことを好きになってくれたんだ？
顔だろ。あとは声だな。いわゆるイケボとかいうやつだ。
Oh my god, he knows! Hirokawa Daisuke! He does have a very good voice though. Nobody asked you though, Alice!
そうだったのか。あ好きだ。おいで。
You really don't have to force it. I appreciate the effort, but that is not what you sound like. I admit, you are quite good looking and you have a manly voice, but while I love those things about you, there's more to it than that.
なら言ってみろ。
He's a sweetheart on the inside.
普段から優しい方がいいだろ。
He's secretly a hard worker.
普段から真面目な方が真面目だろ。
He's really good with his hands.
仕事に活かせてないかな。
Look, sometimes people just fall in love and that doesn't have to be a reason.
あんたらさりげなく俺を貶めてないか？
気のせいだ。
You're overthinking it. Cinderella slumped his shoulders at our perfectly synced reaction. Oh dear, I think he's legitimately upset. As his girlfriend, it's my job to soothe him. There, Cinderella. Don't worry, I'll still love you. Whether you're 40 or balding or a doddering old geezer. I stroked his hair.
本当かよ。
まああれだ。君はせいぜいその女の手のひらの上でピエロのように踊らされていたまえ。僕には1ミクロンも理解できないが、惹かれ合う何かがあったか。まあ、たまたま相性があったのだろ
う。なら、しばらく邪魔するなよ。
安心してくれ。僕がいる限り、ここをカップルの愛の巣などといった公序良俗に反する場にするつもりは一切ない。かけらもない。ミジンコほどもない。
Wow!
君たちが見せつけてやろうぜ的な歪んだ性癖の変態でもない限り、今後も2人の邪魔をするつもりだ。
Wow!
あ、ちなみに部屋が別々であろうと、まかり間違ってそういう雰囲気になった瞬間、容赦なく壁ドンしてやるから覚悟しておくように。ではな。
Wow! By slam us against the wall, I had a feeling he didn't mean the fun, sexy kind. What the shit? Done with his rant, Alice turned on his heel and left the room.
キスは
I think it's gonna be on hold for a while. Cinderella let out the world's heaviest sigh. Not surprised. And so began my new life together with Cinderella. How will we handling the cafe now that his brothers were gone, you ask?
お客様、ご注文はお決まりでしょうか？
Actually, it was working out surprisingly well. Fortunately, Gretel left his dessert recipes for us, so I was able to replicate them to an extent. Meanwhile, Cinderella took care of the rest. And not to brag on anything, but he kicked ass at it. Cleaning, laundry, and cafe prep, customer service, and all without my help. Total lifesaver. Without Snow White or Gretel around, our workload had doubled, and it wasn't easy to serve all our customers in a timely fashion. But we were confident we could manage as long as we had each other. God dang it. However...
No.
Oh, Cinderella, here! Run this out to the customer, will you? I handed him a slice of freshly baked cake on a plate.
Oh. あのさ。
What's next order? He blinked at my rapid-fire question.
え？ああ、クランペットとオレンジペコ。
Got it! As soon as he gave the order, I launched into prep. Things were slow for right now, but based on past experience, we were due for a customer rush not too long from now. I gotta get as much prepped as I can. What is it? I glanced over to find him standing there with a slice of cake, looking like he had something to say.
手伝おうか。
Thanks for the offer, but someone needs to stay out front to cover the dining area.
そうか。そうだよな。あのさ、今日店が終わったら。
Just then, the door chime rang. Cinderella, get the door! There's a customer!
おう。終わった。
Once the cafe was closed, Cinderella slumped over the table. I took a seat across from him. What a day, huh? It wasn't even that busy either. So, anyway, what were you gonna tell me earlier?
あのさ。
But just as he jumped upright, the door jingled and someone walked in.
もうなんだよ。
It was a small boy.
ああ、ガキ？
なん
だよ。もう閉店だぞ。
The boy flinched at Cinderella's... What? Brusque? How do you pronounce that? Oh my god, brusque? Brusque? Brusque. Oh god. Brusque tone. And then... He started crying at the top of his lungs.
どうした？なんで泣く？
There. He's a big scary man, isn't he? Come here, sweetie. I held my arms open wide and the boy ran to me sniffling.
別に何もしてねえだろ。てか、何ちゃっかり抱きついてんだ。離れろ。
He's just a little kid. What's the problem? I picked the boy up and sat him on my lap.
よくねえよ。なんで俺が？
How come you... What? I smirked. At this, he flinched slightly. Evidently, he realized what I was getting at.
なんでもねえよ。
He turned away sulkily. Alas, if only I could bully him a little bit more. Sadly, now's not the time. Are you not good with kids or something?
まあな。
But you have two younger brothers.
あいつらはでかいだろ。ガキはガキでも年齢が一桁は苦手なんだよ。
I'm the baby of my family myself, so I can't say I have much experience with them still. But, you know, they're just so cute, aren't they? I turned this conversation to the boy in my lap. Aw, it's okay. I know he seems scary on the outside, but he's a sweetheart on the inside, I promise. The little boy stopped crying and stared curiously at the big, scary-looking man.
まあ、しょうがねえ。今日だけは特別だ。許してやる。
I could tell he was taking pains not to upset the child a second time. He's just so cute. Give me a huggy wuggy. I wrapped my arms around him and gave him a big squeeze. Ah, the kid is cute. What's going on, little guy? Where's your mommy and daddy?
わかんない。
You don't know? Are you lost?
たく、はた迷惑な親だな。自分のガキの面倒も見られねえのかよ。
At Cinderella's caustic remark, the boy slumped on his shoulders, on the verge of tears again.
待て、泣くな。今のは冗談だ。お前の親は悪くない。だから泣くな。
Realizing his mistake, Cinderella jumped to his feet in a panic. Once the crisis was averted, Cinderella heaved a huge sigh of relief. I've never seen him act this way before. Oh, I know. Want a snack? I think we have some cookies left over. I lowered him down off my lap and got to my feet. Meanwhile, Cinderella rolled his eyes.
知らないやつから物をもらったり、ついてったりしちゃいけねえって言われなかったか?
The little boy hung his head.
ほら見ろ。言われてるんじゃねえか。
Oh, you're right. I didn't think about that. These days, people will call child protective services over anything. They might even take us to court. Okay, how about this? Next time you're here with your mommy and daddy, I'll give you some cookies then. That works for you too, right, Cinderella? I didn't get much of a response from the boy, so instead I let Cinderella make the call.
いいですかってもう決めてんじゃねえか。ま、いいんじゃねえの。
Yay! Isn't that exciting?
で、お前の親はどんなやつだ？どこではぐれたかわかるか？
わかんない。
わかんない. Don't know. The boy shook his head.
親がどんな格好してるのかもわかんないのかよ。
白い服着てた。お父さんは灰色の服。
やればできんじゃねえか。それで十分だ。本人かどうかは見ればわかるな。
うん。
ちなみに今日は昼に何食った？
ポテトとお魚。
フィッシュ&チップスか。
うん。あとオレンジジュースも飲んだ。
それは親と一緒に食べたんだよな。
うん。
家で食べたか？
お店。
どんな店だったか覚えてるか？
わ
かんない。
大体でいいぞ。茶色とか白とか。ああ。もしかしてこの店に似てたのか？
うん。
そっか。そういうことか。だから間違えてここに入ってきたんだな。
Oh my god! I see what he's trying to do! He most likely came after lunch or something, so the parents are still in the restaurant! After asking the boy a series of questions, Cinderella nodded in understanding. I wasn't sure I understood where he was going with this, but it sure seemed like he was getting somewhere at least.
お父さん、お母さん。
The little boy whimpered to himself.
わがまま言うなら置いてくって言われた。僕、捨てられたのかな？
Oh. Fat tears welled in his eyes as fear set in. Surely that's not...
そんなわけないだろ。
In contrast to my hesitation, Cinderella's tone was firm. The boy and I both stared back at him, wide-eyed.
別に少しわがまま言ったくらいで、親は子供を捨てやしねえよ。人間はゴミじゃないんだ。自分に都合が悪くなったからといって、簡単に捨てやしない。どんなに手がかかったって、自分の子供は可愛いもんだ。
Aww.
家族の愛情や相手を必要とする気持ちは無償のものなんだからな。
As I listened, I realized that this wasn't just what Cinderella believed. It was what he wanted to believe. Just because someone's love was unconditional didn't guarantee that love would always be there.
ま、元気出せって。いつかはお父さんとお母さんが迎えに来てくれるさ。
いつかって、いつ？
今すぐにだ。きっと今頃お前のことを血眼で探してるさ。
血眼？
一生懸命ってことだ。お前のことが大事だからな。
本当？
ああ、本当だ。ほら、手よこせ。
Cinderella reached out to the boy.
手だ手。俺と手をつなぐんだよ。それとも肩車の方がいいか？
肩車？
俺様がお前の親を探してやるって言ってんだ。ただ待つより自分で探しに行った方がいいだろ。
おー。
ほら、手をつながねえとまたはぐれちまうかもしれねえだろ。
でも知らない人についてっちゃダメって。
俺は知らない人じゃないだろ。俺の名前はなんだ？
シンデレラ？さっきお姉ちゃんが言ってた。
そうだ。俺はシンデレラだ。お前は俺を知っている。知らない人なんかじゃないだろ。
Aww. Beaming up at Cinderella, the boy took his hand.
よし、偉いぞ。
In response, he ruffled the boy's hand with his free hair with his free hand. Aww.
くすぐったい。
What a tender little moment.
なんだよ。
I thought you weren't good with kids.
苦手だけど。
After that little exchange, I beg to differ. You really do seem like an older brother type, you know that? I nodded pensively to myself.
は
And for the record, Cinderella, I fixed him with a steely look.
なんだよ。
I want to hold hands with you too! I reached for his free hand with a big grin on my face.
ダメ。
Ah, come on, that's not fair. This time it was my turn to throw a tantrum.
高い。
こら、暴れんな。落ちるぞ。
はーい。
しっかり捕まってろよ。
It was such a sweet, pisseric little scene, I couldn't wipe the smile off my face. Plus, after a long talk, I've convinced Cinderella to hold hands with me later on the way home, once we found the boy's parents. Woohoo! Yay!
たく、ガキと張り合うなよな。恥ずかしい。
Why do you care? Isn't it proof that I love you?
愛されてるって。ああ、そうかよ。そりゃありがたいことだな。
Ooh, you're blushing.
なってる。
うるせえな。
Any luck? Do you see your parents anywhere?
いない。
向こうも探してるんだろうし、どっかですれ違ってるのかもな。もういないとは思うけど、こいつが飯食った場所ってのはだいたい見当ついてるぞ。
本当？
You're a genius! That explains why he brought us to a very specific part of town.
まあな。こんな片田舎じゃ店も限られるからな。
All those years of goofing off in town really paid off this time, huh? I gave him a thumbs up in a universal symbol of good job, though no job would have been more accurate at the time. Oh my god, is that who I think it is? Hello there, Dev906. How you doing? Yeah. Oh. Okay, this is for us, I guess. Bilingual bonus. In Japanese, the word for jobless is mushoku, the more you know.
あんたはいつも一言余計なんだよ。
Keep your little smart ass comments to yourself. Sorry.
たく。
あのお店だ。
The boy pointed at the building in the distance.
お、やっぱりか。
My back hurts a bit. You good? Have you done any stretches for your back? You gotta do like full-on like back stretches, especially your shoulders. If you do shoulder stretches, they help your back out a lot as well. Oh, I recognize this place. It was the fancy restaurant I once visited with Cinderella.
ようやく気づいたか。
He smirked at me smugly. Grr, I hate it when he outsmarts me. You could have just told me from the outset. Oh, it smells good. A delicious scent wafted out from inside the building. Excuse me. I led the way inside. This restaurant used to be pretty unpopular due to its obscure location, but now it was thriving. Evidently, they've worked hard to turn things around.
はい、いらっしゃいませ。
As soon as he recognized me, the waiter froze in his tracks. No surprise there, of course. The last time we were here, we ordered one of everything off the menu, and I can't imagine they were likely to forget about it anytime soon. Sorry to bother you, but we're looking for this boy's parents. He says that they visit your establishment this afternoon. I gestured to the little boy.
ああ、それなら、つい先ほど迷子を探しているという親御さんが来ましたよ。
They did?
だってよ。ほら、俺の言った通りだろ。お前の親はお前を探してるって。
It is because I had to pick up a safe. Oh no, safes are heavy though. Yo. My mom wanted to put some support on it, so I lifted it up from both sides and one after another. And the safe was a solid piece of metal, over 7 feet tall and weighs over 100 kg. I wouldn't be surprised if a safe is heavy because, well, it's meant to be a safe so that people can't carry and run it away with it that easily. But still, that's crazy. You should really lose some back stretches and like slap on some what's it called in English? Muscle relief patches? Is that what it's called? Yeah, you should like put some muscle relief patches on your back. Okay, do you know where they went?
申し訳ございません。そこまでは。
Well, that's alright. In that case, in the event that they come back to your restaurant, could you have them wait here so we don't miss them?
もちろんです。
Thank you. We'll check back again in about 15 minutes, just in case.
わかりました。
Thanks again. Looks like this might all work out. What a relief. Sounds like you'll be seeing your mom and dad soon. I bet you feel better now, huh? And what will you say when you see them?
わかんない。
わかんないじゃなくて、ごめんなさいだろ。
Yeah, okay, you gotta apologize to your parents.
ごめんなさい。
いや、俺に言ったって意味ねえし。
If you want to say something to Cinderella, you can tell him thank you.
ありがとう、お兄ちゃん。
At this, Cinderella fell silent, pouting his lips. Pardon me, mister, but I do believe this young man just thanked you. Now what do you say back?
どういたしまして。人をガキ扱いすんな。
And just then my stomach growled loudly, ruining the sweet little moment.
今、なったよな。
I have no idea what you're talking about. Would it kill you or just pretend it didn't happen?
気のせいじゃないよな。だってさ。
But no, instead he smirked at me. Don't make the little boy your accomplice. That's cheating! Well, can you blame me? I smell all the good food a mile away. At this hour, the shopping district was bustling, with busy restaurants cooking up dinner for their customers. I can smell all my favorites too. Beef skewers, chicken skewers, steak skewers. Wait, does Eureka only like skewers or something? It's crazy.
ま、昼の休憩もほぼないに等しいからな。腹減ってんなら、そこら辺の店に入って好きなもの買って食えばいいだろ。
Nah, we can just make something when we get home. I'll wait.
別に我慢なんか。
Out of nowhere, the little boy let out a cry of surprise.
どうした？いたか？
Cinderella and I looked all around.
違う。おもちゃ屋さん。
おい。
The two of us slumped our shoulders. The boy filled restlessly in excitement as Cinderella crouched down and let him off his shoulders. The second his feet touched the ground, he rushed over to the display window and peered at the toys.
どれが欲しいんだ？
In response, the boy pointed at the toy train.
なんだよ。こんなのが欲しいのか？別にいいぜ。俺が買って。
Cinderella stopped short, wincing at his mistake. He shot me a guilty look.
いらない。
え？
お父さんとお母さんが迎えに来るなら、おもちゃなんていらない。我慢する。
You're such a good boy! I knelt down and patted him on the head.
偉い？お姉ちゃんも？
Huh? Me?
食べたいの我慢してる。
Yeah, but...
違うの？
I couldn't help but smile at his innocent question. Yeah, you're right. I'm being patient for now, so I can spend time with the man I love later. This time, the boy patted me back.
偉い偉い。
Aw, thanks! Kids are so cute.
お姉ちゃんの好きな人って、お兄ちゃん？
Of course!
結婚してるの？
なんで都合よくそんな言葉知ってんだ？
A dreamy smile spread across my face.
あんたも気持ちの悪い笑い方すんな。
You know
お
me.
兄ちゃんはお姉ちゃんのことが好き？
Do you? This time was my turn to deputize the child.
まあな。
Yay! I gave the boy a high five.
嬉しい。
See, he gets it. Just then,
いた。
we spun around to find a woman rushing towards us, her face as white as a sheet.
お父さん、お母さん。
As soon as he spotted them, the boy made a beeline straight for them.
お父さん、お母さん。よかった。ずっと探してたのよ。ごめんなさい。お母さんの方こそごめんなさい。一人で怖かったでしょ。 寂しかったでしょ。
The boy's mother scooped him up into her arms. Meanwhile, the boy immediately started crying. He must have felt so relieved to find her at last. Then a man walked up, presumably the boy's father, and put an arm around his wife, smiling warmly. Aw, what a touching family reunion.
一緒に探してくれた。
Sniffling, the boy pointed at us.
あなた方が息子の面倒を見てくださったんですか？
The woman looked over at us. Yeah, we kind of found each other by chance.
そうだったんですか。本当にありがとうございます。
The couple bowed politely. Oh no, it was no trouble at all. He was an angel, and we had a lot of fun together. Right, Cinderella?
ああ、そうだな。
ぜひお礼をさせてください。
いえ、結構です。ほら、行くぞ。
With that, Cinderella turned and started to walk off, but the boy ran up and grabbed his hand.
お兄ちゃん。
Cinderella sighed and put a hand on the boy's head.
なんだよ。親は見つかっただろ。
一緒に探してくれてありがとう。
お、もう迷子になるんじゃねえぞ。
He ruffled the boy's hair and the boy giggled.
ねえ、またお店遊びに行ってもいい？
なんだそんなことか。おう、いいぜ。
お店をやっていらっしゃるんですか？
Yep, it's a little place right around the corner.
ああ、もしかして変わったお店かしら？
She sounded like she knew the place. Is our cafe more famous than I thought?
すごいキラキラしてたんだ。
キラキラ？
うん、鳥とかネズミとかいっぱいあった。
Oh, he missed all the glass. Oh, Cinderella and I exchanged a glance. He must be talking about the glass figurines. He was so busy crying I didn't realize he'd even noticed. Feel free to come by the cafe anytime. We'll treat you to some yummy cookies, okay? I shot the boy a playful wink.
そうだな。今度来たら、そのキラキラしたのっていうやつ、お前にくれてやるよ。
本当？
The boy's eye lit up like fireworks.
こら、ダメでしょ。この子ったら遠慮がなくてすみません。
The boy's mom looked a little bit embarrassed, but Cinderella merely smiled.
いえ、多分その子が言っているのは、俺が趣味で作ってるガラス細工のことなんです。あんなのでよければ作ってやるよ。確か機関車だっけか？
作れるの？
今作ってるやつよりはずっと簡単だな。
Aww.
すごい！
Pretty cool, right? Cinderella's so awesome. I bragged as though his accomplishments were my own. Can you blame me though? Who would feel proud to be Cinderella's girlfriend right about now?
そうだよ。俺はすごいんだ。だからいい子にして待ってろ。神様はいい子には願いを叶えてやるもんだ。
うん、わかった。
It sure gets dark early in the wintertime, huh? I exhaled up in the sky. My breath left my lips in a white fog. After we said our goodbyes to the little boy and his family, we decided to go to the lake for a while. I was hungry, and yet I couldn't will myself to go straight home and make dinner. Now that the boy was gone, I was feeling a little depressed. Kids sure are cute, aren't they? The two of us sat down on the lake shore.
そうだな。
And if other people's kids are that cute, then I bet our own kids will be super mega adorable.
その発言、普通の男だったら引くぞ。
Are you implying you're not like most guys? At this, Cinderella slowly turned to look at me. Oh, Yurika? Yes? Out of nowhere, he puts a hand over my eyes. Wow! I brought my fingers to my lips and found them there. Was that?
よくよく考えたら、うちでできなくても、外にいたらできるんだよな。
Wow, smart. Well, why would you cover my eyes for that?
なんとなく。
But I wanted to see you.
見るな。てか、俺が見られたくねえんだよ。
But why?
好きだよ。
Where did that come from?
俺、あんたのことが好きだ。すっげえ好き。
Cinderella?
そういえば、ちゃんと告白したことなかったなって思ってさ。さっきもそうだったけどさ。いつも好きだってあんたに言われて、 俺はそれに乗っかって、それじゃあずるいだろ。だからもう一度言っとく。好きだ。耳まで赤くなってるぞ。
Don't be a bully. You can't just subject me to your blindfold kink and expect me not to bat an eye.
目隠しプレイとか言うな。俺もこんなこっぱずかしいことあんたの目見て言うのなんて無理だからさ、しばらくの間このまま黙って聞いてくれ。
Alright. Aww. As soon as it fell silent, he kissed me again. My body burned hot as my heart thumped to my chest. Without my sight, I couldn't predict why he might strike again. What is he thinking? I wish you could see the look on his face. Unfortunately, all I could see was darkness.
あんたってさ、呆れるくらいいい女だよな。初めて出会った時、俺すげえ酔っ払ってたんだぜ。で、酔っ払ってそのまま吐いて初対面のあんたに片付けさせて。普通嫌がるだろ。自分の吐いたもんも汚ねえってのに。でもあんたは嫌な顔一つしなかった。ずいぶんあんたに失礼なことも言ったよな。貧乏人だとか汚いだとか。本当はいいところのお嬢様なのに、そんなこと言われてもちっとも気にしないでさ。なんていうか、あんたは度量が広すぎるんだよ。普通は自分の婚約者がそんな暴言吐いたらそこで終了するだろう。でもそんなことお構いなしって感じで、その後も俺の思いつきに喜んで付き合って、毎日毎日喫茶店でメインで動いて、家事も洗濯もこなして、いつの間にかあの問題児の弟どもまで籠絡しやがった。初めて食べたあんたの料理、シチューだっけ？すげえうまかった。最初は口にする気なんかなかった。あの時はあんたがここにいるのも気まぐれで、どうせすぐに飽きて出ていくと思ってたし、仕事や家事で疲れてるってのに俺の帰りを飯も食わずに待ってるのも分かってたけど、変に思い入れも持ちたくなかった。それでも夜中に腹が減って興味本位でつまみ食いしたらうまくて驚いた。ただのお嬢様じゃないのかよと思って正直見直した。そりゃシチューなんて俺でも作れるけど、なんか他と違うって思ったんだ。そういえばあんたってお嬢様なのにお嬢様らしくないよな。黙ってりゃそう見えるのに、バカみたいに明るくてよくしゃべるし、行動的というかなんというか、とにかく変わってる。俺の代わりに殴られたこともあったよな。それでその後あんたに葉っぱかけられて謝りに行って、何言われたと思う？謝られた方が屈辱だって言われたんだ。彼女は私に同情したわけじゃなく、あなた自身に魅力があることを分からせるために来させたんだって。まったく性格いいんだか悪いんだか分かんねえよ。普通はそんなこと考えないだろう。しかも回りくどいし。でもさ、今思えばあんたはあの時から俺のことを分かってたんだよな。言葉で言っても分からないって、信じてもらえないとか思ったんだろ。 ああ、そうだよ。その通りだ。あの時、あんたが何を言おうが、きっと俺は信じなかった。俺は本当はいつも不安で、自分に自信がなくて。けど、何かが欲しくて。そんなわがままで、子供みたいな俺のことを見透かしてて。それでも、あんたはそばにいてくれた。好きにならないわけないだろう。あんたは誰が見ても可愛くて明るくて、でもそれだけじゃなくて、ずるくて悪賢くて露骨に誘惑してきて、そのくせちゃっかり予防線を張りやがって、俺のことを手玉に取ってるかと思えば、俺のことだけを見て、俺のことを考えて、俺のために行動してくれて、俺を理解してくれた。いつどの瞬間に好きになったとかはわからない。気づいたらあんたのことが好きで、だからこそ別に付き合ってもないのに、他の男と一緒にいるところを見るとイライラしたし、独り占めしたいって思った。知ってるか？喫茶店に来る一部の男どもだってあんた目当てで来てるんだぜ。ま、知ってるか？あんたは恐ろしく勘がいいからな。それでいて気づかないふりしてるんだから、ひどい女だよ。本当はあんたを狙う男どもに、こいつは俺の婚約者なんだぞって触れて回りたかった。俺以外に笑いかけてやるなって。でもできなかった。俺は臆病だからな。好きだよ。好きだ。大好きだ。ずっとそばにいたい。本当はいつだって抱きしめたい。キスだってしたい。ずっと触れていたい。知ってるだろう。俺はわがままなんだよ。さっきあんたは俺との子供がどうとか言ったけど、俺だって考えたよ。あんたと結婚したらどうなるんだろうってさ。俺は夫婦というより恋人みたいな二人でいたいな。毎日あんたの作った美味しい料理を食べて、同じものを見て聞いて、一緒に笑って、時々喧嘩もするかもしれないけど、すぐに何でもなかったかのように仲直りするんだ。休みの日にはデートして、二人の記念日は必ず祝いたい。二人しておしゃれしてさ、美味しい料理を食べに行こう。たまには楽したって罰は当たらないだろ。いつか子供ができた時も二人でいる時間は大切にしたい。もちろんちゃんと家族サービスはするつもりだ。一緒に旅行なんて出かけるのもいいな。お弁当なんか持ってピクニックなんてのも絶対楽しいんだろうな。柄じゃないなんて思うなよ。好きな人と一緒だから楽しいんだ。一緒に思い出を作りたいって思うんだ。それに子供たちはいろんなところへ連れて行ってやりたい。楽しい思いをいっぱいさせてやりたい。習い事でも何でも自分の好きなことをさせたい。夢を持つようになったら、その夢が叶うように応援してやりたい。あんたも 何かあったらちゃんと相談してほしい。俺も一番最初に相談する。あとはそうだな。俺はいつまでもあんたに綺麗なままでいてほしいな。年食ったってあんたが一番なんだって俺に思わせてくれよ。
At this, finally, Cinderella pulled his hand away. I slowly opened my eyes and met my gaze. Aww.
なんて。これじゃまるでプロポーズしてるみたいだな。
He smiled sheepishly.
あんたの瞳は好きだけど苦手だ。
He slowly leaned in and my heart raced as I felt his breath against my
しばら
skin.
くの間目閉じてろ。
Okay. I closed my eyes again and felt something warm against my lips, and so we exchanged the world's softest, sweetest kiss. Oh, this is so sweet though.
ありがとうございました。
Thanks for coming. And once we saw off the last customer, we brought in the sign and flipped the plaque on the door to close. Whew, today really took a lot out of me. I stretched my arms wide. Sadly, it wasn't enough to shake off all my built-up fatigue.
まあな。
Cinderella flopped down into a chair, looking rather exhausted himself. We worked really hard today. I'll make you something to drink.
それよりちょっとこっち来い。
Oh, okay. He waved me over and pulled me into a big hug.
はあ、この方が癒される。
Likewise. Lucky us, huh?
だな。日中は客がいるし、夜はアリスがいるし、こんな時くらいしかあんたに触れられないしな。
That reminds me, we haven't done any glass crafting in a long time, have we?
ああ、
We stopped doing those glass crafting lessons shortly after the day we confessed the truth to each other. Mainly because we've been too busy with other things, of course. Still, I couldn't help but miss it.
かといって今俺の部屋に入るなよ。
Oh?
あんたは女で俺は男なんだ。だからわかるだろう。好きな女が自分の部屋にいるだけでその気になるというか、前みたいに理性を聞かせられるかわからない。
It's fine, I trust you.
そういう残酷なことを男に言うなよ。
Cinderella exhaled, but you could tell it was more of out exhaustion than disappointment. Have you been getting enough sleep?
おお、取ってるよ。あんたの方こそどうなんだ？
Yep, I've been sleeping like a baby.
もう白雪もグレーテルもいないし、たまには一緒の部屋で寝てもいいだろう。
There's still Alice to worry about, remember? Also, you literally just said I'm not allowed in your room.
ああ、そういやそうだな。
Is he zonking out? As I listened to his slow, steady breathing, I giggled and stroked his hair. If he's that tired, then I may as well let him get some rest. The past few days have been so happy. Almost too happy, really. After we revealed our true selves, we confessed our feelings for one another. No matter how hard the struggle, as long as we had each other, we would make it through. And from here on out, we would live happily ever after. Or would we? Is this really how it ends? There's still so many problems we have yet to resolve. Cinderella's dad, the debt, and worst of all, my parents. There's no way they don't know about the debt. Sure, our dads are old friends, and my parents are in particular are pretty hands-off, but even then, I can't imagine they'll let me marry someone without doing the homework first. Is it possible they're gonna let me have the final say?
何考えてるんだ？
I snapped back to reality to find Cinderella squinting at me suspiciously. Oh, nothing. Come on, it's time to make dinner. I smiled evasively.
ごまかすなよ。あんたの実家のことだろ。
You learned how to call my bluffs, haven't you? My smile tensed.
当たり前だろう。俺だってあんたのことが知りたいから、何を思って何を考えてるんだとか 考えてんだよ。
It's actually really important to consider the other person's thought process when you're trying to get to know them, isn't it?
まあな。それだけあんたのことが好きだってことだ。
And I appreciate that.
で、どうなんだ？
Looks like I won't be able to wriggle out of this one. I heaved a sigh. Yes, you're right. I was thinking about my parents. I basically ran away from home to be here after all. I was desperate to learn more about you, so I didn't bother to get permission. That said, they know I'm here, and if they had a problem with it, I'm certain we'd know about it by now. But still.
承知の上か。だったら、俺の家のことも分かってるのかな。だいたい最初からおかしいと思ったんだ。俺の家のことなんて調べればすぐに分かったはずだ。なのに大事な娘を俺なんかに嫁がせようとするなんてさ。
After a moment of thought, I looked up. Maybe we should go visit them.
あんたの家に？
Yeah, we can explain everything that's happened. That way, maybe they'll understand.
分かってもらえるかな。俺はあんたたちを騙そうとしたのに。
But things are different now, right?
ああ。
If any of this came as a surprise to them, I'm sure they'd be angry. But if they knew, then there must be some reason they didn't say anything. Maybe they'll tell us if they're opposed to our relationship, but if so, we can just cross that bridge when it comes to it. At the very least, it's more protective than leaving things vague. Gotta stay positive. We won't know until we try. And of course, I'm not gonna force you to do this if you don't want to. Cinderella fell silent for a moment, then smiled.
そうだな。俺もあんたの親父さんに直接謝りたいしな。行くよ。行って、今まであったことを全部話す。
And then we'll have them officially sanction our relationship. Happily ever after.
ハッピーエンドか。
Yay! Happily ever after.
ちなみに、あの関西弁野郎はただの友達なんだよな。
He fixed me with another suspicious look. How many times are you gonna ask me this?
悪かったな。しつこくて。
If you want to be jealous, then knock yourself out.
たまにはしてほしいけどな。
I hope you aren't planning to do anything that's gonna make me cry, like cheating on me or cheating on me.
あんた以上にいい女なんて他にいねえよ。
Yeah, well, right back at you. There's no one I will possibly want more than you. Kaguya is my beloved servant. He's a close friend and I think of him as family.
じゃあ、俺は？
You're my boyfriend. Duh. Satisfied with the results of this interrogation, he gave me a hug.
これでハッピーエンドだよな。
Yep. I couldn't possibly ask for more. And so our weekly day off rolled around. Today we are going to visit my parents' house. Humming to myself, I packed up my luggage to bring it home with me.
ご機嫌すぎる。普通もうちょっと不安がったり緊張したりするだろ
I am nervous.
う。どこがだよ。余裕じゃねえか。
I don't? I'm not sure what I look like to you, but my heart's practically pounding out of my chest. Well then, wanna check my pulse? I placed a hand against my chest suggestively. Fleck. Ah! In response, he flicked my
あ
forehead.
んま自分を安売りするな。すぐに飽きられるぞ。
You menfolk like to be kept waiting, is that it?
その方がまあ燃えるからな。
Just checking, but what? Am I hot? What?
魅力がなかったらそもそも好きになんねえだろ。
Wait, a bit different though. Mediocre, it doesn't really mean hot though. Mediocre just means like appeal. Am I appealing? If you weren't appealing, I would have fallen in love with you. Okay. Well then, that's a relief.
魅力がありすぎてそのうち押し倒されても知らねえぞ。
Too appealing. Okay. I look forward to it. Wow. At this casual reply, Cinderella shrank back slightly.
あんたって見かけによらず肉食だよな。
Nikushoku? And you're surprisingly submissive.
悪かったな。
Ah, don't be like that. I'm saying we're compatible. We complete each other.
そうだな。
Once I finished packing up, we were on our way. You know, it's strange. Just a month ago, I was headed down this road in the opposite direction, and now I'm walking back with Cinderella at my side. As we walked, he kept looking off in the distance for some reason. Curious, I followed his gaze to find him staring at the boutique we visited in the past. Are you feeling the urge to shop again? I turned my attention to him. His expression was blank, which made me nervous.
いや、今の俺にはあんたがいるしな。
Just me?
ああ、そうだ。
Well, aren't you romantic?
あんたが言わせたんだろ。
So how many points is my smile worth today?
120点。
Woohoo! I broke 100! And just in time for a happy ending too. Let's go! I took his hand in mine and hurried off down the road. And so we arrived at the family estate. Talk about a sight for sore eyes. Well, here we are!
金持ちじゃねえか。
Cinderella stepped between me and the house. I wouldn't go that far. My gaze wandered over a big, pretentious gate.
いるよな。口では謙遜しときながら実際はっていう。
Technically, we are not rich, just upper middle class. I knew this distinction wouldn't make much difference, however, so instead I just laughed it off. So, what kind of house does your family have?
でかい家だよ。ここみたいにな。珍しくダンスホールがあってさ。俺が小さい頃、まだ裕福だった頃は、よくパーティーを開いてた。
Ooh, parties. They sound a lot richer than us for sure. Well, at least they used to be.
みんな華やかな衣装に身を包んで、グラス傾けて談笑して、音楽が流れればダンスが始まる。舞踏会って聞けば西洋の絵が思い浮かぶだろう。実際あんな感じだよ。きらびやかで優雅で。
He smiled wistfully. But you were a kid, right? What do you do during the parties?
つまんなかったな。親は客と話してるし、同い年の子供は周りにいないし。でも憧れてた。いつか絶対に自分もあの中に混ざってやるんだって思ってたな。
So that's why you used to throw them every weekend, huh?
まあな。
I get it. He just wanted to make his childhood dreams come true. Well then, my good sir, do you have a dance partner for this evening?
おう。正式に申し込んではないけど、一緒に踊りたいやつはいるな。
Is it me? I gestured to myself hopefully.
他に誰がいるんだよ。
To be honest, I've never gone dancing before.
俺がエスコートしてやるよ。くれぐれも足は踏むなよ。
I won't. I promise.
ああ。
Curling my finger around his, we exchanged a pinky promise. I'm really looking forward to it.
そうだな。
As our hands pulled apart, a familiar face appeared at the door. Oh, hi Kaguya, I'm home. I waved at him.
まあ、ひーさん、おかえり。シンデレラさんもどうも。
どうも。
Is that home?
おるで。呼びに行こうか。
No, that's okay. Come on, Cinderella, follow me. Here you go. I set a cup of freshly brewed black tea on the coffee table. My dad should be here any minute now. I took a seat next to him and peered up at him. He was fidgeting and staring at his hands. Judging from his half-hearted responses, he's completely distracted. Are you nervous?
まあな。
He gave a self-deprecating laugh. Normally he wouldn't be caught dead admitting something like that. I giggled. In that case, how about I talk about myself? Maybe it will help you take your mind off things. There are 4 people in my family. My mom, my dad, my older brother, and me. And everyone but me is a hunter.
いきなりハードル上げてきたな。緊張が和らぐどころか、自信がなくなってきた。
I know, and I'm sorry, but I wanted you to know up front so that you can be prepared.
エリート一家だな。いかにも頭が良さそうだ。
We're well educated at the very least.
じゃあ、あんたも漁師を目指すのか。
You're gonna be a hunter someday too? And no, I don't have any plans for the future except for getting married.
お嫁さんって、親はなんて。
Oyome-san basically just to be a bride. They told me I'm welcome to live my life however I choose.
理解ある両親だな。
They really are, which is why I'm sure they'll approve our relationship.
そうか。普通の男なら あんたの経歴だけでひるむぞ。
You think so? But my brother's inheriting the family legacy, and my parents are so busy they are hardly around.
じゃあ、ここには兄貴と一緒に住んでんのか？
No, my brother's got his own place not too far from here. In this house, it's just me and Kaguya most days. And this, Cinderella's tone changed completely.
二人
He turned his entire body towards me and looked me directly in the eyes. The look on his face said, excuse me? And speaking of which, excuse me! I gotta use the washroom real quick. I think I've been drinking too much water. I'll be right back. You know what? I'll get a small snack to go with it too, but I'll be right back. Just thought that was a good timing to be like, excuse me? Well, excuse me too. Right back. Hi, I am back. And I've gotten snacks. Very nice. Well, okay, which is peace. Put a sign. One. Give me a quick second, because this thing is... Whoa. Okay, there we go. Yep. I nodded firmly.
他に使用人とかは
Any other servants? Nope. He squinted at me suspiciously. I'm telling you, there's nothing going on between the two of us. You really should know this by now.
あってたまるか
あってたまるか Are you mad about this?
怒ってねえよ。嫉妬してるだけだ。好きな女が使用人とはいえ男と二人っきりで暮らしてるって知って平気でいられるほど俺も度量があるわけじゃねえんだよ。
I stepped back, mouth gaping like a fish as he ranted at my face.
なんだよ。 俺の嫉妬深さに呆れたか？
He potted sulkily. I love you so much.
はあ？いきなりなんだよ。
I want to give you a big hug right now, but I guess I better behave.
我慢って。
You don't realize this, but I love you even more than you think you do. I do try to keep it together on the outside, but whenever you make these adorable comments, I start to lose it. Oh.
随分と仲がいいことだ。
Oh, here comes the father. Dad! The two of us jumped to our feet as father walked into the room.
あ、はじめまして。俺は。
But my father cut him off.
君のことは知っているよ、シンデレラ君。娘が世話になったね。
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Dad knows about everything that happened. Cinderella seems to have realized this too, because he froze partway through bowing.
いえ。
まあ座りなさい。ゆっくり話そう。私も君にいろいろと聞きたいことがあるしね。
はい。
And so we all sat down on the sofa, drank our tea, and had a lovely time. Just kidding! The awkward silence that hung in the room could have been more suffocating. As a hunter, my dad naturally excluded authority. On top of that, we would now have to tell him everything we've been doing, as well as explain Cinderella's family situation. Personally, I didn't find my father to be that scary, but this was Cinderella's first time meeting him, and he was likely feeling rather pressured. Sure enough, when I glanced over at him, the look on his face told me he was completely overwhelmed. But before I could come to his rescue, my father cut him once again.
君も随分と大きくなったものだ。覚えているか？君が小さい頃に何度か会ったことがあるんだが。
What? I couldn't stop myself from responding to this. My dad met Cinderella when he was little? Nobody told me we had a childhood friend backstory enabled. Think of all the romantic potential! We the two of us first met as kids only to reunite as full-grown adults. That's a classic.
すみません。
Evidently, Cinderella hadn't had the faintest recollection of this. Oh well, life doesn't always work out the way we hope.
まあ覚えていなくても当然だ。君はまだ小さかったしな。失礼、タバコを吸っても。
あ、はい。どうぞ。
Dad! I scolded him.
わかった、すまない。
He reluctantly put his pack of cigarettes back into his pocket. I had a deep respect for my father, but the one thing I couldn't stand was his tendency to light up at every occasion. That said, it was clear now that he wasn't quite as composed as to his external facade let on. With his hands now idle, my father folded them together and let out a breath.
まどろっこしいのは嫌いなので単刀直入に聞くが、君は娘のことが好きか？
はい。
そうか。お前は彼のことが好きか？
This time he turned the conversation to me. Yes, I do. I nodded without hesitation.
そうか。なら君たちはこの縁談を了承するということだな。
Oh, that was fast. I assume he was planning to interrogate us about the whole family debt thing and the living together before marriage thing. All at once, my expression softened and the tension in my body eased.
正直、この縁談話が持ち上がった時、私はね、断ろうか迷ったんだ。君は友人の息子だとはいえ、小さい頃何度か会ったきりだったし、娘もまだ若い。年若い二人を大人の都合で一緒にさせていいのか、そんなことをずっと考えていた。娘には昔から私たちの都合でいろいろと我慢してもらっていてね。あまり嫌だとかわがままを言わない子なんだ。そのおかげで私たちは今までいろいろと助けられていたんだが、本心はつかみづらかった。実の娘のことなのに、なんとも情けない話だがね。
Aww, Dad. I never knew you felt that way.
当然、君との縁談も娘は拒否しないだろうと踏んでいた。でも、今回ばかりは私たちの一存だけで決めていい問題ではない。この縁談が決まったら、君たちは共同生活を送らなければならない。二人の相性もあるだろうし、難しい問題だ。
I mean, true.
だから、まずはこういった話があると、娘に君の写真を見せた。もちろん、 娘は拒否しなかった。それどころか娘は君のもとへ飛び出した。君を確かめるために。どうやら娘は君のことを一目で気に入ったらしい。なぜ大事な娘を君のところに1ヶ月もの間置いていたか
That's crazy, man.
わかるか？
She stayed literally at the cafe for like a full month. Cinderella didn't respond, so my father continued.
要はお試し期間だ。しばらくの間生活を共にし、問題がなければ君を婿養子に迎えようと思った。
お、
婿養子？
そうだ。どうだシンデレラ君。うちの息子になる気はないか？
お Adopt him as a son-in-law, so he married into the family instead of marrying out. Oh, that will work too, actually.
君の事情はよく知っているつもりだ。おそらく君の力になれると思う。
それって？
ああ、今までいろいろと苦労してきたみたいだね。辛かっただろう。でも安心しなさい。私は君に不自由させるつもりはない。金銭面でも必要なだけ君を援助してあげよう。
Oh.
それに娘も君もまんざらではないのだろう。
He glanced at me. The look on his face seemed to say, "Behold the perfect solution." And naturally, I was inclined to agree.
俺は婿養子にはなれません。
Well, what? Did he just decline the offer? Dad, I think maybe Cinderella needs some time to think about it. I turned back to my father with a smile, hoping to conceal my inner panic.
そうか？
Yeah, really? You never said anything about this adoption thing before. And besides, Cinderella's the heir apparent to his dad's estate. If we take him in, he will have to give that up. I don't mind marrying into his family instead. Either way, it's something we need to discuss. I needed to take control of this where this conversation was headed. Otherwise...
そういう問題じゃないんだ。
Cinderella cut in, almost as though he had seen right through me. Oh, right, of course. I've never been able to pull one over Cinderella. Not once.
どうした？あまり乗り気じゃなさそうだな。
Cinderella fell silent and hung his head. Cinderella? Nervous, I called out to him. After a moment, he looked up again. He turned to my father and said,
俺はお嬢さんとは結婚する気はありません。
What?
娘では不満か？
確かにお嬢さんは素敵な女性ですが、やはり結婚する気にはなりません。
You're lying.
こう言っているが。
嘘も何も、初めから俺は見合い話を受けるとも結婚するとも言っていません。
What?
今日ここに来たのは今までのことを謝りたかったのと、お嬢さんをこちらへお返ししたかったからです。
Where did this come from? I grabbed his arm, but he pulled away from me.
落ち着きなさい。
At my father's insistence, I let go of Cinderella.
どういうことかちゃんと説明してくれるか？
はい、ご存知の通り、俺の家には借金があります。まともに働いても一生払えないような借金です。
それは君のお父さんの借金じゃないのか？
はい。
なら君が返す必要はないんじゃないか？君がお父さんと縁を切ればの話だが。それにうちなら君の今後を保証できるだけの余裕がある。君がうちに来るというのなら君が抱えているものを解消してやれると思う。
それはすごく魅力的な話ですね。
そうだろう。君は何が不満なのかね？
でもそれじゃダメなんです。俺はあなたやあなたの娘さんを利用しようとしてたんです。娘さんと結婚すれば援助してもらえる。
知っていたよ。君の事情はよく分かっているつもりだと言っただろう。ちなみにそのことは娘は知っているのか？
はい。彼女には全て話しました。彼女は全て許してくれました。
そうか。だったらいいじゃないか。 娘が気にしていないなら私も特に気にしない。
ですが、俺はこの先彼女とやっていける自信がありません。
お、
ダメなんです。彼女といるとダメな自分がますますダメになっていく気がして自信がなくなってくるんです。
ouch。
娘のことが好きなのではないのかね。
それも本当は自信がないんです。
ん？
彼女が優しいから、彼女がお金持ちだから、俺にとって都合がいいから彼女のことを好きなんじゃないのかって。そんな俺が彼女と結婚できるわけがない。
That's not true.
そうだな。少なくとも君がその状態では君たちは幸せになれないだろう。
俺には彼女を幸せにできる自信はありません。だからこの話はなかったことにしてください。
そうか。残念だよ。
Wait, please, wait, please. I dashed down the stairs, chasing after Cinderella. No matter how loud I shouted after him, he refused to look back. Why? I thought you said you loved me. My voice shook with a bitter frustration as I screamed at him. At last, he came to a stop.
ああ、好きだよ。だけど、好きだからこそ切り離さなきゃならねえこともあるだろう。魔法の時間はいつまでも続かないんだよ。お姫様、俺もあんたも最初から分かってたことだろう。こんなこといつまでも続かないってさ。いや、俺たちだけじゃないな。多分みんな分かってたんだ。あんたの父親も俺の父さんも。だから今まであんたや俺の好きなようにさせてくれたんだ。魔法使いにかけてもらった魔法はもうすぐ消える。魔法が切れたら俺はその代償を払わなきゃならない。
No, I'll pay it. At this, Cinderella fixed me with a pained smile.
気持ちは嬉しいけどさ、それじゃダメなんだよ。わかるだろう。すげえ情けないんだ。今までもずっと情けなかったけど、あんたやあんたの家の力を借りればもっと情けなくなる。俺には何もできないんだって自分自身に嫌気がさして死にたくなる。もっともっとダメな俺になる。あんたのおかげでようやく覚悟を決められたんだ。でもそれだっていつまで続くかわからない。まるで白氷の道を歩いているようだ。
So what?
い
We
つ
can
割れ
just
て
walk through it together.
冷たい水の底に沈んでしまうともわからない。あんたがいると俺は溺れたまま二度と浮き上がれなくなる。このまま一緒にいればあんたまで道連れにするだろ
I don't care.
う。別れよ、俺が嫌なんだよ。前に語ったことあったよな。もしあんなのはただの夢だ、願望だ。俺といれば綺麗な服を買っておしゃれもさせてあげられない。好きなものだって簡単には買えないし、好きなものを腹いっぱい食わせてやることもできない。子供だって満足に好きなことをさせてやれない。俺の人生は金に狂わされたけど、生きていく上で 金は必要なものなんだ。
This is painful.
そんなことは
This is so painful.
誰よりも俺自身が一番わかってるんだ。頼むよ。これ以上俺を甘やかさないでくれ。俺を情けないやつにさせないでくれ。俺自身を嫌いにさせないでくれ。
Cinderella, can't I do anything to help shoulder your pain?
もともとあんたがすべき苦労じゃないだろう。
So what's your plan now? Are you just gonna go at it alone without Snow White or Gretel? Without me?
やっていけるさ。俺は器用だからな。何でもやればできる。
Then why?
あんたが俺の幸せを願ったように、俺もあんたに幸せになってほしい。それが俺の幸せだ。
That's not fair. How am I supposed to argue with that?
いいんだよ、それで。
This is so sad.
俺じゃあんたを幸せにはできない。幸せにする自信もないんだ。だからせめて魔法がかかっている今、あんたをここに置いていきたかった。
What about my love for you? You're just gonna abandon that too?
あんたはいい女だ。あんたを好きになる男なんて星の数ほどいるよ。
I don't care about other fish. I only want you.
もう時間だ。俺は帰らなくちゃいけない。さよなら、お姫様。夢のような時間をありがとう。
And with that, he turned back to the door. Wait, Cinderella! I started after him. Ah! But I lost my balance and toppled to the ground. My shoe! The heel of my shoe had broken clean off. I tried to stand, but a sharp pain shot through my leg. Meanwhile, Cinderella walked out the door, leaving me behind. Cinderella, wait, please! I still want to be with you. I don't want to let go. Not now, not ever. Why are you so dead set on letting me go? It's just sad. And so my beloved disappeared from my life completely. It is past the time we agreed on, but he hasn't come yet. You have to believe me, the match girl financing office was right here.
お嬢ちゃんの勘違いじゃねえのか？ここにはそんなもんはねえよ。ほら、帰った帰った。
Hey! In the days after Cinderella left me, I spent my time inquiring about him at various loan agencies, only to be shown at the door. Strangely enough, the company that handled Cinderella's debt, Match Girl Financing, seemed to have vanished completely. I tried asking around to see if they had moved to a new location, but no one seemed to have even heard of them. I was really hoping Mr. Sue could tell me where to find Cinderella. Kaguya, have you found him? As soon as Kaguya returned home, I was eager to hear how his investigation went. But once again, he only shook his head.
実家も喫茶店もあれから差し押さえにあって立ち入りができんようになっとる。ヒーさんが見た時と同じや。
Right. That night, after Cinderella left me, I went back to the cafe to find a notice had been taped to the door, announcing the cafe's closure. Nobody knows where he is, not even Snow White or Gretel. So where could he have gone? I tried asking everyone I could think of who knew him, but none of them had any leads. It was almost as though someone had cast a vanishing spell on him.
ごめんな。何の役にも立てんくて。
No, that's alright. I really appreciate you doing all this legwork for me.
気にせんでええよ。僕ができることなんてこんなことしかあらへんし。それに、自分は僕の大事なお姫さんやからな。ひいさんが笑顔になるんなら、馬車馬のように駆け回ったるわ。
Kaguya, thank you.
ちゅうてもどうしたもんかな。シンデレラさんの父親は海外に逃げたっちゅう話やし、シンデレラさんも一緒に逃げたとしたら。
Cinderella would never do that. He'll never run away.
せやな。あんな美味しい条件突き出されたっちゅうのに、それを蹴ってまで苦難の道を選んだお人や。世間ではハイかぶりとかろくでなし扱いされとるけど、ほんまは誠実な人やと僕も思うで。
Yeah. There's no way he left the country. I'll track him down sooner or later. Once again, I found myself standing outside the cafe. I knew he wouldn't be here, and yet I couldn't stop myself. Deep down, my heart was convinced there was a tiny chance he would come back. Pardon intrusion. Fortunately for me, I made a spare key in secret, and tonight I was going to use it. Unsurprisingly, the interior was eerily silent and devoid of human life. It was hard to believe that the place that was once bustling with customers. It was fun while it lasted, at least. Glancing around, I headed further in. All over the building, everything and the kitchen sink was marked with a sticker that read, "Seized." My chest ached. It felt like further proof that my happiness here was all an illusion. But though the ball and carriage and fancy gown were all a dream, surely the time I spent with Cinderella was still real. As soon as I set a foot into his room, I caught a sight of something. To me, it was something worth its weight in gold. Is this a glass slipper? There was no mistaking it. Cinderella had sculpted a glass shoe. Cinderella, are you here? Please answer me. Cinderella. But no response came. I took off my own shoe and slipped it on to find out that it was a perfect fit. For some reason, however, the slipper was missing its mate. So basically it was only one side. Why on earth did you find the time to make this? But just then...
やあやあ、お姉さん、お困りのようですね。
It's you! I rode around to find Mr. Suit standing there. I got you now.
僕のことをずいぶん探し回っているようですね。まあ、あなたが探しているのは僕じゃなくて彼のようですが。
Where's Cinderella?
知らないと言ったら？
His tone was arrogant as ever. On the upside, however, it helped me keep my emotions in check. You won't, though. I looked at him directly in the eye as I spoke.
なぜ？
Because there's no way you don't know the answer. And if you didn't feel like telling me, you wouldn't have come to find me in the first place. Yeah, there's no way you turned up just to say hi.
相変わらず、あなたは冷静だ。
Mr. Suit shrugged his shoulders. Please, tell me where he is. If you won't give me the information for free, then just name your price.
何でも？
Yes, any price.
君の体をもらっても？
If you help me to find Cinderella, then you can have it.
彼のためなら自分の身すら惜しくないって言うんだ。
He oogled me up and down. I swallowed. What was he gonna ask of me?
君は本当にヒロインちゃんだね。
Suddenly, he shifted to a more candid tone, ill-befitting of the situation at hand. What? Little heroine? Why does it sound so familiar?
気づかない？ヒロインちゃん。
Then it hit me. His voice. His arrogant manner of speech. Could it be? I pointed at him, mouth agape.
よくぞ見破った。悪徳氷菓子とは世を忍ぶ仮の姿。その正体は正義の魔法使いだったのさ。
In a blink, the man's black suit transformed into a wizard's garb, which was also black, so the contrast wasn't really that striking.
やあ、この姿では久しぶり。元気だった？
Well, so much for all that dramatic tension. Ah, I'm getting distracted. I'm fine. Would you mind if I straightened a few things out with you?
どうぞ。
Are you the same wizard I met before?
そうそう、覚えててくれて嬉しいよ。はい、握手。
Akshu is handshake. And so our reunion was commemorated with a handshake? I take it we went more than twice.
ある意味では正解、ある意味では不正解。
But you're the guy in charge of Match Girl financing?
その通り。
You're the one who loaned Cinderella the money and the same guy who told me about it?
そう。僕が彼に魔法をかけたのさ。
Which you mean you loaned him money?
そうとも言うね。
In exchange for that same money plus interest?
そうだよ。12時が過ぎた今、魔法は解けた。だからこそ彼は代償を支払っている。
So there was no magic involved? Just a disguise?
魔法だよ。不可解で理不尽で運命的な。ね。
And when did this happen?
もちろん君がシンデレラ君と出会う前から。
I stared back at him. I couldn't even begin to process this. Okay, whatever. That answers a few of my questions at least. No wonder you seem so familiar with Cinderella when we met you.
彼は僕のことを知らなかったみたいだけどね。
Probably because you weren't wearing a disguise, genius. Is this a joke to you? I glared at him, but he didn't even flinch. I get the feeling you've been meddling in a bunch of other things I don't know about. Whatever. Please, just tell me where he is. I let out a breath in exploration.
あれ、僕の目的とか聞かないの？
What? Would you tell me if I did?
教えない。
Didn't think so. Thus, I won't bother asking. Besides, my top priority is Cinderella, not you. At this point, I don't care who you are, what your objective is, or why you've done what you've done. I just want to know where I can find Cinderella.
どうしても知りたい？
I'm desperate.
ということは、君は僕に魔法をかけてほしいってことだ。
Giving me information is casting a spell?
僕にとってはね。
I pause for a moment. And that magic comes as a price, right?
君は頭がいい。
Right. I closed my eyes. There in the darkness, I contemplated the best course of action and came to a decision. Will you ask the wizard to cast a spell on you? Let me see it there. Answer is of course yes! Okay, Mr. Wizard, or whoever you are, I need you to grant my wish.
願い事とは？
Please let me speak to Cinderella one more time.
僕の魔法は制限付きだよ。
I don't care. I'll do anything to achieve my ends. I'll lie, cheat, or even make miracles happen if I have to.
彼の居場所を突き止めてどうするの？君はシンデレラ君に置き去りにされたんだよね。
No, he didn't abandon me, and now I'm gonna get him back.
へえ、迎えに。せっかく相手が覚悟を決めた行動を君は否定するの？それってすっごく残酷じゃない？
Is it?
ああ、とってもね。すごく残酷でとびきり自分勝手だ。相手の意思に反している。だって彼は君のために君と別れたんだから。
Because I made him feel insecure.
そうだね。君といると自分が情けなくなると言っていた。それでも君は魔法をかけてほしい？
Yes, I do. I'm gonna do everything in my power to oppose his wishes. If that makes me every bit as cruel as selfish as you say I am, then so be it. But the thing is, he told me he loves me. And that's why I have to get him back.
その真理は？
I'm going to make him happy. At this, Mr. Wizard snapped his fingers.
グー！では君の代償は？
I'll give you... Oh!
ずいぶん騒がしいな。
I actually wonder though, what exactly is the price that she paid?
それはそうだろう。今城ではお姫様がお婿さん選びの舞踏会を開いているそうだ。
舞踏会か。そりゃすごいな。
君の弟たちもめかし込んで参加するようだな。
あいつらがうまくやれてるようでよかったよ。
君にも招待状は来ているが、行かないのか？
招待状？そんなのどこに？
ここだ。招待主はアリス家だそうだ。
行けるわけないだろ。俺みたいなハイかぶりが舞踏会なんて笑い物になるだけだ。
なぜそう思う？君は元はお金持ちの息子だっただろう。
そうだけど今は違う。
父親がいなくなったから？
ああ、そうだ。父さんは俺に借金を残してどこかに消えた。結局父さんは最初から俺のことなんてどうでもよかったんだよな。
どうだろうな。いなくなってしまったのだから答えを聞くことは難しい。
そうだな。多分もう二度と会うことはない。
君は裏切られたんだ。愛していると、愛されていると思っていたのに。
別に裏切ったとか騙されたとかそんなのもうどうだっていいさ。何もなくなった今となってはな。
何もないか。そうだな。結局君が手に入れたものは全てなくなってしまった。
全てじゃないさ。
それは？
このガラスの靴は俺があいつのために作ったものだ。
もう片方はどうした？
喫茶店にこっそり置いてきた。
Oh, so he does have the other side of the shoe. So he's holding one side of the glass slipper and he's holding it and he, oh my god.
それは彼女に自分を見つけてほしいという気持ちの表れか？果たしてそう簡単に気づくだろうか？
さあな。でも気づいても気づかなくてもどっちでもいいんだ。いつか借金をすべて返して職人として一人前になったら、その時はもう片方のガラスの靴をあいつに渡すつもりだ。きっと何年もかかるだろう。もしかして何十年かも。待っててくれるかな。
君は甘いな。待っているわけないだろ。
だよな。でもそれでもいいんだ。たとえあいつがこの先他の誰を好きになって誰と結婚しても。
好きだったんじゃないのか？
好きだよ。今でもすごく好きだ。だからこそあいつの幸せを誰よりも願う。
That's so sad.
随分と献身的だな。当初の君からは想像がつかない。
そうだな。あいつと出会って一緒に暮らすうちにあいつの考えが移ったみたいだ。本当はさ、今でも不安になるんだ。外に出かけると必要のないものまで手に取ってる。あいつといるときは愛されているんだと思っているときは止められた。でもあいつがいなくなって一人に逆戻りしたとき、また繰り返しそうになった。
それはそうだろう。君の買い物癖はいわゆる精神疾患だ。買い物に依存していたのが一時的に彼女に依存することで 治ったと錯覚していたに過ぎない。
Wow. Your addiction is a mental illness that must be treated. You may have thought you have cured it, but in reality you just temporarily changed targets.
でもそれじゃダメなんだ。それじゃあいつと一緒にいるのが楽だから、あいつが優しいからってその肩に寄りかかってるだけだ。
だから君は彼女と離れ一人で生きていくことを決めた。
そうだ、俺はあいつを愛したいから離れたんだ。愛をくれるから愛すんじゃない。相手に甘えるだけが愛なんじゃない。相手に求めるのが愛じゃない。何の見返りもない愛こそが、何の利益も求めない愛こそが真実の愛なんだ。だけど俺は弱い人間だから、どうしてもすがれる何かが欲しかった。それさえあればどんな苦労も悲しみも乗り越えられる。そんな決意と約束を思い出させる何かを。
それがガラスの靴だったわけだな。
未練たらしい男だよな。自分から別れたくせに俺のことを忘れないでくれって言ってるんだ。結局俺は見返りを求めてるんだよ。心のどこかで期待してるんだ。あいつが俺を待っててくれるって。本当に情けない男だよな。
仕方ないだろう。君は神ではないのだからな。しかし君は甘いな。甘々の甘ちゃんだ。甘すぎて砂糖を吐くかと思うくらいだ。この軟弱ヘタレ男。君は男のくせに受動的で悲観的で、そのくせ独りよがりで他人任せのダメダメダメ男だ。
なんだよ。
君は彼女が自分を待っていることを望んだが、彼女がいつまでも待ち続けているわけないだろ
う。だからそれは
逆だ、シンデレラ。彼女はきっとこの国から君を探し出すだろう。
Yes.
なんてったって彼女は君に一目惚れした鏡の国のお姫様なんだからな。
やあやあ、シンデレラくん、久しぶりだね。元気してた？
あんたはあの時のうさんくさい占い師。
占い師じゃなくて魔法使いさ。まあどっちでもいいけど。
なんでここにいるんだよ。
それはね、シンデレラくん、僕が今から君を舞踏会へ行かせてあげるからだよ。
Hey yo.
は？
まずは君が作った鳩とかぼちゃ、それにネズミのガラス細工を借りるよ。
おい、ちょっと待てよ。
今から僕は魔法の力でこれを黄金の馬車と馬と御車に変えてあげよう。
お、
ワン、ツー、スリー。
シンデレラさん。
あんたはあいつの家の。
ようやく見つけたで。お姫様の心を射抜いた王子様。さあ、未来の王子様、お城でお姫様がお待ちですよ。
おい、
ほらね、馬車に白馬に御車にお供。これで舞踏会に行く支度ができた。あとはその服も。なんでって僕は魔法使いだからね。不可解でもそういうものだと思うしかない。さあ早くこの馬車に乗るんだ、シンデレラ。しっかりと楽しんでくるといい。あ、ちなみに魔法の期限は12時までだからね。それが過ぎたら君は元の姿に戻ってしまうよ。
Oh my god, this is just reverse Cinderella now.
そんなことを急に言われても。
言ってこいシンデレラ。君はずっとお城の舞踏会にお姫様に憧れていたんだろ。
ああ、そうだな。
ほな行こうか、シンデレラさん。
ああ、頼む。
おい、俺を忘れるな。大事なものだろ。
ガラスの靴。ああ、行ってきます。
And so, wearing his new fancy attire, Cinderella climbed into the golden carriage. Their destination? The princess's castle.
ここは。
お？
さあ、中に入ってください。
中ってここは。
Dozens of people filled the room, decked out in all their finery. They all welcomed Cinderella warmly.
いらっしゃいませ、シンデレラ兄さん。
いらっしゃい。そしておかえり、シンデレラ兄さん。
お前たちまでどうして？
彼女に雇われたんです。喫茶店を新装オープンするから一緒に働かないかって。
どうせ家にいても暇だからね。
新装オープンって。
Then the princess stepped forward, looking utterly resplendent. I bought the place. Well, more accurately, my parents did. So now I'll need to work hard to pay back the loan. I shot him a playful wink.
どうして？
Why what? Why am I here? Or why did I buy the cafe?
どっちもだ。
He stared blankly back at me, seemingly unable to process this. Before we get into that, I cleared my throat and extended a hand to him. May I have this dance? After all, I can hardly expect the guests to have a good time if the hostess herself is just standing around. The aforementioned guests were now watching our exchange with amused smiles.
Oh. Oh.
He nodded and moved to take my hand, but stopped short.
その靴。
Evidently, he had noticed what was going on with my footwear. You see, I was wearing the one glass slipper he had left for me, and my other foot was completely bare. Funny story, I was chasing after some guy when I busted the heel off my favorite shoes. Sarcasm intended.
怪我しなかったか？
Just sprained my ankle.
二度目だな。
Turns out I'm actually pretty clumsy.
助けられなくてごめん。
I'm not upset about it. After a long pause, Cinderella knelt down before me.
お姫様、足をお出しください。これは俺があなたのために作ったガラスの靴です。今日あなたに履いてもらうためにここまで持ってまいりました。
Aw. As he spoke, he held up a single shoe made of glass. What a coincidence! You see, I'm already wearing one. I lifted my skirt and showed her my feet.
どうか私の手であなたの足にガラスの靴を履かせてください。
Very well. He took my bare foot and gently slid it into the other slipper. Now the pair is reunited. The shoes were a perfect fit. No surprise there, of course. After all, Cinderella had made them specifically for me, which meant I was the only one in the world who could wear them.
ああ、とてもよく似合っている。
He gazed up at me passionately and I felt my cheeks flush.
お姫様、よろしければ一曲俺と踊ってくださいませんか？
He got to his feet and extended his hand. Why, gladly, Sir Prince. I took his hand and a classical song began to play. Ooh, this is such a nice CG actually. Ooh, pretty. Too bad we can't see the shoes, but it's fine. You're a great dancer.
まあな。 前に言ったろ。リードしてやるってさ。
Looks like you kept your promise then.
そういうあんたも随分とうまいじゃねえか。初めてじゃなかったのか？
I haven't, but I've been practicing my steps in secret while I waited for this day to come.
相変わらず可愛げがねえのな。
If I'm a twerp, then you're a foul-mouthed punk.
まあな。
He grinned.
そんなには変わらないだろう。あんたと離れてからどれくらい経ったと思う？
1 month. In other words, precisely the same duration we spent living together.
そうだ。元気そうでよかったよ。
This insensitive remark earned one stomp of my heel.
いって、お前な。
If you truly care for me as much as you claim to, then I'll stomp on your feet as much as I have to. Do you realize how much I've agonized over you this past month? My voice trembled and I could scarcely get the words out. I always knew he was dense when it came to women, but I wasn't having it. After all, I worried myself sick fearing for his safety. And now that we were finally reunited, I felt like I might burst into tears of joy.
毎日俺のことを思ってくれていたのか？
Obviously. He looked genuinely shocked. He's so stupid. It's adorable though. You're lucky I'm in love with you, buddy. Even as each song came to an end, we've never pulled our hands away, not once.
なんだか夢を見ているようだ。
Like you're under a magic spell?
ああ、そうだな。
After you disappeared, I searched everywhere for you. But your parents' house and cafe were both repossessed, and there was no trace of you anywhere. You're such a jerk. I thought of you as my soulmate, and then you turned around and left me high and dry. But I never gave up hope. I kept searching, seeking you.
そして俺を見つけた。
I sure did. I heard through the grapevine that a glass crafter had taken you in as an apprentice. I'm so happy for you, Cinderella. Now you can turn your hobby into your profession.
そんな大したことじゃねえよ。師匠には怒られてばかりの毎日だ。
Are you having a hard time?
辛いな。冬場でも暑いし、溶けたガラスでやけどしそうになるし。本当の意味で灰かぶりだ。それに俺の実力はまだまだで金だって稼げない。一人前になるまでに10年はかかる。修行修行修行、一生修行だそうだ。
You seem happy though.
そうだな。そりゃ大変だけど好きなことをやってるからかな。
You've made your dream come true.
そんな大層なもんじゃねえよ。でもそうだな。ブルー、レッド、グリーン、色鮮やかで美しい、多くの人の目に留まるような作品をいつか自分の手で作ってみたいとは思う。
Ooh, I'd like to see that.
ああ、あんたも絶対に気に入ると思うぜ。ま、いつになるかはわかんねえけどな。
Right. No matter the obstacle, I'm sure you'll be fine. You'll make your dream come true someday. I just know it.
ありがとう。ま、そういうわけだ。どんなにきつくても一日中ガラスと向き合えるんだ。充実してるよ。
Right. On to the next question, I guess. So, you want to know why I bought the cafe?
ああ、そうだよ。親とはいえ借金してまで。
It wasn't a huge loan. I just had to make the cafe a success and I'll be able to pay it back just fine.
簡単に言うけどな。難しいんだぞ。前の時も利益なんてスズメの涙しかなかったし。
Then I'll just have to do better than you.
あんたは変わってないな。
Is that a bad thing?
相変わらずずるいな。
What do you think words are for? No one is a mind reader, and so someone's words is all you have to go by. And that's why we profess our love, and I love you.
好きだよ。
Oh. I love you more. I'm not like you. I didn't buy the cafe in pursuit of a childhood dream. Of course, I do enjoy working in customer service, and I'm not opposed to making it my life's career. You already know the answer to this, don't you? You know why I invited you here and what I'm trying to say. I did it all to set the stage for your homecoming. I looked directly into his eyes as I spoke.
ダメだ。受け取れない。
He looked away. Why not?
言っただろう。すげえ情けないんだ。今までもずっと情けなかったけど、あんたやあんたの家の力を借りればもっと情けなくなる。そんな都合のいい夢を見るだなんて許されない。
Why not? Humans are born to dream. Without dreams, life isn't worth living. So we work hard to make those dreams come true. And even if it takes a miracle. Tell me, Cinderella, why is it you left me this glass slipper?
それは
You wanted to see me again, didn't you?
そうだよ。いつか借金をすべて返して職人として一人前になったらもう片方の靴を届けようと思った。
You wanted me to wait for you?
ああ、そうだよ。俺はあんたに待っていてほしかった。ずっと俺のこと忘れないでほしかった。
Well, look at that. Your dreams already come true. Here I am. I'm wearing the glass slippers you made me and now we're dancing.
それは
You see, your dream is my dream too.
あんたの夢
My dream is to spend my life with my beloved. In order to make that dream come true, I've searched every last corner of this country for you. Then, I found you, and now I'm here to retrieve you.
俺を迎えに
That's right, my sweet prince.
俺は12時に魔法が解ければ元のしがない灰かぶりになるんだぞ。
I don't care.
俺はあんたを騙してたんだぞ。
Indeed, you did. And I lied to you too. So, we're even.
俺は弱くて情けなくて本当にどうしようもない男だぞ。あんたを思って別れを告げたのに何度も後悔しそうになった軟弱野郎なんだぞ。
And I love that side of you.
あんたを
It took a lot
幸
of
せに
guts
し
to
たい
leave
からと
you.
か
Wow.
愛したいから離れたとかそういう俺の決意とか覚悟とかいろいろ無駄にする気か。
Love conquers all.
俺はあんたを都合のいい女にしたくない。
I don't care if you do.
俺といればこの先ずっと苦難の道かもしれないんだぞ。
That's still preferable to losing my soulmate. Cinderella, as long as we're together, we can overcome any hardship. I've been searching the whole kingdom for you, my prince. Please, won't you take my hand? Oh. Just then in the distance, the clock began to strike 12.
12時の鐘が
He stopped dancing.
いややっぱりダメだ。もう時間だ。お姫様。俺はまた元の灰かぶりに戻らなきゃならない。今日は楽しかった。久々に会えて嬉しかったよ。本当はあんたに会わない方が良かったんだろうけど。
His hand pulled away from mine. So, you're just gonna disappear on me again? Fine. Knock yourself out. I'll just hunt you down again as many times as I have to. The spell may be broken, but that doesn't mean you have to leave. Like I said earlier, my dream is to be with my beloved. Cinderella, I don't care how ashen your clothes may be. I love you for who you are.
本当の俺を知ってもまだ俺を好きだと言ってくれるのか。
Of course.
俺は生まれつき運がないんだ。容量も悪くてさ。金がなかったら誰も俺のことなんて見向きもしない。
That's not true.
そう思ってたんだけどな。
He gave a self-deprecating laugh. Cinderella.
俺が何を必要としているのか、本当は何が欲しいのか。俺はずっと俺の真の姿を見て欲しかったんだ。12時に魔法が解けて綺麗な服がみすぼらしい服に変わっても、きらびやかな宝石がなくても、どんなに灰にまみれていたとしても、その下に隠された本当の心に気づいて欲しかった。世の中は理不尽だらけだ。夢なんか持っても叶わないことの方が常だ。だから俺は最初から夢を見ることを諦めて、その満たされない思いを物で埋めようとした。でも埋められるはずがなかったんだ。俺が欲しいのはそんなものじゃないからな。そうこうしているうちに俺の心は灰色に染まり、手に入れたグレーな金で灰色の毎日を過ごしていた。そんなどうしようもない現実に、未来に絶望していた俺の前に現れたお姫様。あんたと過ごした時間は楽しかったよ。あんたはどうしようもない俺のことを愛してくれた。俺はずっと夢を見たかったんだな。すべてをなくしてようやく気がつくなんて遅いかもしれないけど。
It's not too late. That's you haven't really lost everything, would you say?
ああ、今の俺には金はないが夢がある。そして目の前には俺を探し出してくれたお姫様がいる。都合のいい夢を見るなんて許されないと思っていた。いくら改心したとしても今までやってきた行いは変わらないからな。それでも俺にまた夢を見させてくれるか。
Of course. I'll dream of you for the rest of my life.
俺はあんたを愛している。約束する。もう二度と話したりはしない。目の前から消えたりしないと。だからどうか俺と結婚を前提に付き合ってください。
Wait. This is an interesting like interpretation of how they translated that sentence. So, because in English it says here, "Will be my girlfriend someday in my future," right? It's not wrong, but he said in Japanese is a bit more different. It's more around lines of with the intention of being married. Will you be my girlfriend? So it's a bit different, but you know it's still kind of the same. But yay! The next instant, we were showered in applause from the guests. Congratulations! Is it finally the end?
これでめでたし
It is!
めでたしというわけか。我ながらいい仕事したな。奇跡の魔法の代償は何かって？
Yes, I do. And also, it's funny the fact that the wizard is talking to us is he's breaking the fourth wall.
未来の天才ガラス職人シンデレラが作った最初の夢の形を一つだよ。
One that's male. I'm surprised on how many times I ran out today. It's raining, and I thought it was delivery. It turns out it was not delivery. It was someone trying to sell ice cream. But it's raining. Like, raining. ice cream? Wow. But anyway, interesting. It was the very first dream created by the soon-to-be famous glass crafter Cinderella. Aww. Oh, really? Okay. Once upon a time in the looking world. Oh my god, I messed it up. Let's restart. Sorry. Take 2. Once upon a time in the looking glass world, there lived a rich little boy. This boy had everything. With a big mansion, fancy clothes, and delicious food, he was the envy of the town. But that happiness did not last forever. Why? Because it was all one big pretense that could shatter at any moment. Although he appeared to live in the lap of luxury, the sad truth was, his happiness was built on a mountain of debt. And on the day it all came crumbling down, his heart faded to grey. Unable to forget his life of decadence, Cinderella, as he was shown, unknown, continued to squander his money. Day in and day out, he would buy things he didn't need, treat people to meals, and conduct himself with an air of superiority. But Cinderella knew this would not last forever. He could play pretend all he liked, but once his time ran out, he would be reduced to a life of poverty once more. One day, Cinderella encountered a beautiful princess. Concealing her true identity, she paid a visit to his house and was ultimately started working at his cafe. Unlike him and his facade, however, she was truly wealthy. Facade? Yeah, facade. It was facade. Unlike him and his facade, however, she was truly wealthy. He assumed she would quickly abandon him, but instead, she seemed to enjoy his presence. Before long, the two fell in love. Unable to bear the secrets they have each kept hidden from one another, they both confessed the truth. The impoverished girl transformed into a wealthy princess, and the wealthy prince transformed into an impoverished boy grimy with ash. And even after they discovered the truth about each other, their love did not waver. But as Cinderella came to love the princess more and more, he soon realized that he was incapable of providing for her. Money had ruined his life, and yet he knew that they would still need money to survive. Thus, in order to spare the princess from a lifetime of certain misery, Cinderella escaped from the princess's castle, leaving behind a single glass slipper. Farewell, my princess. From there, Cinderella sold off every last thing he owned. He had lost his home and all of his fancy clothes. But though he had lost most of those things he cared about, he had yet to lose everything. What was it that still remained? It was his dream. At one point he had abandoned this dream, but after a glass crafter took him in as his apprentice, he was prepared to work hard for the rest of his life to achieve it. So, what was his dream, you ask? To become a full-fledged glass crafter, at which time he would go and see the princess again. But then, the princess decided to hold a ball at the castle in search of a future groom, and Cinderella was invited. Unable to let go, the princess had searched the whole kingdom looking for him. But though he wanted to go to the ball and see the princess, Cinderella knew he would never be allowed in wearing his grimy rags. Just as he was ready to accept that life simply wasn't that easy, he heard a voice. I shall make your dream come true. Out of nowhere appeared a wizard who transformed Cinderella's glass figurines into a golden horse-drawn carriage. Then, he transformed Cinderella's grimy clothes into a fancy suit and sent him on his way. When he arrived at the princess's castle, however, he could scarcely believe his eyes. The castle was in fact the very cafe the two of them had managed together. When he walked in, the princess stepped forward as though she had been expecting him. She wore a sparkling gown and a single glass slipper. As Cinderella slid the other glass slipper onto her bare foot, he said to her, Princess, would you let me have just one dance. Why, gladly, Sir Prince. The two of them joined hands, and the music began to play. Then they shared a lovely dance. Even as one song ended and another began, the two never pulled their hands away. But as they say, time flies when you're having fun. Before they knew it, the clock had struck 12. Soon, the spell would be broken, and the fun would come to an end. Concealing his sadness, Cinderella bid farewell to the princess, but she refused to let him go. As he hesitated, she said to him, "I don't care how ashen your clothes may be. I love you for who you are." She was prepared to sacrifice everything in order to be with him. And so, her love brought Cinderella back from the brink. And they lived happily ever after. I did it! I did it! So this is the Cinderella ending. I see. Though it's interesting that the ending is basically like a summary of everything that's going on at the same time. When you look at the voice actors voicing it, you'll be surprised at some of them. Like, hey yo, these are really big name voice actors. And it does help that there's quite a few that hasn't been shown yet as well. Until we get to the other route. But the music though. But interesting. Honestly, at a certain point of the story, understandably, it did kind of seem like some parts didn't fully connect. But it does connect once you play the other stories from what I last remember. So interesting. I honestly actually forgot about how Cinderella's story ended, because I kind of remembered some parts here and there, but I didn't really fully remember the ending part. So playing it in English and remembering it, it was like, oh, okay, so this is what actually happened. So this was good. Also, funny enough is that I thought this would actually be faster, so I could play the other route like maybe like partway through and finish it the next time I stream it, but apparently not. So one route takes you 2 full days. Or at least it's taking me 2 full days. And there we have it. Is there anything at the end? I don't remember. Oh, there is something at the end. Oh, hey yo. Okay. Okay. Once upon a time in the Looking Glass world, there lived a man named Cinderella with eyes as dull as cinders. Gripped by hopelessness, his heart had faded to an ashen grey. But that's all in the past now. Oh!
私、シンデレラはアリスを妻とし、良き時も悪き時も、富める時も貧しき時も、病める時も、健やかなる時も、共に歩み、他の者によらず、死が二人を分かつまで、愛を誓い、妻を思い、妻のみに沿うことを、神聖なる婚姻の契約のもとに誓います。
Yurika Arisa take you, Cinderella, to be a lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold for better or for worse, for richer, for poor, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish from this day forward, until death do us part.
では誓いの証をここに。って今はガラスの靴しか送れないけどな。まあ今回は疑似結婚式だし、本番はもっと。
Aww. I don't need a ring to be happy. No one else in the world has glass slippers like these.
いやそりゃそうだけど、途切れることのないはじゃなくてもいいのか。
Wait. Glass slipper! There really is glass slippers here. That's amazing. It doesn't have to be a ring. If it's just supposed to symbolize our vows, then it can be anything. I love every gift I get from you, no matter what it is, and every one of them is a priceless treasure.
そっか。
Aww. Besides, I really love the shoes. Without them, I never would have realized that you were still holding out for me.
まあな。このガラスの靴はあんたに会いたくて会いたくてしょうがねえっていう俺の思いがこもったものだからな。
And then we found each other again. Does that make it destiny?
そうだよ。運命だ。もしかしてあの時の恋教え鳥が教えてくれたのかもな。
は？
なあ、つがいの鳥って知ってるか？つがいの鳥は雌雄がいつも一緒の鳥。つまり夫婦なんだってさ。昔さ、つがいの鳥のガラス細工がうちにあって、俺はそれを大切にしてたんだ。つがいの鳥は赤霊といって別名恋教え鳥とも言うんだそうだ。なんでも神様がこの鳥の動作を見て夫婦の道を知ったという神話に由来してるらしい。で、この鳥はいつも一緒だから片方だけでなく両方大事にしてあげなさい。そして大事な人が現れた時、そのつがいの鳥の片方を渡しなさい。そうすればもう二人は離れ離れになることはないって。でも俺は大事に大事にしていた恋教え鳥の片割れを壊してしまった。すごく悲しかったのを覚えてるよ。何度も何度も自分を責めた。だって俺のせいでつがいの鳥はもう二度と大事な人と会えなくなっちまったんだからな。時が経ってそんなことも忘れかけた頃、あんたと出会ってふとした瞬間、あの時のつがいの鳥を思い出した。でもあんたに渡したくてもつがいの鳥はもういない。それと同じように俺ももう二度と大事な人とは出会えない。そんな運命をどうしても変えたくて、やり直したくて、つがいの鳥の代わりにこのガラスの靴を作ったんだ。つがいは2個で1組となるもの。靴だってそうだろ？
True, shoes always come in pairs, just like rectangles. True, true, right, right. Does it mean we'll always be together?
ああ、そうだよ。多分恋教え鳥が教えてくれたんだ。愛する人とのつながり方ってやつをさ。
In that case, maybe you should try to sculpt another pair of wet heels.
まあな。さすがにあの時と同じものは難しいけど、やってみるよ。
Just don't push yourself, okay? These days I'm worried you might work yourself sick. You're not alone, and I'll always be here for you whenever you need me.
お互いを助け合うのが夫婦ってやつか。
Exactly. And you're the only one who can make my dream come true, you hear me?
そうだな。俺の夢を見守ってくれるあんたがいるなら、俺はこの先のどんな苦行にも耐えられる。幸せな時も困難な時も心を一つにして乗り越えられる。 目をつむってくれ。
Okay.
俺はあなたをいつまでも大切にして幸せにします。そしてあなたを生涯変わることなく愛すると誓います。
Oh, why didn't you translate that part? Wait, there's a part of the Japanese you didn't translate that. I thought that would have been really romantic in translation as well, actually. Because in English it says, I vow to cherish you and take good care of you and live you the rest of my life. In Japanese, shorai kawari mo naku, and never changing. Basically, it's I vow to cherish you and take good care of you. With my and vow to love you with the rest of my life with my never changing love. Yeah, something along those lines.
あなたに誓いのキスを。
Aww. And they lived happily ever after. Oh, this is cute. I think I remember having an image for this in my folders. So yay! Now that's done. Finally, now Cinderella's done. Now it's actually done. Oh! Hey yo, the front page changed. Okay, this is not what I remember. All I remember is that once I play finish a route, I'll just, well, you go back to the beginning. But I don't remember it going like this. So apparently, now that I'm done with that route, it just brings me to the route I last finished. So I guess that's this. This is cute. Oh, and it finally unlocked the memories. We revisit the past. Let's click on that. Oh, heck yeah! I'm free. I'm free to see the CG arts now. I am guessing there isn't a lot of this is for the other half, the other character. So I'm not gonna. So that means I don't think I missed out any art or anything. Oh. Oh, nope, I wasn't planning to press that. Whoop. Oh, that was dark. Oh, thank God I can end that. Prologue 1. Whoa. Oh! View event scenes from the game. Bad end. I like how it tells me when there's a bad end. Do I have actually every ending though? Wait, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, if 26 is a bad end. Is there any missing numbers in there? Oh, there is 1 year, is it? Yeah, it is! 37 as a bad end. Okay. I see. Okay. BGM. Video. Okay, I guess there's only one ending basically, so it's just the opening song and then the ending song. There's no like bad ending song or whatnot. Then again, the quote-unquote bad ending is an instant death. You just get hard by the wizard and you just get thrown aside and restarted. Force change! Okay, so... That was Taisho Alice. Fantastic. With that, I think, you know what? I think this would be a good place to end it. And then I will just start off the new route the next time I stream this. So, I won't be streaming Taisho Alice tomorrow. I will be doing something else tomorrow. I'll be playing my Ensemble Stars and getting some art done in as well, if I have time. So, yeah. I think it'd be good we just end it a bit earlier today. So, let's find someone to raid. Okay, who else is streaming? But the music is always so nice though. It makes me feel so real because it feels so classic. I don't know, man. I can't explain it. Okay, so who else is streaming? Never get tired of the music, honestly. Okay, you know what? I think we can raid Victor page. It's been a while since I raided there as well, and I see something funny. I just see a gigantic Nemo Blues art. It's cute. It's funny. So I think that'd be a good place to raid as well and end it for today. So let me just put the raid message here. And stop raid. Heck yeah. Okay, and with that, thank you so much for joining me today. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the game as much as I did. So, surprise, surprise, Cinderella's story is very Cinderella-like, now that you think about it. If you base it off, like, original Cinderella, like, story, like, lore, technically, Cinderella wasn't originally poor. She was a rich man's daughter, and that rich man remarried. So, and the guy went off somewhere. I don't know whether he went overseas and passed on from there and whatnot. But basically, it was the stepmother that and her step siblings that treated her really badly and kind of half demoted her to something equal of like a servant kind of status thing. So it's a bit different in that sense. But she was hardworking and whatnot. And that's how the whole Cinderella story came by. And if I'm not wrong, Cinderella wasn't even her name. Like, she was only called Cinderella because she was always covered from top to the bottom in cinders, and that's why they called it Cinderella. So interesting. So yeah, very interesting take. I'm looking forward to seeing what the next one will look like. The next one should be the Literate Riding Hood, but tomorrow will be art and ensemble stars. Focus on the ensemble. I've got event stuff to clear. So let's raid Victor. Let me just put it there. Heck yeah, create that raid. Nice. Okay, and once again, thank you so much for joining me. If you want to see more for this, yesterday's VOD is still up, so you can take a look at it if you are interested to see what happened in the first half of it. If not, the day after tomorrow will be the Literate Riding Hood one? Just Red Riding Hood, I think. No little there, just Red Riding Hood route. We'll be starting from there. And with that, yeah, I'll see you guys on the other side then. Bye bye! Wait, where is my ending screen? God dang it. God dang it. Anyway, I'll see you guys on the other side. Bye bye!